Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hey, Allison. Good morning. It's bright and early on a Saturday morning. How you doing? How's everybody doing this morning? Oh, I got my coffee. My coffee. I know it's like I'm starting earlier on a Saturday than we do on a normal week, but it is what it is. This way we can get it in. Hey, Maddie. Good morning. You flexing out here today? Maddie, are you flexing out here? Hey, good morning, Jason. How are you? Get my lip gloss, get my lips popping. Gotta have your lips popping. All right, and we'll make sure them lips is popping. Jason, you out here early on a Saturday. What you doing out here so early on a Saturday in these streets? What'd you say? You always up. Always up. Yeah, so we had an exciting week last week. Really, some things that were exciting considering. We had Sarah. Oh yeah, you work nights. Yeah. Oh, you had to work last night. Hey, Phil. Good morning. Oh, okay. I know you off Tuesdays. I be trying to keep up. Look, I be trying to keep up with your schedule. Like, wait, don't tell nobody. And I know Sundays, so it must be Tuesdays and Sundays. I don't know. You can tell me offline. That way, the only person to know your schedule is me. Yeah. Yeah, you think I don't know, but I know. Yeah, so we had our guy Jose who got the DP 2 times. 2 times, right? Not two James. He got 2 times. I don't know how you do it twice, but I never understood that part of it. So if you give somebody the DP once, like, do you bring them back and DP them again, or do you halfway DP them for one for the mistress and then halfway DP them for the baby, or is it just for the emphasis on what they did? Like, because you send to somebody to 5 life sentences without parole. Okay. I know in some states a life sentence is 20 or 25 years. Is that what they gonna do? Gosh, I'm like, what do you do in those situations? Do you bring them back? Then bring them back again? Or all right. But I guess if you need to do it or you need to say it, then I guess they're saying it. But I'm like, well, maybe it's just in case, like, say if you get electrocuted, you survive, or lethal injection. Oh, okay. So it's symbolic. Okay. Because I'm like, I don't need to know that a person got sentenced 998 years and a half. Like the first 20 took me out. Once you threw out the first football number, now 998 years, like I don't know what kind of years, what time that's on, but ain't nobody got time for that. Like, all right. But I guess. So we got him there. He was sentenced to DP 2 times. And we got Sarah Hartsfield. She was sentenced with life without parole. Okay, he said they want every victim to have justice. I guess then individually. Oh, okay. I guess. I mean, I get it. Well, they got double justice. They definitely got, and maybe I think it's more for not just that, but A lot to do with that, but I think just formally, just paperwork wise. Because when I heard him say his name yesterday, I just did a short for that. But I'm like, all I could think of was when I heard the judge say, therefore, Jose Soto Escalera. I said, gosh, this got to be the last time, or this has to be the worst time that somebody is calling your name and your whole government name. I'm like, dang, I know he don't want nobody calling his name. Yeah, Jason. You say his sentence runs about 346 to 415 years. I thought that even though that, I guess where I'd be more concerned is not even when it's talking about like for each victim. I think my question would be like, say it's the same victim, but say all of them carry life sentences. Like, okay, why do we have to give a life sentence on top of a life sentence for each charge? I guess making each charge feel worthy. Is that what that's about? Not so much in regards to the incident itself, like when it's multiple people, I can probably get there with that one. I seen that come through my timeline. I didn't understand what it was about. I have to go back there and look at it, Maddie, and see how that happened. I like how he just got to admitting it. Duh. The things that people do. Yeah, so I guess we had that. And who else got sentenced? Oh, yeah. Sarah Hartsfield got sentenced this week. Who else did we watch get sentenced? I can't remember. Okay, I think that was it for us, our sentencing. Um, and we're still in the trial with Daisy with the healthy Coca-Cola and his system. Not that say did not contribute to anything that's going on. Sarah got life without parole for and they are, I'm assuming that they're gonna be trying to try her in her other state, in that other state in Minnesota for the stuff that she I think they're gonna be reopening that self-defense claim. And I guess it doesn't. I was just thinking to myself, and I had to talk this stuff through sometime. It's not double jeopardy because they never charged her for it. But I guess now and they may be opening up the case for the unalive and plot, but I don't know yet. Now that Texas Sheriff's Department or the Texas DA, they have blatantly put all these other um, police departments, court systems all on blast saying that, hey, nobody did their job. But once it got here to Chambers, Texas, we did our job. So now that we have did our job, maybe you can do your job. Yeah, they did come back real fast. I know the reason why they came back so fast, Maddie, is because they had all that bad character evidence. All that bad character evidence. It was just way too much bad character evidence. I think. I think that's what me personally. Now, not to say that that was the she just had too much. I don't think it was any way that they could get around it. So you say it's totally based? This was her fourth husband. The one that she tried to do for the murder to the redrum to hire, that was her first husband. And the fourth, he didn't make it to be a husband. The fourth one, he just was he was her fiance. He didn't make it to be her husband. I just don't even understand the point of all of it because it wasn't like she was getting any money or anything from this guy. It's like it wasn't no money or nothing she was getting. It's weird to me. Oh, really? Mm. Well, I get it, but I guess we're yeah, like I don't know who they are to decide that. Or who is he to decide that? I don't even think they let anybody decide those type of things when it come down to that. Right? Unless you are on a life support, right? That's when your family get to decide that type of stuff. Or a person gets to decide that for you. I guess if they had asked for it, I think that they should oh maybe put it maybe I don't know. Can you put it in right? I don't know how you do that. They might need to ask the hospital. Shoot, I don't know. I just don't think you can do that. You say put it in power of attorney paperwork, but I still don't know if that still make you eligible to carry it out. Like without any, you know, I don't know if that if that gets you there. Wow. Yeah, I have to take a look at it. I'm pretty sure it's not going to trial anytime soon, but considering that he just testified, or maybe he'll do a guilt, maybe they'll give him some kind of plea. be possible. Mm. He said there are 40,000 boomers at risk of. Hey, Merelda, good morning. Yeah, yeah. But I wonder, would they be classifying it as elderly abuse in some ways? Mm. Okay. Honestly, though, yeah, but is there something is there something that legally that you can put in place where, I mean, I guess that's why people put the do not resuscitate in their orders and stuff, but I guess if you have dementia or Alzheimer or ALS or some kind of, it's not saying that you on life support. Okay. You say it's too early for that stuff. Jason says too early for that, Maddie. You have to bring that in later on today. We just starting out. Ooh. Well, I guess we'll continue to chat, but I'm gonna go ahead and get us into our opening statement so we can see what this case is about. Once again, we doing a flashback of the Nathan Holden trial, where he is accused of unaliving his in-laws, two of his in-laws, and attempted unaliving of his estranged wife. Okay. You said we'll circle back. Okay, we'll circle back.
Through the eyes of the children. Amber and Nautica were 8 years old back on April 9th of 2014. They'd had a good day. They went to school, they came home, and then they went to church with their grandmother, Anglia Taylor. It was a good day. They came home after church, and Nautica went and stayed with her mother in the back bedroom. Her mom hadn't gone to church that night. She wasn't feeling well. And Amber stayed up in the front of the house with her grandma. It was a good day for them. They were having a fun day. The last several months hadn't been all that fun for them. Their parents had decided to split up in December of 2013. There were some custody issues back and forth, and the girls had stayed with their mom some, they'd stayed with their dad some. But for the last several months, they've been spending the weeks with their mom, and the weekends with their dad and their older brother, JT. April 9th of 2014 was a pretty good day for JT as well. Jeremy, 14-year-old young man, back on April 9th of 2014. He had a good day. He went to school. His father picked him up. took him by the house where he was staying with his father, and they left. They left the house there, and something that really didn't mean a whole lot to JT at the time happened when they left the house. They stopped on the side of the road right there outside of Holden Acres. And JT saw his dad pick up a bag. The bag between. And at that point, the defendant asked JT whether or not he wanted to go see his mom. And JT really didn't think a whole lot of that. You see, he was staying with his dad at that time and was visiting his mom on a regular basis, so he almost just didn't respond. They went by the church, Zion Hill Holiness Church, to look for his mom that night. She wasn't there, so they went on to Sonic. Had a nice little dinner there. JT was a little surprised by that. It seemed a little unusual because his dad normally didn't take him out to eat. But while they were there, his dad again asked him, "Do you want to go see your mom?" And again, he really didn't respond, didn't think much of it. And at that point, they left Sonic and they went to where LaTanya and her family were staying. JT got out of the truck, went inside the house, and he passed by his grandfather, Sylvester Taylor. You'll hear more about Sylvester Taylor during the course of this trial, but he's a military man. Sylvester said, "Hey, boy, pull your pants up. They're sagging." JT kind of laughed him off and went back, and he also hung out with his mom in the back bedroom there for a few months. You see, April 9th was a good day for him as well, and it had been rough on JT the last several months. He had been through a lot. When his parents separated back in December, one of the reasons why his mom decided to leave is because his dad had beat him with a broom. And LaTanya said, "Hey, that's enough. It's time to go." And so JT had to endure the custody issues as well. And he's a young man. He's 14 years old. He's torn with staying with the mother that he loves and staying with his dad, trying to decide how best he can help the situation, how best to help keep the peace. You see, his dad had been acting different towards him since the separation. His dad was trying to be his buddy now, trying to be his friend. That was different for JT. So on April 9th of 2014, when he went and got in his mom's bed there at Lake Glad Road outside of Wendell, JT had no idea how his life was about to change forever. LaTanya. She was LaTanya Holden back in April 9th of 2014. She now goes by LaTanya Allen. April 9th of 2014 was not a good day for her. She had certainly been through a lot the last few months with the custody issues with her now ex-husband, the defendant. She will tell you how when she decided to leave in December of 2013, it was after years of the marriage just not being what it should be. And she'll tell you that breaking point was when the defendant beat his son with a broom. She'll tell you that when she went to the courthouse on January 2nd of 2014, that was the most scared she'd ever been in her life. Why was that? Because on January 2nd of 2014, the defendant also came down here to the courthouse. You'll hear from her how he followed her around, how he harassed her, how he threatened to physically harm her right out in front of this very courthouse. How she was finally able to lose him in a traffic chase almost, and go back to the courthouse where she was able to go in with being escorted by Wake County Sheriff's officers and get a restraining order against the defendant and file for custody of the children. And she got custody of the children at that point. But then you'll hear that in late January of 2014, January 26th of 2014, there was an incident between her father, Sylvester Taylor, and her son, JT, Jeremy. Jeremy was upset about Sylvester taking his phone from him, said Sylvester slapped him, took his phone from him, and on January 27th, he told his father and some school resource officers or some school guidance counselors that a gun had been pulled on. You will hear from JT that that's not what happened, that there was no gun involved. But that shook things up. And that's the point in which JT started staying with his father during the week and the girls started staying with the mother. So they'd all been through a lot. April 9th of 2014, in a moment, changed from a good day for JT and Nautica and Amber, and a bad day got worse for LaTanya. When JT went into the back bedroom with his mom, Nautica was back there. She was surprised to see him, wasn't expecting him to be there. The next thing she hears, LaTanya hears, and JT hears, is the defendant, Nathan Holden, coming into that house saying, "Somebody's going to talk to me now." And the next thing she hears and he hears is a gunshot. They then hear Sylvester Taylor running through that house. And then they hear Anglia Taylor shout for Sylvester, and then another gunshot. At that point, Amber runs into the bedroom where her mother is. And at that point, LaTanya did what any mother would do. She took her attention and she focused it on her kids and did everything she could to keep them safe. She put them in a closet, told them that she loved them. Told them that she loved them. Because she didn't know if she was ever going to see him again. She picked up the phone and called 911. And you'll hear that 911 tape here in this courtroom. And you will hear her say that my ex-husband is here and he's shooting. And then the phone goes dead. Because after LaTanya gets the kids in the closet, she hears some more gunshots. And the next thing she knows is this defendant, Nathan Holden, is standing at her bedroom door holding a gun. And at that point, he turns his attention to her. And he begins to beat her with that gun in the face. And then he shoots her in the face. And you will hear Dr. O'Neill from Wake Med say that bullet just happened to glance off of her too. One fraction of a hair, one way, the other way, and that bullet goes through her nose and through her brain. But that's not enough. At that point, she literally gets down on her knees and begs for her life. And at that point, the defendant makes the choice to shoot her in the chest. And you will hear Dr. Bolton from Wake Med tell you that he has no idea how the path of that bullet did not kill her. That it strikes a ventricle, goes through her body, striking other organs. That's not enough. You will hear that there is a third bullet there at the scene that for some reason jammed. At that point, LaTanya will tell you that she doesn't remember anything else. After being on her knees and saying Jesus and seeing the defendant pull the trigger and shoot her in the chest. At that point, the defendant, after he has committed these acts, goes to the closet where the kids are, gets them out, tells them he loves them, and hands them a phone. And then he flees the scene. He goes back to his house, and he's later arrested in the woods behind his house, still in possession of the same firearm that killed Anglia Taylor, killed Sylvester Taylor, and seriously injured and almost killed LaTonya Allen. That's from the children's perspective and from LaTonya's perspective. You'll hear that the follow-up investigation by the Wake County Sheriff's Office and the City County Bureau of Identification and the SBI confirm or corroborate this account. You'll hear about the different shell casings in the house, all matching to that gun. How there are 2 shell casings in the very front of the house, a shell casing in Anglia's room, shell casings in LaTonya's room, and shell casings outside where Sylvester was found. You'll hear about how SBI tested the gun and the defendant's clothing, and how you'll hear that the bullets one match, but also that there was DNA evidence of LaTonya on the muzzle of that gun. And her blood was on his clothes. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an overview of what I believe you will hear the next couple weeks. It's not everything. At the end of the case, Mr. Lively is going to come back to you and talk to you about what you hear from that witness stand, how it goes along or meshes with the theories of first-degree murder that I believe you will hear about. What I would ask you to do up until that point is to listen very carefully. And listen to what the defendant did, not just that night, but starting in January. Listen to what you hear about what he was doing, what he was thinking, what he was intending. Think about his path that night of April 9th, how he took Jeremy on that ride, and the end result. Think about what he was doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for the time that you have already spent with us, and we thank you for doing your civic duty.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Ms. Hamburger and Mr. Brown, opening statement for the defense.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see y'all again. This case is about a family. Nate Holden is charged with hurting some of the people closest to him, with killing his in-laws, assaulting his wife. Our hearts go out to the Taylor family. Everyone in this room can agree that what happened was a tragedy. It's heartbreaking that Mr. and Mrs. Taylor are dead, that LaTonya was injured, and that their children had to witness this horror. But this case is not a whodunit. This is not about what happened. Nate Holden is the one who is responsible for the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Taylor. He did shoot his wife. What we want you to understand is how things got to this point within this particular family. This case is about why this happened, and it is about Nate Holden's state of mind at the time it happened. When you hear all of the circumstances, you will learn that he is not guilty of first-degree murder. Nate grew up here in eastern Wake County. He and LaTonya Taylor met in middle school when they were teenagers. They began dating. LaTonya got pregnant and gave birth to their first child, Jeremy, when Nate was only 15 years old. They got married a few years later, had 2 more children together, Nautica and Amber. And Nate took his role as husband and father very seriously. Nate had had a rough childhood, and he vowed that he was going to do different, that he was going to do better than his own family had. He vowed that he was never going to put his hands on a woman, that he was going to have all of his children with the same woman, that he was going to be there for his children, that he was going to keep his family together at all costs. He was an involved father. He planned meals. He cooked for his kids. He took care of them while his wife was working. He considered himself their teacher, their guide. He did his very best to make sure that his family was provided for. Like many marriages, this one was not perfect. They had gotten together very young, as teenagers. They had their problems. One problem in the marriage was that LaTonya's father, Sylvester, had never really cared for Nate. The two of them did not get along. Another problem in the marriage, very common, was money, or not enough of it. But this is not a case about chronic domestic violence. Nate was not a batterer. In fact, the violence that happened in this case was the first act of violence between Nate and LaTonya during the course of their relationship. So after 10 years of marriage, LaTonya decided she wanted a divorce and she wanted custody of the children. She moved in with her parents, but Nate, he didn't want the marriage to end. He thought they could work it out. They had worked out their problems in the past. He wanted to stay together. He had been married to LaTonya, or with her, for nearly half of his life. Remember, he got together with her when he was 14, 15 years old. At age 30, he was experiencing his first serious breakup, the loss of his first serious love relationship. And this wasn't just the breakdown of his marriage, but the breakdown of his dreams, of his life. He said some angry things when LaTonya said she wanted to leave and that she wanted the children. And LaTonya took out a restraining order against him. Nate and LaTonya both loved their children very, very, very much, and they both wanted to be with them. The court ordered that the kids go back and forth between the two parents, and as you can imagine, emotions ran particularly high at the time of the custody exchanges, when the children would move from one household to the other. The custody exchanges usually took place at the Wendell McDonald's, and about a month into the separation, there was a particularly difficult one. Nate and his father and his brother met his father-in-law, Sylvester, at the McDonald's to exchange the kids. This is because the kids had spent the weekend with Nate and they were going back to their mother and grandparents' house. Now, as I said, Nate and Sylvester had never gotten along. So this was a particularly tense situation when the two of them met, only a month into the separation. Sylvester even brought his gun with him, and he kept it visible on the front seat of his car, heightening the tension of the situation. There was a conversation, and it was a tense one, between Nate and Sylvester, and then the children left with Sylvester. And just a few minutes later, Nate got a call from Jeremy, his oldest child, and this is what Jeremy said. He said that when Sylvester and the kids got back to their house, Sylvester let the girls, the two young girls, he let them go into the house, but he kept Jeremy out in the car. He slapped him. He screamed at him, saying that Jeremy, who was just 14 years old at the time of this, that he had set him up by coming to the McDonald's, not just with his father, but with his grandfather and his uncle too. And while Sylvester was yelling at Jeremy, Sylvester still had the gun nearby, and Jeremy felt scared he might use it. This is what Jeremy said to his father on that night. Jeremy ran to a neighbor's. He called his father and told him this. Sylvester, meanwhile, called the police. And when a sheriff's deputy arrived, the deputy told Jeremy and Sylvester to stay away from each other. That's all he did. But Nate was frightened. He felt that Sylvester was dangerous. In fact, Sylvester had threatened to kill Nate on more than one occasion, even prior to the separation. Nate knew there were a lot of guns in the Taylor's home. He was scared of what might happen to his children if Sylvester lost his temper again. Nate's own difficult childhood also probably heightened his feelings of fear when he thought one of his own children was in danger. So he decided to seek full custody of the children. The situation escalated into a nasty custody dispute. It was complicated, but even still, Nate and LaTanya managed to co-parent. They communicated by text and phone about the children's needs. The children moved back and forth between the two homes and saw both of their parents during this time. But it was a custody dispute, and there were strong emotions on both sides. And people feeling strong emotions don't always act logically. On the evening of April 9th, 2014, Nate and Jeremy went together to the Taylor's home. Jeremy went inside first to say hello to his mothers and his mother, his sisters, and his grandparents. Nate stayed in the car. And you'll hear several accounts from this witness stand of what happened next. Shouting, chaos, shots fired. As jurors, your responsibility is to listen with an open mind to the testimony of the witnesses and to judge their credibility. And credibility here is more than whether people are lying or telling the truth. You will need to consider whether witnesses had the opportunity to observe what happened and to what extent their memories are accurate. None of the witnesses who will testify saw everything that happened that night. Also, you will be hearing evidence of the trauma that they went through, and you will have to consider whether trauma has affected their memory. When it was over, Nate had shot the Taylors and LaTanya. All Nate's anger and stress and fear and sadness about the divorce, about his children, it came pouring out. And he did something that was completely out of character for him. After, he called 911 himself. He hugged his children. He told them that he loved them. He called a couple of family members and asked them to take care of his kids. He had no plan for escape or what to do next, and he was arrested a few hours later near his home. We are not denying that Nate is the one who shot the Taylors and shot LaTanya. The pain this family has been through is truly heartbreaking, and we are not here to justify these acts. We couldn't if we tried. But we can say that what happened was completely out of character and done with no deliberation whatsoever. We ask you to keep an open mind as you listen to the evidence, and when all of the evidence is presented, we will be asking you to find Nate Holden not guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
So there are opening statements. With it, it's really, really, I don't know, this case there, every time it's just sad. I mean, it's senseless and very sad, right? And y'all understand as we go further into, as we listen to more evidence, and just him, just period, like, yeah. But I'll put this, like, look at him, like, let me see. I love y'all got confused. Like he over there looking, like the way he's looking, and you see he is like staring back at the family and people that he victimized and people that, like, that's who he's looking at when he's looking that way, guys. So just keep an eye out on that as we go through listening to the testimony. I think they should have told him he had to turn back. He got to turn around. Like, you can't look back that way.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You solemnly swear the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Lyman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you would, please just introduce yourself to the jury, and if you'll tell them how you're employed.
Yes, sir. My name's Cameron Broadwell. I'm employed with the Wake County Sheriff's Office since December 2008, and I'm currently assigned to the Special Ops Division with the K-9 unit.
Can you tell me what your responsibilities are with the Special Ops Division?
Right now, currently, as a K-9 handler, we respond to all different types of calls. We do drug enforcement, as well as find disabled persons or suspects. We track, trail. I have a dual purpose K-9, so it's tracking and trailing and narcotics enforcement.
Yes, sir. Now, you've been with the Sheriff's Department for about 8 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you with the SRT or the Special Response Unit back in April of 2014?
No, I was not. At that time, I was assigned to the patrol division.
Okay. And can you tell me what your duties were as a patrol officer with the Sheriff's Department?
As a patrol deputy, I was assigned to the entire east side. Sometimes I'd cover east and north side. We handle anything from a 911 hang up to a burglar alarm or just a talk with officer. We handle high priority calls such as break-ins, larcenies, and so forth.
All right. Would you also respond to domestic violence calls?
Yes, sir.
And when you say high priority calls, I guess assaults and shootings would be included in the high priority calls that you respond to.
That is correct.
Deputy Broadwell, I want to speak to you, first of all, about the evening of April 9th of 2014. Were you sworn on duty that evening?
Yes, sir, I was.
And at approximately 9:45 that evening, did you receive a high priority call that you responded to?
I did, as well as other patrol deputies working that area. It was a shooting call that came out over the radio.
I was just going to ask, how do you receive the call?
Usually dispatch, I assist with communication sometimes, and actually a telecommunicator when they need help. A call will come in, and if it's a high priority, we'll tone it out. It'll be a solid tone. And then during those calls, more information comes in, and that's what we will run emergency traffic to, blue lights and sirens.
Okay. And so that evening, you said that you were a patrol officer on the east side. And when you say east side, you mean basically the east side of Wake County?
That is correct.
Okay. And was Lake Glad Road part of what would have been your patrol area that evening?
Yes, sir.
Well, so you received a call. I think you wrote in your notes that it was about 9:47. Is that right?
Approximately, yes, sir. About 9:47 p.m.
All right. And what did you do when you received that call?
When I received that call, myself and Deputy Shapcott were not too far away. We responded, like I said, emergency traffic, blue lights and sirens to a solid tone call. It's a high priority call. We had a shooting call that came out, and it was off of Lake Glad Road that runs off of Eagle Rock Road.
Okay, and so at the moment that you initially received the call, that's all the information you have is shooting call and an address. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. More information was coming out through dispatch, and you try to get that information when you're responding. But that's correct. A shooting call with a suspect. We don't know if it was on scene or not, or victims, and so forth.
So you didn't know the status of any victims or the status of the shooter at that point. Is that correct?
I believe so. I think it was like a 911 hang up call, and they couldn't get call back. No answer on call back.
Well, is there a protocol in place, or how do you physically respond to that call? Were you in a patrol car that evening?
Yes, sir. I was a marked patrol car.
All right. And again, with a high priority call, sort of what manner do you proceed in terms of getting to Lake Glide Road?
We respond as safely and as quickly as possible. Blue lights and sirens, clearing intersections and so forth. We want to get there safe, but if you can't get there at all, you can't help anybody out. So a quick response. We're over the speed limit, but in a safe manner.
Yes, sir. Now, when you, it looks like based on your notes that you arrived about 8 minutes after receiving the call. Is that right?
That sounds about right. Yes, sir.
And did you have any difficulty finding the location that the call had come from?
I remember dispatch telling me when I was about a mile from that location. The communicator said it looks like a long dirt path. When we were traveling, say you come from Pool Road, you make a right on Eagle Rock, and then you would make a left on Lake Glad. Well, the mailboxes, the numerics were on the opposite side, so it was tough to see the numerics of that location. When I was responding, myself and Deputy Shapcott, I believe we overshot the driveway just by a little bit, but I remember the telecommunicator telling a long dirt path, and I just passed one. So when I turned around, that's when I took that dirt path, and I told Deputy Shapcott, I think this is the location right here.
All right. And you say that you and Deputy Shapcott were a couple of the first officers that actually made it to the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have what's marked the State's Exhibit 43. May I have that correct?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Broadwell, I'm placing in front of you State's Exhibit number 43. It's a DVD in its jacket. Did you have an opportunity to review that this morning? A video from your in-car camera?
Briefly, yes, sir.
Okay. And what was that something that you were able to download and provide to us from the night in question?
Yes, sir. Our IT department with a call like that, they will download and we place that information into evidence. Our IT department stores that video coverage of our in-car camera system.
And during your brief review of that this morning, did it appear to fairly and accurately depict the in-car camera from the night and the response to Lake Glad Road?
Yes, it did. Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, I ask to move State's number 43 into evidence at this time.
Any objection? It's allowed.
And Your Honor, also at this time, I'd ask permission to play State's Exhibit 43.
Yes, sir.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Come around. Deputy Broadwell, do you see the screen that's up on the television screen now?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that the format in which your dash cam appears when it's downloaded?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us? It looks like there's a date and time stamp there on the screen. Can you read that for us?
Yes, sir. It's April 9th, 2014 at 9:48, 52 seconds p.m.
Yes, sir. And when how does that activate? Do you turn it on, or does it come on automatically?
On our patrol vehicles, on the in-car camera systems, they have installed what we call triggers. The blue lights activate when they come on all the way. It'll activate a trigger. These triggers automatically start the recording on the camera. So there's a couple of triggers that I know of. Blue lights all the way activated will turn that trigger on to record. You can manually push it to activate it. An impact with your vehicle, say if you get in a wreck or go over a hard bump, those triggers will activate and they automatically record back, I believe, 30 seconds or something like that before it's actually activated. Also, if you go over a certain speed limit, your recording device will actually trigger.
Yes, sir.
I believe that's most of them.
Okay. Okay. And so in this case, it would have triggered because you had activated your lights and siren.
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask permission to play this video this time.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Broadwell, are you aware if there's volume with this video, or is it just the?
There is usually the volume. I'll kick back on. I just heard it. So I initially started off when I was following Deputy Shapcott. I didn't turn my blue lights on immediately because I was trying to hear information as it was coming over the radio so I could get clearly what's going on. When you have your sirens on and blue lights, it's hard to hear important information. So that's why I delayed activating my blue lights and sirens just for those few seconds. This is Roseville Road. We're approaching the Wendell Sheets. It should be up here on the right. So right here on these type of calls, my partner accidentally made a left turn when we could have gone straight. We like to stay together on a high priority call, such as a shooting. And you can see him, he'll slow down up here in a little bit, and then he'll start following me. So it was a minor detour, probably delayed us maybe 30 seconds to 45 seconds. And you'll see me turn back around to get back on track. So at this point, we're going back down Wendell Boulevard, just a minor detour. We're going to approach the intersection. I'm going to make a left. That left takes you to Eagle Rock Road.
Is this the left to Eagle Rock? You just mentioned it.
It's coming up. Just stay on Eagle Rock. You make a sharp left coming up near the railroad tracks. There's the sharp left to stay on Eagle Rock Road. Now that I'm on Eagle Rock Road, I'll cross over one more intersection. That's Pool Road, if y'all are familiar with the east side. That was Pool Road I was talking about. Just crossed over Pool Road. Lake Glad road will be up here on the left. So I don't know if you heard that, but that was our communicator saying it looks like a long dirt path.
I'm gonna take it back just a couple of seconds, Deputy Broadwell, and I think the timestamp on there will be 21:54 and 35. And the day after, or in following up with this case, when did you first look at your in-car camera, and what were you potentially looking to find?
The following day, I had to provide. I was still working on normal duty at the Holden Acres address where the defendant was located, and while I was providing security, I was pulling back my video to see if I could learn or anything I could have done different or possibly seen. We knew the suspect vehicle at the time, and I was thinking that I probably passed that suspect vehicle if he was going back toward the other direction, that we would cross paths. So I started looking at my video, and I noticed the suspect vehicle passed me within a mile, half mile, three-quarters of a mile from the victim's residence. And then I gave that information to our investigators.
And at the time you're responding to Lake Glad that evening, you don't have a vehicle description. Is that correct?
At the point where I was responding right there, I did not. No, sir.
But at some point, maybe the next day, you learned about the make and model of a vehicle that had been associated with the events.
While we were on scene during that time frame of getting suspect information out, I was inside the house and around the house. We had a vehicle description of the suspect at that time.
Okay.
So during that night, yes, sir.
And what sort of description did you develop?
It was, if you give me 1 second to look at my notes. It was an older model, I believe a 1987 dark blue in color or dark color Chevy pickup truck. I believe it was S10 pickup truck is what I have in my notes.
Yes, sir. Now, I have I've stopped it again at timestamp 21:54:36. And can you point out for the jury what you see from your dash cam right there?
So from my dash cam, as I'm passing through, at this time, the trigger is 80 miles per hour on my camera. I see a dark in color older model pickup truck crossing my path. when I noticed this video the next day when I was looking over it, that's when I told our investigators for this crime.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm going to continue the video now.
You'll see EMS staging right off of Eagle Rock and Lake Glad Road, right there. So I turned left. I remember the long dirt path. When I approached this path, either I could go straight, right, or left. When I was looking off to the left, I saw like a street light through the woods, and my gut instinct was just to tell me to go left, and I went with it. So I was yelling, giving our sheriff's office announcement, sheriff's office, come out with your hands up.
And again, at this point, you don't know
If I had the
victims
right
or
address or not.
suspect, or even the right address. Okay.
Correct.
And is that you with the flashlight?
That's my partner, Deputy Shapcott. I went to the front, or what appears to be the front, going through the screen porch, and there was a door. And I told him to watch the rear security. I heard two little girls. I heard girls crying and a young boy. I saw him having a cell phone. When I went up to the front door, I heard footsteps coming up to the front door. And when I heard crying, I knew I had the right location. I remember holstering my weapon and grabbing the little girls and escorting them out. And I told it looked like their older brother. I told him to follow me quickly and to get behind my patrol car for safety.
Patrol 1, the older son's Nathan Holden.
Okay, so at 2158, you I hear a report of a Nathan Holden. He passed on. Who provided that information?
So, as I was saying earlier, when I holstered and brought the girls back behind my patrol car, as I was bringing them back, Deputy Evans and Deputy Pittman had just pulled up. It was perfect timing. Deputy Evans then passed him the custody of the two girls and the boy over to him. He secured them in his patrol vehicle, and Deputy Evans began to get information from the oldest son. I do remember when I first saw the oldest son, he looked like he was in shock a little bit. He was quiet, scared, and the two little girls were crying and upset.
Do you recall what they said when you met them at the door?
Yes, sir. Let me refer back to my notes.
Overruled.
After I gave my announcement, as the sheriff's office to come out with your hands up, I heard the young girls crying and footsteps to the front door. Like I said earlier, The front door was opened by a young black male and what appeared to be his two young sisters. The young black male stated he left, and the young girls were crying, saying, "Help, help. My mommy is hurt. Help."
Okay.
We have two suspects down. Subjects down. Two suspects.
That was my partner. He meant to say, he corrected himself, said subjects.
Subjects. Okay.
He first said suspect, then he said subjects.
And so at this point, are you actually in the residence?
After I brought the girls and the young boy back to my my other partners coming up on scene, I don't know if you've seen it yet or not, but I remember myself and Deputy Shapcott, we went back inside the residence to clear the home, see if there's any victims or a suspect. At this point, watching the video, I believe we're inside. So if you want to pause the video, I can help the juror
Yes, sir.
update. So when we went inside to clear the residence, my partner went to the left. I went to the right while we were clearing it. We found one subject to the left, non-responsive. That was later known to be Miss Taylor, LaTonya's mom. And when I first came in, I heard a faint noise off to the far right bedroom. And that's when I went over there while my partner was providing cover. I noticed in that far right bedroom was a young African-American female. She was kind of on her side, rolling around. And I told her just to stay with me. I didn't immediately go to her because I had to clear the bedroom that she was in. There was a closet and I believe another bathroom or another closet. When I initially went to go see her the first time, it looked like her shirt was off, and I saw a bullet wound right on her left chest. It was alarming. It scared me. It was hard to kind of see. And when I came back after talking to her, after I cleared it, I told my partners I'm going to stay with her until EMS came. When I went back to the bedroom to see her, she had rolled back another way, where I noticed another bullet wound went through her mouth, and her ear was bloody.
How would you describe the amount of blood you saw, as particularly on her face?
It was on her face. On the chest there was just a bullet wound. On her face there was a bullet wound entry, but where it exited out her ear, there was a large amount of blood around her head area, and I saw some in the doorway.
And you say that you made contact with her, continued to clear the residence, and then came back to her. Was it at that point that you remained with her until EMS and fire were able to respond?
Yes, sir. At that point, when I came back to her and I saw her kind of on all fours, she rolled from one side to the next. That's when I saw the bullet wound to her face, and I recognized who it was. I said, "It's Tanya. It's Tanya." I went to middle school and high school with her. I wasn't a best friend, but I knew who it was dealing with her from the previous domestic violence calls.
Okay. Well, so at this point, was she conscious?
At that point, she was going in and out of consciousness. Like I said earlier, I told my partners I'm staying with her. Something told me just to hold her one way where the most amount of blood was going down. You can't give CPR to a bullet victim, especially in the chest around the heart area. And something just told me to stay with her, talk to her, let her know we're here until EMS arrived.
And so did EMS and fire arrive, and did they kind of take over her care at that point?
Eventually, yes, sir. And she did make, I I could remember when I went back to her, a comment that she would made, if you'd like me to tell you.
What's that?
When, like I said earlier, when she was rolling left and right, she was gasping for air. And I remember her saying, I can't breathe, real faint, really to her last breath. And that's when I said, I just need to hold her a certain way until EMS arrived on scene. I think I was yelling on the radio to get EMS in that room as quickly as they possibly could.
Now, you had gone to the right and discovered LaTanya, but you also mentioned that Anglia Taylor was also identified at that time. Who was with her?
My partner, Deputy Shapcott, he went and he did the same thing I did. He saw a victim. Before he could check for any aid, he had to clear that whole bedroom, I think a closet and another bathroom. And then he tried to check for a pulse and he couldn't get anything.
All right. Once EMS and fire got there, were they able to get LaTanya out of the residence?
They were. We had a couple at this time. Multiple units were arriving on scene to assist, and we had EMS escorted by deputies because we didn't know if suspect was still on scene. They came around the back of the residence. They checked Miss Taylor, pronounced her deceased upon on scene, and then they went to check LaTanya. That's when they came in there, and I went back inside the residence, and they put her on her stretcher, took her out the back, and escorted to Wake Med immediately.
Once LaTanya's out of the house and you and Deputy Shapcott have cleared the residence, or at least the interior of the residence, what did you do next?
So at that point, myself and Deputy Shapcott and another partner of ours, a senior Deputy Mackey, he assisted as well. He was inside. He brought crime scene flags, and we started marking inside the residence of any evidence that we could find, whether it was blood splatter along the walls near where I found LaTanya, or bullet casings. And we did find a spent round, or not spent round, near LaTanya where she was at, where the bullet didn't go off, but it had a dent in it, which causes from a malfunction or a misfire.
All right. And you marked those things in an attempt basically to leave them for the investigators or the detectives who come later. Is that correct?
That's correct. Myself, Deputy Shapcott, and Deputy Mackey, we were assistant investigators that were arrived on scene, and then they were helping put flags down as well.
Was there anything else that you observed during the clearing of the residence that caused you concern or caused you to go into the backyard?
Yes, there was. So when I first got the girls out, I looked real quick inside the residence. And then when we went back to clear it, the back door to this home that was near the kitchen was open, which was real alarming to myself and Deputy Shapcott. We didn't know if there was another victim or a suspect that ran out the back door because the door was wide open.
And again, all that had been reported to you by JT, the young black male that you met at the door, was just that he left. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you don't know if that meant by on foot, by car, or if he was still in the vicinity.
Yeah, yes, sir. We didn't know for sure. All he said was he left, and the girls were saying that mommy was hurt and help.
Well, so once at some point, I guess shortly after you arrive and LaTanya's taken out of the residence of Lake Glad, do you go into the backyard and do any more investigation?
Yes, sir. So myself and Deputy Shapcott and Deputy Mackey, once we were relieved from inside the residence with the evidence and stuff like that from investigators, Deputy Shapcott and we knew the back door being open was alarming. So between the three of us, we took the initiative to double check and clear the rear of the home Deputy Shapcock, if you saw it on the video, he went to the right to provide security when I got the girls out. Well, when he was back there on the right, he observed several other vehicles and barns in a big open field. So when we went to go clear one barn at a time, we were stacked up. Deputy Mackey was first, then Deputy Shapcock, then myself. After Deputy Mackey cleared the first barn, I started to scan my flashlight further out, and that's when I noticed the third victim. It was a plowed field. So if you can imagine a plowed field like this, the body was kind of, from my angle, the body was kind of in the bottom of the plow, of the plowed up field part, and I saw 2 feet sticking up about 10, 20 yards from the back shed.
And you ultimately identified that he was deceased, and that was Sylvester Taylor.
That is correct. Upon noticing that, I yelled out, "Contact, contact, contact," and we all ran up. We didn't know if it was a suspect or another victim, and that's when I noticed an elderly male with a white bloody shirt, and it was another victim.
Your Honor, I have what I've marked as State's Exhibits 1 through 42, the photographs and approach.
Yes.
Deputy Broadwell, I'm going to place in front of you a envelope full of State's Exhibits 1 through 42, I believe. Would you just take a few minutes and review those, and you can tell me when you're done, okay?
Yes, sir.
those photographs, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene at Lake Glad, the front of the house, the interior of the residence that you swept and cleared, and then the back of the residence on the night when you were there, April 9th, 2014?
Yes, sir, they do.
Would they assist you in illustrating your testimony?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may Deputy Broadwell stand up at the screen in my approach?
Yes, but we're going to take a break before you publish the exhibit. So why don't you seek admission? Once we do that,
Yes.
we'll break.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move states 1 through 42 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they're allowed for illustrative purposes. We are going to take a 15-minute recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please recall all the instructions that I've given you. Leave your notepads in your chairs in 15 minutes, which will be 25 minutes till 12. If you'll gather in the deliberation room, we'll bring you back in as a group. Everyone else, please remain seated while the jurors excuse themselves.
So that was some pretty emotional testimony, I thought. Even from arriving on the scene. I mean, you can only imagine how hard. They human. They just like us, people just like us. So it just really, yeah. I could see how it gets. They know these people. So, it's not like it's people that they don't know. But he was definitely got so lost, but he was. You don't have any break.
Deputy Broadwell, you previously said that you had these pictures that might aid you in your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit number 1. It's also JPEG 233-6774. Can you describe to the jurors what your vantage point is here and what we're looking at?
So upon arrival at the victim's residence, I'll move my patrol car around this area right here. There's looks like a front porch, a screen door, and then the main door to the house that I initially did my sheriff's office announcement, and that's where I heard the footsteps and the crying.
Yes, sir. And from your dash cam, can you kind of point out where your car was located when you first pulled up?
I believe I first pulled up kind of like this, a little bit to the left, just so I have good cover of that door or that deck.
And again, these photographs were taken sometime after you'd already cleared by CCBI. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. If we can move to the next photograph. This is State's Exhibit 2, 233-6783. And this is just a closer view of that same vantage point. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you again point out for the jury where the screened-in porch is and where the front door would have been?
So right here, you have the screened-in door. It looks like it's right here, just to the right of that tree. You go in through the screened-in porch, and then directly after you enter the screened-in porch, the main door is right there to the right. If you look closely, you can see part of the window.
All right, if we can move to State's Exhibit 3. And again, is this just another vantage point of that screened-in porch and the front door?
Yes, sir.
And can you point out for the jurors where the front door would have been within the screened porch?
The door that I made contact with the children and the older brother is right here.
We moved to State's Exhibit 4, I believe. And is this just another vantage point of the the front side in the house and then into the backyard a little bit.
Yeah, so when facing the residence from Lake Glad, this will be the left part of the residence.
And again, there it looks like there's a floodlight here behind the house. And can you describe a couple of the structures that the jury might be able to see back there?
So you have a little bit of a fenced-in area, and then directly behind the residence, there was like 2 or 3 sheds, storage sheds, and there was a few more vehicles, and I believe another shed on the right side.
All right. Let me just say Exhibit 5. And can you give us a context or vantage point of what we're looking at here?
So right here, if you remember on the video that you watched earlier, this is where I walked up to and came in through the screen-in doors. Just a closer picture of where I made entry and my announcement, and right there at the front door.
Okay. And so there's an outdoor patio and then a screened-in porch that I guess go along the entire front of the house.
Yes, sir.
And then there's a window on the outdoor patio with a window unit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what's inside that window or what room that is?
I could not see inside that.
Okay. All right. If we can move, I believe State's Exhibit 6. And again, at State's Exhibit number 6, what are we looking at here?
So this would be the screened-in porch door. To get to this door, you go through that one to make entry to the main door of the victim's residence.
Go to the next photograph. This is State's Exhibit 7. We're going to flip it for you. Can you tell me what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 7?
I want to say this was the living room area. When you first go into the door, to the right was this living room area. Back this way is the far right bedroom. Toward this way is the kitchen, and then the other bedrooms to the left, where Miss Taylor was located.
And so would this photograph have been taken from the front door, after having gone into the screened-in porch?
Yes, sir. So this would be going into the main entrance door of the front, and you're looking everything to the right.
Okay. All right. If we can move now to State's Exhibit 8. And again, is this a photograph taken from the front door of the residence?
Yeah, so as soon as you come into the front door and then you're looking more straight back, this will be the kitchen area.
All right. And a couple of items here. Can you describe for the jury what's found behind this door?
It looks like it's a wardrobe, a purple wardrobe, and it looks like another one that's black with a red stripe around the sleeve.
Do you recall, did you ever go into the bedroom where Anglia Taylor was found?
I did, yes, sir, at one point.
All right. And then I see that there's what appears to be a yellow flag laying on the kitchen floor here in State's Exhibit 8. Can you describe for us what that is?
That's going to be one of the empty shell casings that we located inside the residence with our investigators.
And did y'all place that flag down there just to mark it?
I can't recall which one of us did, but one of the sheriff's office members, duly sworn, placed that flag on the for evidence on the ground.
Right. So that's not just something that you discovered in there, or something that y'all actually brought to the scene and placed to mark where the shell casing was found?
Yeah, the marked flag. We evidence flags. We mark them where if it's a large amount of blood or a shell casing, a knife, etc. Okay.
All right. And if we can go to the next picture, State's Exhibit 9. If you can flip that. Did you ever go into this room?
This would be the bedroom to the far right.
Okay. All right. I'll go to State's Exhibit 10. I don't know if we can flip to that. In State's Exhibit 10, what are we looking at?
So this was, like I said, when we went and cleared the residence, there was a room to the left where Miss Taylor was located. This is the bedroom to the right where I located, I call her LaTanya Taylor at the time. And right here is where I located her. She was laying down and rolling back and forth right here, trying to get gasping for air.
Okay. And when you say was she actually laying down next to this bed? I mean, can you kind of describe how she was moving?
When I first noticed her, to the best of my recollection, she was almost on all fours and would go from sitting up. I just kept trying to talk to her while I cleared the room.
We can move to State's Exhibit, I believe it's 10. Flip that. Is this is just another view of that same room? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, pointing to the foot of the bed, can you describe what that appears to be?
So right here where I located Miss Latanya, there's a large amount of blood right here on the comforter of the bed. Looks like a Dora Explorer comforter. Large amount of blood there, and this is where she was kind of laying down, rolling on all fours.
All right. We can move to the next photograph. This is 2337500. Again, does this depict the same bedroom?
Yes, sir. Same bedroom. I remember clearing under the bed, going this way, seeing if anything was in the back corner. And I believe there's a closet. You can't see it in this photograph, but there's a closet right here.
All right. We'll move to the next photo. This is 2337506. Again, is this the Dora comforter with the blood on it?
Yes, sir. So this is just another close-up of where I located Miss Latanya lying down right here.
And then, can you give us sort of an idea of where the closet might have been in that room?
The closet is a little area right here where I think there were some clothes. The closet door right here. It was kind of a smaller closet.
We can move to the next photograph. This is 2337509. Is that correct? And again, is this the closet door that you mentioned with the doll at the bottom of it?
It appears, yes, sir, to be the closet door. I think the main entrance door would be right here coming into the bedroom.
And do you also note blood in this photograph, or did you recognize it that evening?
Yes, sir. So there's blood on the carpet and on the comforter.
Move to the next photo. It's 2337524. Again, this is just a photograph of the Dora, the Explorer comforter with the blood on it where you found Latanya.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Next photo. And this is 2337527. Again, you said that you cleared under the bed right here. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can go to the next photo. 2337560. If we can flip that, can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
So right here is the kitchen area. I believe that's the back door, and there was a laundry room, or I believe a washer and dryer kind of back this way.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that that you had noted the back door was ajar when you were first clearing the residence. Is that correct?
That's right. So right when I got the girls, I stepped in and kind of scanned real quick. Once you step into the front door, if you step to the right from that angle, you can see that there was a door back there. That's where I saw the door was open, and that's what was alarming to myself and the other deputies on scene.
Yes, sir. We can go to the next photograph. We can flip that. That's 7337566. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So again, this is, you go through the kitchen area, just to the left, there's the washer and dryer, and then the back door that goes to a back deck. And the door was left open like that.
Next photograph. It's 2337629. Now, can you describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph?
So when you go outside of this back door, there's a little deck, and then there's some stairs that go down to this gated little backyard fence area. And you can see from the grass where most of the foot traffic is worn out, there's a door right here that leads out further back behind the shops in the backyard.
And you mentioned that there was maybe a carport and some sheds in the backyard. Appears also some basketball goals out there.
Yes, sir. So these are the vehicles that my partner, Deputy Shapcott, said was alarming, as well as the back door being open, that we needed to clear and double check. You can see several vehicles to the right as well as a shed, and I believe there's maybe one more over here to the left.
All right. We can go to the next photo. 233-7638. And can you give us our vantage point here, what we're looking at?
So the backyard fence area that I was just telling you about, where the grass was worn down from foot traffic. If you're in the back of the house looking to the back of the residence, if you're coming into the gate, this would be your entrance to that gate door. You come in, there's some steps right here by the back deck, as well as the back residential door. Right there was lit up.
All right. Next photo. This is 233-7650. I believe we've already sort of spoken about that. And again, this is 233-8498. Is this just a photograph from the back of the house or from the backyard to the back of the house?
Yes, sir. It's just a further shot. If you're directly behind the residence, you can see the fence, the back deck, and how the stairs come down. And this is that gate that you just saw.
Next photo. And again, this is from the backyard. This is 233-8506.
Yes, sir. So if you're looking at the back of the residence now, and you picture the residence right in front of you, and if you're taking the picture standing on the back right corner looking this way, you'll see that there's like a carport right here with another vehicle under there. It's just a different angle of looking at the rear of the house.
Okay. We'll move to the next photo. And again, this is 233-8510. This is that's what we're looking at in this photograph.
So directly behind the fence, that's behind the back door, the fenced-in yard. If you're taking a photograph of directly everything behind it, as I said earlier, when I started scanning my flashlight, you can start to see the plowed field area, the plowed field. And this is that shed, and there's another shed right here.
Okay. And the distance beyond the shed that's kind of in the center of this, well, what did you notice while you're flashing your light?
So right here, when my partners were scanning this, when I was scanning with my flashlight, that's where I saw, from this angle looking this way, I saw 2 feet, about approximately 10 yards or so behind the shed in the field.
Okay. We can move to the next photo. And this is 233-8553. This is just a little bit of a closer view. And so can you again point out where you saw the feet in the field?
So right here, you see the shed. You can start seeing some evidence flags right there. And what appears to be someone laying down right here. If you look closely, I don't know if you can zoom in, but you can see one of the feet kind of off to the side.
Let's move to the next photo. And this is 233-8557. Again, this is another similar vantage point of that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's just a little bit closer.
Okay. And we'll move to the next photo. And in the previous photo, we saw the basketball goal. So again, is this looking back at the house from that basketball goal in the backyard?
Correct. So here's the carport, and then here's the back of the residence right here.
Sure. Next photo. And then this is 233-8669. And can you describe what we're looking at in this photograph?
So at this point, this was the third victim that we located, and he was wearing blue pajama pants and a bloody white t-shirt. His slippers were off, and there was a cell phone located near where he was laying.
Okay, great. Thank you, Deputy. You can have another seat. So after responding and receiving or staying with Latanya until she received medical care and was taken from the scene, you assisted in location of evidence and then swept and eventually discovered the body of Sylvester Taylor, the third victim. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, basically, you're a patrol officer. You completed your portion of the investigation and then turned it over to the investigators who would follow up with witness statements and things of that nature. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, Deputy Broadwell, you said that you had been with the Wake County Sheriff's Office since December of 2008, and this was April of 2014, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so at that time, you had been a patrol officer that entire 6 years?
No, sir. The first, I believe, year and 10 months, I was assigned to what we call the CHOPS division, the courthouse operations, where we work the courthouse. And then after the courthouse, I was assigned to the patrol division.
So for the first 10 months or 12 months, you were assigned to the courthouse?
That's correct.
All right, but for at least 5 years, you had been on patrol. Is that right?
Yes, sir. A little over 5 years.
And did you have, over the course of those 5 years, did you have the opportunity to respond to and investigate domestic violence calls?
Yes, sir.
And does that include custody exchanges, where one parent was delivering child custody or children over to the other parent who had gained custody?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you see LaTanya Holden on January 2nd of 2014?
I did.
All right. And how did you come into contact with LaTanya on January 2nd of 2014?
We had received a custody dispute call where myself and Deputy Seda, who was assigned to the patrol division, but as a domestic violence deputy officer at that time.
And just more specifically, when you came in contact with Miss Holden, what was the reason why?
It was a custody dispute, kind of that with the custody exchange between her and the defendant to try to meet at Wendell Sheets and exchange custody of their children.
And so did you actually go to the Wendell Sheets and see LaTanya that day?
Yes, sir, I did. I believe it was later on in the evening.
And did she share information with you about the situation?
Yes, sir.
So who was supposed to be delivering the children that day for the exchange?
I believe the defendant, him or his parents were supposed to exchange the custody of their oldest son. At which point, when we were there, we found out later LaTanya said her children were with her parents.
All right. So her children were actually with her parents, and the custody exchange didn't occur at that time?
No, sir, it didn't.
All right. Can you describe her demeanor when she was with you that day?
To the best of my recollection, I remember her kind of being numb would be a good word. Just concerned.
Well, and again, you had experience in responding to domestic calls. Did you make any suggestions to her that day or give her any advice?
Objection for the use of this case in the Constitution.
Overruled.
And again, Deputy Broadwell, excluding any opinion you may have given her, were there specific things you mentioned to her that she might want to consider?
Yes, sir. So dealing with domestic violence, usually if there's what we call a 50B order in place, a domestic violence restraining order, the domestic violence officers assigned to that case or whatever, they'll seize weapons from that defendant if they can, and so forth. So I remember telling LaTanya with these types of calls and situations, I said, I specifically told her that she might need to invest in owning and getting her CCW or owning a firearm. Specifically, I told her a youth 20 gauge shotgun would be good to protect herself and her family. It's a good home defense weapon. And I remember telling her that.
All right. And did you ever see the defendant that on that evening?
No, sir, I didn't.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Broadwell. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Detective Broadwell. My name is Jonathan Brown. I'll be just asking you a few questions. When you went to the scene that night, some of your responsibilities were to ensure the safety of the people there, correct?
Correct.
To tend to any of the victims that were there,
Correct.
and to make sure that no other suspects that were around. Is that correct?
Correct. Any other suspects or victims?
Now, you talked about that you put a flag down for a couple of the items that were found. I believe maybe a shell casing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. As I said earlier, myself and other patrol deputies and investigators, we were trying to flag any kind of evidence that we saw inside the house.
But one of your responsibilities at that time was not to collect evidence, correct?
No, we mark them with evidence flags. CCBI has to come in, they photograph everything, date and time, whatever evidence is located within that, that crime scene area.
So when you went in, so one of the things that you said is you went into the back sheds. That was sort of, I think you said for all clear. Is that correct? To clear the shed.
Right. So to clear, that means to almost sweep, make sure there's no other victims, suspects, or any kind of other evidence that we might need or find to document. Like I said earlier, my partner noticed that was several sheds, several vehicles, and the whole time we were inside the residence, once we were relieved of inside the residence, the back door being open, it was alarming. So we took the initiative to do another check of their surrounding areas.
Okay, but when you went into the shed, you weren't looking to collect specific evidence, correct?
I did not go into any of the sheds. My partners were clearing it. I was providing cover with my flashlight.
All right, so you never actually even went into the sheds. Is that correct?
Later on, I did, but that initial part, I was not.
Okay. And you didn't collect any evidence from the shed yourself, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. When you saw Ms. Holden, she was conscious. She was conscious.
LaTanya?
Yes.
She was going in and out of consciousness.
Was going in and out of consciousness.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it be possible to show exhibit number 1, state's exhibit number 1, which I believe is a picture of the front?
Yes, sir.
Sure. You want to pull it up
Yeah.
on there?
Pull up there. I can get copies of the photographs.
I think the clerk has copies of the photographs. Or
Can I approach him?
Yes, sir.
Can I just take a look at them?
That's not the right one.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's the one you wrote for me.
Okay.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
Is this your patrol car?
No, sir, it's not.
Was that car already at the scene? Over there?
I can't recall. I remember a vehicle there, but I can't recall if that's the exact vehicle.
The front yard itself was rather spacious. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was rather large wooded area.
Okay. And the front yard, it would be possible for a car to park very close to the door, as this car is,
Yes, sir.
or farther back.
There was a good amount of a front yard right there.
Yeah.
You could have a couple vehicles there. Yes,
You
sir.
could have a couple vehicles. Okay. All right. turning to your attention to January 2nd of that year, you never saw Mr. Holden that day, correct?
No, sir, I didn't see him on January 2nd.
There was a time in January. Do you recall seeing him on January 30th, 2014?
I can't recall that.
Do you remember? Is this him? All right. Sorry. I'm sorry. I was confused for a second. Scratch that. If I may just have a second.
Yes, Your Honor. Just to be clear, and I think Mr. Brown spoke with you about this, it's not one of your duties to collect evidence. Is that correct?
It can be, but when it's a more involved serious crime like that, our investigators take over from the patrol division.
Right. And so investigators take over, and then would CCBI typically be brought out to document and collect the evidence in a case like this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, this time the state would call Deputy Shapcott to the stand.
Testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Waller.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Shapcott, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Craig Shapcott
Deputy Shapcott, how are you employed, sir?
by the Wake County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been with the Wake County Sheriff's Office?
since October of 2010, so a little over 6 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience, sir?
No, sir.
Sir, can you tell us a little bit about what your duties and responsibilities are as a Wake County Sheriff's deputy?
I'm assigned to the patrol division, and basically we're first line. We're the first on scene for stuff and get calls for service, have to give people advice on how to go through civil matters, deal with crimes, traffic patrol, kind of just about everything you can think a cop does. That's what our duties are initially.
And Deputy Shapcott, it is one of those duties to respond to 911 calls as well.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I want to turn your attention back to Wednesday, April 9th of 2014 at approximately 21:47 hours. And for those of us not familiar with military time, what time is that?
947.
9:47. On that date, sir, were you on duty, duly sworn, and so employed as a Wake County Sheriff's deputy?
Yes, sir, I was.
And sir, on that date and time, did you have the opportunity to respond to 1125 Lake Glad Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell the members of the jury a little bit about where 1125 Lake Glad Road is in Wake County?
It's on the eastern side of Wake County, kind of Wendell area, Pool, Eagle Rock Road, and Lake Glad is going to be down off the left off Eagle Rock.
And so it's in Wake County. And,
Yes, sir, in Wake County, inside my territory.
I think you said it's a Wendell address. Is that right?
I believe it is.
Sir, can you tell us a little bit about what the circumstances were that you responded to Lake Glad Road that night?
They toned out a call over the radio, so the tone grabs your attention, lets you know that something important's about to come out. Was dispatched to a shots fired call. I believe it was transferred from Johnson County, or because the location's close to the county line, so it got transferred over, but just heard that somebody had been shot and that the phone disconnected.
And based on that, did you respond to that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
And we saw Deputy Broadwell's video earlier in his testimony. Were you one of the deputies responding there as well, sir?
Yes, sir. We were sitting together in a parking lot talking about previous calls for the day or catching up on paperwork when the call came out. So we were with each other already and responded together.
When you arrived there at the residence, kind of tell us a little bit about what your duties were in clearing the scene, as Deputy Broadwell has described already.
Deputy Broadwell was making contact at the front door to the right side of the house. I noticed that there were several cars, a few buildings. It was dark and we didn't know where the suspect was. So I thought that, I better scan that area and just hold it over there just to make sure that the suspect wasn't hiding out back there while Deputy Broadwell was making contact.
And Deputy Shapcott, when you did that scanning or clearing of that area, did you locate any suspects or victims at that time?
No, sir. I don't remember how far up I went. I don't recall how far up I went. It was near the carport, I believe, but I just had my weapon drawn and was scanning the area, but it wasn't like at that time we weren't going through the sheds or anything.
And you said you had your weapon drawn. Is that typical in this type of call?
Yes, sir.
And I think you described it as a shooting call that had come out.
Yes, sir.
What happened at that point, sir?
Deputy Broadwell had made contact with the children. He had ran them back to his patrol car. Deputy Evans and Pittman arrived on scene, and Deputy Broadwell gave them custody of the kids to keep out of the way for safety. And then Deputy Broadwell and I went inside the house to begin searching for victims and suspects.
And I've used the term a couple times, clear the scene. Tell us what you mean by saying clear the scene.
Clear the scene is just making sure everything's safe. That's job one. As soon as we arrive on scene, safety's number one. Make sure that it's safe for EMS to respond. Make sure it's safe for us. Before we can render aid to anybody, we gotta make sure everything's safe.
And what happened when you went inside the residence and searched?
As soon as you go inside the residence, it's fairly wide open with the living room and kitchen area. Deputy Broadwell went to the right side of the house, and I was just scanning in that area. And while he was in the back room, he hollered at me that he had a victim that was shot. And right around that time, in scanning, I saw a foot in the doorway, and leaning over, I saw that it was another victim, later identified Miss Taylor.
As Miss Taylor?
Yes, sir.
As Anglia Taylor?
Yes, sir.
And Deputy Shapcott, when you saw her, what was her condition, sir?
She was laying face down on the floor. Her left arm was underneath her body. Her right arm was stretched out above her head, and her head was kind of rested on it. And she was not responding.
When you say she was not responding, did you check to see if she was alive?
Not immediately. I finished clearing the room, and there was a bathroom and closet off of the backside of it. Had to go make sure that, everything in there was safe. And then I went back and attempted to find a pulse.
And where'd you look for a pulse on Miss Taylor?
I rolled her over and I went to grab her wrist. And on her left wrist, I noticed a bullet wound through and through on her left wrist.
Were you able to detect a pulse at that time, sir?
I thought I did, but it was later determined that it was probably my own pulse, and with the adrenaline going and stuff. So no.
Was she breathing in any way, talking when you first responded?
No, sir.
You mentioned that there was a bullet hole wound on her left wrist, I believe you said.
If I could refer to my notes
Yes,
to
sir.
just double check, I believe it was the left wrist. Yes, left wrist.
At that time, sir, were you able to tell if there were any other wounds on Miss Taylor?
At that time, no, I didn't see any.
Now, once you determined that Miss Taylor was non-responsive, what did you do then, sir?
After clearing and determining she's not responsive and communicating that with dispatch, EMS was brought into the house. I came back out and I told them, I said, I got one victim in here that's non-responsive and we got one in this room that is responsive. So they came in to my room with Miss Taylor first.
Had you gone in the room where Deputy Broadwell was at that point with LaTanya?
I had briefly walked over there and glanced in, and I saw that he was down with her trying to render aid, and then I went back out to the main area of the house.
And you said that you don't have to clear the residence before EMS can arrive. Tell us how y'all work together, I guess.
Well, typically, like when he went to the right side, I'm holding security in the middle of the house. So while he's going out there, I'm making sure that nobody comes in from another direction and comes behind him. And ideally, after that gets cleared, he would come back out, and then I would clear this side, ideally. But as soon as he found the Miss LaTanya back there, he stayed with her, and I finished by myself because I kind of saw Miss Taylor in the room and away from standard procedure as far as safety, but did as safe as possible.
And at that point, EMS comes in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so y'all have to make sure the house is safe before they can even come in.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I think you said EMS did come into the house, and what was your interaction with them at that point?
Again, I told them they had one non-responsive and one responsive. They went into Miss Taylor's room, the bedroom on the left that I had. I believe that they started looking for other wounds because they did not detect a pulse. Found another bullet wound in her left breast. They saw that she wasn't breathing and called it on the scene that she had passed.
Were you able to see the wound yourself, Deputy Shapcott?
Yes, sir.
And what did the EMS workers have to do to discover that wound?
They had pulled up her shirt and lifted up her bra to find it.
After it was discovered that Miss Taylor was deceased, what was your role at that point?
I asked everybody to leave the room so it could maintain the integrity of the evidence of the scene.
And why is that important, Deputy Shapcott?
Somebody could come through and step on something and ruin evidence that could be preserved or track it into other areas of the house. And just after everything's determined safe, and we just need to hold it until investigations gets there and takes over.
What happened next, sir?
I believe Investigator Weaver arrived on scene. I kind of gave her a rundown. Excuse me, before that, after the EMS pronounced Miss Taylor deceased, they went to Miss LaTanya's room and started rendering aid to her.
And were you part of that process, sir, or in the room for
No,
that
sir.
process?
No, I stayed with the bedroom that I was in to make sure nobody else went in.
And were you aware that LaTanya was taken out by EMS?
Yes.
Now, after LaTanya was taken out, what did you and the other officers do to, again, I guess, as you were saying, secure the scene or guard against tampering of evidence?
Started a crime scene log. What that is once we have the area roped off, other deputies had roped off the scene. We start a crime scene log, and every person that comes into that scene, you got to write down their name and what time they came in, what agency they're with, the reason that they were there, and then the time that they left the scene. So we started that and started doing evidence flags, just marking evidence in the house.
And tell us about that. What type of evidence were you marking there at the scene?
The shell casings.
Where were those shell casings located?
The ones that I saw, right in the kitchen, kind of right where the living room and kitchen join together.
What happened next, Deputy Shapcott?
That's when I believe that Investigator Weaver arrived on scene, and I kind of gave her a rundown of what was going on. And then we decided that we needed to just double check outside and make sure that there wasn't any more evidence or victims or anything out back.
Did you go outside and search the exterior of the residence?
Yes, sir.
What if anything, did you find outside?
Behind one of the sheds or barns, we found Mr. Sylvester Taylor body.
How much time passed, sir, between the time that y'all arrived there on scene and when you were able to discover Mr. Taylor's body?
It was approximately, we got there at 21:55. I think it was approximately an hour later, close to an hour.
And had y'all been out and searching the exterior at that point, or were you focused on trying to treat LaTanya and securing the inside?
We were focused on the inside, and I mean, obviously something like that is fairly hectic for you to respond to, and you know, you gotta gain your composure and go through and make sure you got everything done right. And that's why after that scene kind of calmed down, it was like take a deep breath, and it's like, okay, let's go check out back.
And that's when you found Mr. Taylor.
Yes, sir.
After you found Mr. Taylor, did you alert investigations and other officers that Mr. Taylor was deceased outside?
I believe that I called over the radio that we had another victim outside.
And was Mr. Taylor, did anyone check him for a pulse or to see if he was still alive at that point?
I did not check him for a pulse. I don't recall if Deputy Mackey or Broadwell did. He was lying on his back with his arms spread out and his eyes were open, and he was saturated with blood on his shirt.
So it was clear at that point that he had passed away.
Yes, sir.
What else did you do there at the Lake Glad residence that night, Deputy Shepka?
After we discovered Mr. Taylor's body, I believe the suspect's vehicle had been located on Knightdale Eagle Rock Road, and deputies were out with that vehicle, and I went and relieved deputies and sat with it until the tow company could come tow it for evidence.
You mentioned a term, investigations. When you say investigations, what do you mean by that?
Well, we have CCBI, which does all the fingerprinting and processing of the evidence for the county. They do it for every agency in the county. And then we also have our own investigation division, who they're detectives and work the cases.
So that they're primarily responsible for the follow-up investigation.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall, sir, about what time it was you cleared the Lake Glad residence?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if I have it in here. I have the time that I arrived at the 6800 Knightdale Eagle Rock address. It is a 3:49 in the morning.
3:49 a.m. That's when you went to the other address, the Knightdale Eagle Rock Road.
Yes, sir.
And what was located there?
The suspect's pickup truck that was previously described.
Okay. And can you describe the pickup for us that you found there at Knightdale Eagle Rock Road?
It was an older model Chevrolet pickup that was dark in color.
How far away is that Knightdale Eagle Rock Road address from the Lake Glad Road address?
Approximately 2 miles, 2 or 3 miles.
So in the same general vicinity.
Yes, sir.
And at Knightdale Eagle Rock Road, is that a residential area or there?
Yes, sir. There's houses. I believe there might be also a church back there, but mainly houses.
Besides securing the vehicle there at that secondary location, did you talk to anyone or do any interviews there at Knightdale Eagle Rock?
I don't believe I did. No, sir.
Now, Deputy Shapcott, you've described the scene for us as you saw it there that night. Sir, have you had the opportunity to review a video of the scene that night?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does that video fairly and accurately reflect or describe the testimony or illustrate the testimony that you've given here today?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Deputy Shapcott, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, excuse me. It states Exhibit 44. And is that labeled video?
Yes, sir.
And the video that you've had an opportunity to see and review prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
And would it help illustrate your testimony for the members of the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right. To be clear, sir, you did not take this video, is that right?
Yes, I did not. I was not even present on the scene when that was taken.
Okay. Would that be one of the CCBI agents that took
Yes,
that
sir.
video? And I think we've mentioned the term CCBI several times. What is CCBI?
The City County Bureau of Identification. They, like I said, they process all the crime scenes.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, this time I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 44 for a
It's a,
using the projector.
yes.
And if I may have just a moment to get it set up.
It's up in the carport now. It's scanning around to the right. You catch the back side of the residence. And a view from the back side. Getting a view of some more vehicles and outbuildings that were in the back of the residence. And the evidence flags that we had placed down. You can see Mr. Taylor's feet at the bottom there. This is the vantage point shining back at the house.
And that was the condition in which you found Mr. Taylor
Yes, sir.
when you discovered him.
Yes, sir.
The flags that you see there, do you know what items of evidence that those flags are indicating, or was that something CCBI had found?
Specifically, if I didn't lay the flag and I don't recall which one, that one's obviously marking his slipper, but I don't recall who laid which one. That would have been where EMS came in and left with Miss Latanya on the stretcher out of that back door.
So they went out the back door.
I believe so, yes, sir. This angle would be taken from, if you just walk in that back door, the kind of laundry room area, going from left to right, showing the kitchen. So again, coming out of that room, going into the kitchen, and then it's going to pan over and show the living room.
And the door in the background, is that the front door?
Yes, sir.
That door in the background now, the back door to the residence.
This door? Or
The door
the first one? Yes, sir. That was the rear door of the residence. That's the door to Miss Taylor's bedroom. So initially, when Deputy Broadwell was going off to the right, I was standing in this area, scanning the kitchen, and that's kind of when I peeked around the corner and I saw Miss Taylor's body. This is a view from the front door of the kitchen, scanning to the right side.
So the bedroom of Miss Taylor's body would be to the left on this screen.
Yes, sir. And Miss Latanya was back in one of the bedrooms off of that hallway.
That the condition of the room is when you saw it.
Initially, she was lying face down, but after we had rolled her over and EMS checked her out, everything appears to be the same.
So the room itself is in the same condition, but Miss Taylor has been moved.
Yes, sir. But she was laying in that same spot. She was just rolled over.
And let me ask you a few questions about her position there. Her shirt was up and she was on her back. That's different than how you initially saw her. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Describe again for us how you initially saw her.
She was in that same spot, but she was laying face down. Her left arm was underneath her torso and her right arm was stretched out above her and her head was resting on her arm.
So the condition we see her in here is after EMS has checked
Yes.
for life.
Yes, sir.
What part of the house are we in now?
I believe this is the hallway that's leading to the bedrooms that are on the right side of the house where Miss Latanya was. So the view from the front door on the far right towards the back. I believe you can see the shell casings next to the evidence flags.
And let me ask you about that. Did you see the shell casings there when you went in, Deputy Shapcott?
That area, no, I did not.
Okay, just back in the living room area.
Yes, sir.
And this is the room that Deputy Broadwell testified a while ago that he found LaTanya in. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you recall seeing her and Deputy Broadwell as well?
Yes, sir. Looking at a hole, bolt hole in the door.
Sorry.
After clearing the scene from securing the pickup truck, did you have any other investigative role in this case after that night?
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Ms. Hamburger.
Yes, sir. Just a few questions. Thank you. Just to be clear, Deputy Shapcott, we saw that video just now and Mrs. Taylor's shirt was pulled up.
Yes, sir.
She was fully clothed when you found her. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Lying on her stomach or side?
Face down.
Okay. Thank you. And you spoke about some shell casings in the kitchen/living room area.
Yes, ma'am.
To be clear, there was one shell casing in sort of the area between the living room and the kitchen floor. Is that correct?
To the best of my recollection. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just one shell casing there.
I don't recall if there were more.
Okay. That's fine. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Start on the next witness. Do you have further evidence, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Karen Hocutt, Wake County EMS.
Okay, so why they bringing up the next witness? Yeah, we definitely get comfortable with this one. I think that'd be the one thing, like only thing I feel like getting the whole jury in some shape, way, form, and fashion. So we do get to see a lot.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if we just as kind of a standing request, ask that everybody be released from their subpoena from the state's perspective after they've testified. So to include Deputy Shapcott and Broadwell at this point.
All right. Would there be any objection to a standing request to that?
No, sir. If there are witnesses that we feel we may want to recall, some of them being on a subpoena and some not, we would make a note of that particular witness that we wanted, but otherwise we don't object to the state's request.
All right. So that's going to be the general rule then, is that once a witness testifies, they're released from their subpoena and are free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell us how you're employed?
Yes, my name is Karen Hocutt, and I'm a paramedic with Eastern Wake EMS.
How long have you been with Eastern Wake EMS, ma'am?
This June will be 21 years.
Okay. And you say that you're with EMS. Are you a paramedic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about the training and experience you go through to do this and kind of what your job duties are?
When I became a paramedic, training was a little bit different. We did have to go to school for a certain amount of time. In today's world, that requires a 2-year program. But you constantly have to do continuing education classes and keep up to date on the new techniques and technology and protocols that are constantly changing so that you can perform your work duties each day.
Yes, ma'am. And if you would tell the jury just a little bit about your work duties.
We respond to various types of calls, whether that be non-emergent calls, what we call sick calls. It could be from someone having a general flu or headache symptoms to something more severe, like in this specific instance that you guys are talking about, where there's actually a trauma patient.
Sure. And does Wake County EMS sort of have a a system by which they, assign levels of trauma or the nature of the calls and things of that nature?
The county follows the national standard for what is rated to be a trauma patient. There are certain criteria. In this specific instance, she was deemed to be, Miss Latanya was deemed to be a trauma patient due to the fact that she had a penetrating injury.
All right. How does that affect your response or your approach to a call if it's a trauma 1 call?
If you are on the scene of a trauma patient, by our county protocols, you're supposed to evaluate your patient quickly and have them off the scene within 10 minutes and en route to a trauma facility, trauma capable facility.
Right. And do you take patients just to the nearest trauma capable facility?
Yes.
Okay. And your aim or your goal is to be off scene in 10 minutes from, I guess, making first contact with the patient?
From the time you arrive on scene.
Okay. Right.
That's when your clock starts.
I see. Well, let's move right to April 9th, 2014. Were you working and on duty that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive a call to go out to Lake Glad Road?
Yes, we did.
About what time did you receive that call?
The call came into the call center at 9:47.
Okay. And
we were actually dispatched at 9:48.
All right. Now you say you're dispatched at 9:48. Were you actually at your station, or were you out on the road somewhere else?
I believe that we were actually just pulling into our station. We hadn't actually backed into the station yet when the call came out. So we didn't have to move towards our vehicle. We were actually already in the vehicle to receive the call.
I see. And so you were able just to go right back out. And where is your station located?
The station that I was at that evening is at Pool and Clifton Road. It's more on the Nightdale end of Pool Road. It's located in the Eastern Wake Fire Department's Station 1 building.
Yes, ma'am. And so you actually got en route at about 9:48. Is that right?
9:48. It was less than 20 seconds for us to get him around.
Okay.
And that would have been the call coming out and us actually looking at comments on the scene, recognizing exactly where we're going, and then moving towards the call.
And when the call initially comes out, I mean, what information do you have?
The CAD that's located in the ambulance actually will ding, letting you know that you have a call. Once you click on the call, you receive your information as far as where you're going, and it will give you sometimes detailed comments, but most of the time it's more or less a generalized comment of what type of call. And maybe because of this case, we did have security notes that were on there that they did not know where the assailant was at.
I see. And so do these notes, or does this information come from the 911 operator, from the sheriff's department, or who?
It's kind of fluid. Once the call begins, the information is from the 911 call. As information comes in, will be updated. So if officers get on scene prior to us arriving on scene, then we get further information.
I see. So you have the benefit of sharing information with the other agencies that are responding.
Yes.
All
Once
right,
they've communicated to 911, then it's communicated back to us.
Yes, ma'am. And it looks like you actually get to the scene within about 4.5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Who was driving that evening?
My partner was.
Okay. Let's see. Now, there were 3 of you in the car, or 3 of you in the ambulance. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, just 2.
So it was myself and the EMT that was driving me that night, Charlie Honeycutt.
Okay. Stacy, were you the only unit that responded, or did another unit respond as well?
No, there were 2 units that responded. We were given information that there were more than one patient that was on scene. So the initial dispatch was for 2 ambulances. So myself and Mr. Honeycutt were on one ambulance, and Stacy was on another ambulance.
I see. Well, when you arrive at Lake Glad Road, what do you do in a situation like that when sheriff's departments also arriving and responding?
We actually got there, I think in the video that you showed for Officer Broadwell, the ambulance that was seen staging, we were actually there prior to them getting on scene. So we were staging at Eagle Rock and Lake Glad Road until the officers get onto the scene and provide us with information that it's safe, somewhat safe for us to enter the scene.
Right. So you essentially need the sheriff's deputies to go and clear before you can enter the scene. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so that was done, and then you respond into the scene. It looks like about 1 minute after 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says about 3 minutes later, you're at the patient. Can you tell me what you did once you actually got onto the scene?
Once we were actually on the scene, marked on scene on our arms truck CAD, we got out of the vehicle, and we did notice that there were some children outside that were very upset. The deputies that were with those children, we asked them if they needed our assistance. They said no, that our patients were inside. We gathered the equipment that we were going to take with us. One of the deputies did, I remember him telling us to be mindful that this was going to be a crime scene, which indicates to us, make sure you look and where you're stepping and different things. And they directed us to the back of the property to enter through the back door.
Okay. And so you responded and provided care at other crime scenes before. And so that was sort of the only indication they needed to give to you was to beware, not disrupt any evidence. Is that correct? Okay. And that's what you took it to mean?
Yes.
All right. So you say that you actually went around the back of the house and came in through the back door. Is that correct?
Did.
Okay. And where did you go once you arrived inside?
Once we came into the back door, my partner and I went left, which would be to the room where Miss Latanya was at.
Okay. So you would have gone in the back door, walked through the kitchen, and taken a left in the family room, and
yes,
back down the hall. And where did you find Miss Latanya?
Miss Latanya was kind of half on the bed and half off the bed. And she was kind of writhing around. She wasn't in one specific position, if that makes sense.
Sure. You were in here for Deputy Broadwell's testimony, is
yes.
that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so you heard him describe her sort of moving.
Yes.
Well, what do you do first when you arrive at the patient to assess the situation?
Well, first you're going to assess, are they conscious? She was conscious. She was very lethargic. It was hard to assess her level of consciousness because she couldn't speak to us. She could mumble. She indicated that she was having a hard time breathing. She could whisper, but she was not able to answer specific questions when I asked her how old she was, what her name was, those type of questions that we're going to ask to assess levels of consciousness with people.
Sure. And you made notes just as a part of your normal responsibilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And essentially, do you see what you wrote for her mental status at the time?
As far as the Glasgow Coma scale that we had assigned to her, is that what you mean?
Yeah, under initial assessment.
The mumbling, not verbally responding?
Yes.
Is that where you're looking? Yes.
Yes. And that's how you found her mumbling and not
yes,
verbally
sir.
responding?
Yes, sir.
And then you note that she appeared confused?
She was.
Okay. Well, what other observations did you make as you were, again, coming into contact with Miss Holden the first time?
Miss Holden had some blood on her chest. We found a gunshot wound to be to the left side of her chest. She had injuries on both sides of her face. And to me, it wasn't clear which was an entrance, which was an exit, but you could tell that there was the facial trauma to the left side of her face was more jagged than the other injury that we found on the other side near her ear.
Now, first, with regards to the chest wound, can you just demonstrate for the jury where you observed the chest wound, or are you able to do that?
I can't do that for you. I know it was on the left side, which was what I had indicated in my report. I can't tell you a specific location.
Well, it says
was it upper or lower?
Approximately over ribs 4 and 5.
Mm-hmm. So that would have been, if that's what I wrote, then it would have been right in this general area, 4 and 5.
Okay. Thank you. And then you say you observed 2 wounds on her face. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. Well, upon your initial assessment, what care are you able to provide, or what do you do next?
The chest wound, actually, the bleeding was minimal at that location. So, as indicated in the report, a 5x9 dressing of gauze was placed on that wound. And the real focus at this point, since we were not sure where the shooter was, even though there were officers on scene, my focus was getting everybody, including Miss Latanya, off of that scene and moving us away. So, we were able to assess her quickly, get a quick set of vital signs, load her onto a backboard, put her onto our stretcher, and move her to our truck.
All right.
And then continue our treatment at that point.
Well, tell me about the treatment that you received while in the truck.
Once we were in the truck and we left?
Yes, ma'am.
So once we left the scene, the vital signs that are indicated on the report were what were performed on the way to the hospital. We did place her on a cardiac monitor. An IV was attempted to be started. It was unsuccessful. And then we can do a better assessment of what the actual injuries are and if we find any more injuries. Her back was assessed and there were no wounds that were found there. She continuously indicated that she was having a hard time breathing. She did have good air movement and nothing to indicate as far as her vital signs or readings that we were getting from her pulse oximetry or end tidal readings that would indicate that she had any type of pneumothorax where we needed to put a needle in her chest and decompress so she'd be able to breathe. So we were able just to give her supportive oxygen at that point.
Okay. And again, what time do you leave the scene with her?
All right, so we were at the patient. We departed the scene at 10:13.
And where'd you take her?
To Wake Med on New Bern Avenue.
Do you contact them once you're leaving the scene to let them know what you're bringing?
Yes, they had a trauma activation, which was done at 9:14. So as soon as we got to the ambulance, they were notified that we were bringing her, what type of injuries she had, and an estimated time of when to expect our arrival.
I see. And when did you actually arrive?
We arrived at the hospital at 10:29.
When you arrive at the hospital, do you communicate at all? Where do you take her, and do you speak with some other medical personnel?
So when you arrive at Wake Med and a patient's been deemed a trauma, you're going to go into the trauma suite that they have there. So you'll be directed into that area and you meet a trauma team. So there'll be a team of doctors and nurses that are assigned to that specific patient, and you relay to those people what you have found, the injuries that you found, the treatment that you performed.
Okay. And Mr. Honeycutt was actually driving the ambulance that night, correct? And so
he drove us to the call. Where Stacy came on to my report is that once that crew, they were assigned to move to the right of the house after they had evaluated Miss Taylor and were not able to render aid. Then Stacy became a part of my crew. Charlie rode with me in the back of the ambulance, and Stacy drove us to the hospital.
okay.
Mr. Lively,
Yes,
it's
sir.
right at 1. Unless you have just a very few questions, then we're going to go ahead and break.
Your Honor, that'd be fine.
We'll break.
If you want to go ahead and break for lunch.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess until 2:30. Please recall all the instructions. Don't talk among yourselves about the case or with anyone else. Don't form or express opinions about the outcome. No media or independent investigation in the
So I'll get us into the afternoon part of this session. But yeah, just so everybody real clear in regards to this, what I'm typing in here, and we can go more into it in the chat. I don't know how, when people say they don't know how this happened or how that happened, you will figure out at least for me, in my life, what I would like to say is like, when we looking at these cases, certain cases, I won't say all cases, but what I will say is that when we are looking at these cases, what intrigued me and what made me start really watching true crime is I shit y'all not, like, I feel like on any given point in different times in my life that I could have been one step away from where these people are at, on either one end of the spectrum or the other end of the spectrum. And that's just me being honest. I ain't running around here acting like I'm the perfect person or anything like that, or like I'm some evil demon, but I can see, and that's why I guess I can play devil's advocate with a lot of these situations, because it's just not as clear as black and white, at least for me. So when we say certain things, I'm like, well, like that could have been me. Wait a minute, I'm one step away from that, depending on where you at in your life. Like, but thank goodness I haven't been put in that position where I had to either be faced with that or have something happen where something put me where I'm facing a jury. I just know that I'll be like one step away from all of this. But so when we looking at it and saying, well, how did this happen or how did that happen? It just depends on what snapback you got, right? Or what blessing you may have got that day that you didn't really recognize that worked in your favor. So that's all I'm saying. Is like, shoot, I can see how it can happen. I can definitely see, like, depending on what that person had going on, especially like when we talk about the grandma, like she wasn't keeping this baby all the time. The grandma wasn't trying to do any harm. Like, I watched that trial, and even though she got sentenced to jail, she just didn't keep the baby all that often. They went to lunch that day. They had fun. She was very loving, very doting, and she got home and forgot that the dang on baby was in the car. It happens. Right. So that be my whole thing, is that, just being transparent and honest, like, shit. Boy, y'all know. I might have left the kids somewhere. Shit. Look, don't judge me, judge Judy. I just got blessed and they wasn't in a hot car. That's all I can tell you. But yeah, I can see how certain things can happen. Even when we talking about what's the girl yesterday, our Daisy trial. Just thinking about that. Like, if he would have did that within an inch of my life, like, yeah, I probably would have been like, pew, pew, yeah, you'll be fine, and walked away. Not saying that I wouldn't have to face the jury and explain that stuff away, but unfortunately, she just didn't have a snapback to, not go there with it. But I can see how it can happen. So, like, I ain't mad at you because I can see it happen. Like, yeah, you'll be fine. And unfortunately, we looking at it with hindsight 2020, but shit, I can see why she said that. Yeah, you all right, dog. Like, I only shot you in your foot. Take that. So I can see it from both ends of the spectrum. That's why sometimes y'all see me up here playing, like, even though I know a person that may be guilty, I look outside the box and try to, try to see, what they mindset. Not to say that I can get in anybody's mind and actually claim what they're doing, but just kind of getting a mindset of what, what caused this to get. Like I said, I can see how, she got to that point, especially, with that, with this guy here. Like, even though, yeah, I get that's fair for you to say, Barbara, but that's not always the case. Like, if you're not used to that, you don't know what people may have going on. They may have all types of stuff going on in their mind at that point in time. And as I stated, like, this was a grandma that didn't really keep the kids. So no, I would disagree with that, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, and that's why, if that was the case, then, Barbara, then they would not even put something in people's cars. They wouldn't build something in people's cars that say, check your back seat. It's because people do have a lot of things going on. So I can see where that can happen. If not, then they wouldn't have put it in there. That's just like why they invented seatbelts. You know, things are invented because certain things were going on. So yeah, I agree to disagree, because there are reasons why things are put in place, because they know that the human mind, we are humans, we make mistakes, things happen, and yeah, that happened, right? So they start putting those mechanisms to try to prevent those things from happening. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I think that that's just part of, how it kind of. That's fair, Barbara. And you should be aware of everything. But what I'm saying is that when life is happening and things are going on, that sometimes depending, and it doesn't mean anything harmful for them. I think that, I mean, harmful by that person, because I don't think the grandma had anything to do with that. Yes, Drunky. We are talking about that case, but I that's what got the conversation started. But I don't know any of the details behind it. I do want to go watch that trial in live action, but because I'm close to that one, but I don't know. I don't know all the details. I just seen it come up, and I was like, well, he didn't take the plea deal, so he must think that he has a chance, if that makes sense. And I was like, I wonder, what he thinks, what chance he thinks that he has, if that makes sense. So that's kind of my thing. Yeah, and it may change it, Drunky. I just couldn't understand from face value why it I was just like, well, they offered him a plea deal, but he declined it, and it seemed like he must have been the last person responsible, and he left this kid in the car. And okay, why didn't he take this plea deal? What does he think that he could do to get out of it? So that was my whole thing. But I have not looked at anything. All I seen was what they showed on the thing, and I was like, oh, it's in Tucson. I'm gonna go see this. Yeah, now in AZ, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't understand in Arizona, how that happens, but yeah, because I'm down here in Arizona, and it'd be hot, like God, like hot, like it'd be times I can't go out there and touch my steering wheel. Like, it'd be so hot you can't even put your seatbelt on, because the buckle, the metal part, is like sizzling. So yeah, I don't know the circumstances behind it, and I'm very transparent in regards to it, because, like I said, I done seen other hot car cases where I'm like, I just don't think grandma was doing it. And I think that other one that I was talking about was in Florida. Yeah, they are. They are some of the hottest places. Okay, let me get us back into testimony. We are still resuming with the same our same testimony from the first responder.
And you would have conveyed that.
Gentlemen, we hope you had a good lunch recess. I believe we're going to pick up right where we left off with further questions from Ms. Hocutt.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your
Lively?
Honor.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, Ms. Hocutt. Just a couple more questions for you. I think when we left off, you had just left Ms. Allen or Ms. Holden at the time at Wake Med Trauma. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would have conveyed that information about the care you'd provided for at that point?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about your observations about her breath and her other vital signs when you left her at Wake Med?
When she was left at Wake Med, her level of consciousness never changed throughout our transport. She was still able to mumble. She would become more lethargic and had to be aroused at times, but she was able to still give that same level of response, whether it was moaning or trying to whisper. Later into the transport, she actually had started complaining about having pain in her abdomen. So of course that was relayed to the trauma team. But as far as her breathing never changed while we were en route to the hospital.
All right. And again, you relayed all of that to the trauma team. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that an IV was attempted. What was it? You weren't able to.
It was unsuccessful, whether that was just her vasculature or the movement in the ambulance, because that would have been on the way to the hospital, or I was just having a bad day and couldn't get it. I don't know.
But she was in generally the same condition when you left her on at Wake Med.
Yes.
As you found her.
Yes.
Now on page 2 of your notes.
Yes.
It says incident details near the bottom. Do you see that in the report you made?
Incident details. You're in the line items that are at the very bottom of the page?
That's correct, under
Okay.
incident details.
Mm-hmm.
Under level of service, it says advanced life support. What does that indicate?
That means that the level of service that was provided by that ambulance has the EMT certification is broke down into 3 levels. You have a basic EMT, you have an intermediate level EMT certification, and a paramedic certification. The intermediate and the paramedic certifications can provide IVs and different interventions for a patient that maybe an EMT alone cannot. So the EMT by itself will be a basic life support, whereas your advanced levels, your intermediate and your paramedic are going to provide more service and is categorized as advanced life support.
And is a decision made based on the classification of the call as to who to dispatch, or was it just because of who was available?
The 911 system in Wake County, every ambulance that responds to a 911 call is provided by ALS unit.
Okay, and by that you mean advanced?
I mean, there's a paramedic on every ambulance that responds to a call in Wake County.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So, Ms. Hokut?
Yes.
When you found LaTanya Holden, she was conscious, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know that because she was moving around?
Her eyes were open. She was able to respond in some way.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, she was able to moan and sometimes whisper to us, and she was able to move all of her extremities.
Okay.
Yes.
So she was breathing, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And talking to some extent, or mumbling.
Right.
Vocalizing.
Yes.
Something. Okay. And you said that level of alertness or consciousness that stayed pretty steady during the time that you were with her,
Yes.
right? Okay. I'd like to show you. I'd like to talk to you, if you can remember, about where the ambulance was parked when you arrived at the Taylor's home.
Mm-hmm.
I have a photo here. If you wouldn't mind looking at it.
I can tell you where we parked.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Tell me about that.
In reference to the front of the home, if you're facing the front of the home, our ambulance actually was parked to the right side of the home, because we parked, and the driver, my partner that was with me, positioned the ambulance that we would be able to get out quickly, and then we went in towards the back of the property.
Okay. I think it would be helpful if you, and maybe this isn't the best photo for you to show me on, but do you mind if I
That's fine.
show it to you? May I approach her?
Yes, please.
Does that picture reflect the area where y'all parked the ambulance?
I can't, this is the front porch here. I can't tell in the
Yes,
dark.
yes,
Okay,
that's
so
the
we would have been parked over closer to this side.
Okay,
of the
there's some
house.
carports here on the right
Right.
side. Are you
Yeah,
to the
we're in
right?
the gravel of the,
Okay.
like, kind of coming in this way so that we can come back out.
Okay, why don't we go, look over here and show the
Okay.
jury.
So we were parked more down in this area and moved the ambulance to where we would be pointing so we could go back out.
Okay, and would you say the ambulance was this far from the house or was it closer?
We were probably about 40 to 50 feet walking toward from the house.
I assume you'd want to be fairly close in order to transport the person
Right.
easily, right? Okay, so around here, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, kind of off.
Sort of in the
Yes.
lower right-hand corner of State
Right.
Exhibit 1.
Yes.
Okay. And there were two ambulances.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they parked near each other?
I can't speak to where the other ambulance was parked.
Okay. All right, all the questions I have for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may
Thank
step down. Further evidence for the state?
State will call Stacy Lamb, Wake County EMS.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you would, please just introduce yourself to the jury and tell them how you're employed.
I'm Stacy Lamb. I'm employed by Easter Wake EMS.
And how long have you been with Wake EMS?
Full-time 10 years.
And then you worked part-time some period of time before that?
I volunteered and then I worked part-time and then I worked my way into a full-time position.
Okay, great. Were you serving in a full-time position on April 9th of 2014?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you eventually come to be president 1125 Lake Glad Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you come onto the scene?
We were dispatched. We were actually about 3 miles from the Lake Glad residence. So we were dispatched first. And it took us about 3 minutes to get there. We were about 3 miles away and we staged. We were at Martin Pond and Eagle Rock. And Eagle Rock takes you straight to the Lake Glad address. So we staged, like we said earlier. We don't go until PD gets there if it's a shooting or a domestic call. So we staged and waited for Wake SO to tell us that it was secure to come in.
Now you said you stage if it's a shooting or a domestic call. Is that actually part of sort of the?
It's our
policy?
protocol. If it's relayed to us from dispatch that says it's unsecure, there's a domestic shooting, stabbing, fight, things like that.
Okay.
We don't go in until Wake SO says you can come.
All right. And so in this case, you staged and then eventually you were you were allowed to pull up and attempt
Yes,
to
sir.
render aid.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell us where you went and who you attempted to render aid to?
We pulled up and we got out of our ambulance, got all of our equipment. We went in through the back as we were directed by Wake SO to go in through the back. I walked in and they said, we have a patient who sounded worse off on the right side as you go in through the back. So my partner and myself, we went there because we were first in.
Okay,
So we went to the worst patient.
I see. Sort of triage that.
Yes.
And the first one's in, go to the person who may
Yes, sir.
be in the worst shape.
Yes, sir.
And so can you tell us what you found when you, so if you're coming in from the back of the house, you said you went to the right and was that into a bedroom?
We went into a bedroom.
Okay, and what did you find when you got into the bedroom?
We found the deceased subject. And we assessed her. We pulled up her shirt because we saw blood on her shirt. And we checked for a carotid and a femoral, which is carotid here, femorals, the lower leg to see if we had a pulse. Didn't have anything. I asked for a stethoscope so we could listen for heart tones, and I didn't hear any heart tones.
Okay.
And we declared her deceased at that point.
All right. And about what time did you declare her deceased?
So we got at the patient at 22:04. It's a quick assessment, so 22:05.
Okay.
That we can do all that quickly.
Right. All right. And of course, once you've determined she's deceased, you're not able to render any care to her. So what do you do next?
We walk out of the room because we don't stay. We try to preserve evidence as we've been taught in school. So I heard there was another patient. So I went to Miss Latanya, helped the other crew render aid to her. They were packaging her on a backboard, and I helped them with her.
Okay. So you actually helped move Miss Allen out of the house. And
Yes, sir.
and on Ms. Hookups trip notes or patient care record, it has you listed along with Mr. Honeycutt and her.
Yes.
So did you actually then leave your ambulance and go with them?
I actually did. I drove them in.
Okay.
So I actually drove Karen and her partner to the hospital. So I didn't come in much contact with the patient other than helping load her in the ambulance, and then we got out of there.
Sure. Okay. And then you would have, is there like a trauma bay, like a delivery entrance for?
Yes, sir. Every ambulance patient goes in the same doors in the back, double doors. We enter a code, go in, and then we go down the hall to a trauma bay where the trauma team's waiting for us. We call ahead of time, let them know we're coming.
Okay. All right. And did you remain in the ambulance while, I guess Ms. Hookutt and Mr. Honeycutt might have?
I helped them unload the patient and went into the trauma room and then stayed in there just a second, got our bed out of the way so they could work, and came out in the hallway.
I see.
And then I wasn't at the hospital long. My partner came and picked me up at Wake Med, and we got back in service and went to Eastern Wake County.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you about, I guess, later on that evening or the early morning hours of the next day. Were you still working sort of overnight?
Yes, sir. We did a 24-hour shift.
All right. And did you receive a call to go out to another address, Holden Acres?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And can you tell me how you received that call?
I received a phone call via my supervisor, and it was about between 3 and 4 in the morning, asking me to check out a service and stage at Holden Acres with Wake SO, and they would give me further.
Okay. So you actually received a call from the supervisor. Was that unusual in any way?
Yes, it was. Just
it wasn't a 911 dispatch that went out.
no. I think that it was relayed to our supervisor saying, "Hey, we need an ambulance to go." It's called a TAC mission. Anytime there's a warrant served that's high acuity, I guess you'd say, or a risk where officers could be shot at or a subject could be shot, they send an ambulance.
I see. And so did you go out to Holden Acres and did you stage there the same way you staged at Lake Glide?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Which there was a deputy at the end of the path where we staged.
All right. And can you tell me if you ever did have to respond or provide any service?
We stayed out there a while, and we heard gunshots, multiple gunshots, and then on the radio they called for an ambulance. So yes, we did.
Okay. And when they called for an ambulance, did you tell us sort of the path you took? I mean, this wasn't a public street anymore, was it?
No, sir. We were at a dirt path, which that's where Holden Acres is, the dirt path on the left. And we were staging there. When they called, the deputy said, "Follow us, follow me." So we went kind of through a field, like a tobacco field, soybean field type thing. We drove through there. We didn't know what was going on, if the officer was down or who was down. We just knew someone had been shot or shot at.
Okay.
And so we parked where they told us to and got out.
And when you got out, what were you presented with in terms of someone to be examined or cared for?
They had us go kind of toward the woods in the dark. And it was Mr. Holden handcuffed on the ground, and they wanted us to check him out.
Okay. And did y'all attempt to examine him?
Yes, he was walked to our ambulance where we had better lighting because we were in the woods in the dark, couldn't see anything. We tried to examine him. He wouldn't speak to us if he was hurt or anything. We didn't see any obvious injuries.
And so you attempted to just visually search for any obvious injuries, and you had heard gunshots and you didn't see any gunshot wounds
No,
or
sir.
anything of that nature.
No, sir.
Okay. And there were no. Did you attempt to ask him questions?
No, sir.
Okay. It was just a visual examination and no
We
conversation.
asked if he was injured and didn't get a response, just kind of wouldn't speak to us.
All right. And then at that point, I mean, did you need to or decide to keep him to receive medical treatment or just hand him back over to the Wake County Sheriff's Office?
I'm handing him back over to Wake County.
And he didn't request any treatment?
No, sir.
Anything else out of the ordinary that you observed with him, if at all?
No, sir.
In your in your training and in your work experience, have you had a fair occasion to come into contact with people that were impaired by alcohol or other drugs?
Yes, sir.
Or potentially suffering from some sort of psychotic event, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Were any of those even potential issues in your brief examination of the defendant that you recall?
We had a very brief examination, but I did not smell any alcohol or suspect any drugs. But that's all I can say.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, ma'am. I don't go further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, you had a very brief encounter with Mr. Holden, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long would you say it lasted?
I mean, it was no more than 5 minutes.
And you'd never met him before, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Redirect.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Further evidence?
Your Honor, this time we call David Wall to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Waller.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wall, good afternoon to you, sir.
Afternoon.
Will you please state your name for the record, sir?
David Wall.
And how are you employed, sir?
Wendell Fire Department, a lieutenant on A shift. Been there 10 years.
Okay. So you're a lieutenant with the Wendell Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
And tell us a little bit about what your duties and responsibilities are as a lieutenant with the Wendell Fire Department.
Lieutenant drives the truck. Yeah, the captain rides the seat, and the firefighter rides in the back. And that's pretty much everything. We're EMTs too, so fire/EMTs.
And when you say you drive the truck, then when you arrive to the scene, are you in charge of the firefighters, or what's the hierarchy there? That
no, the captain's in charge of the truck, and I am in charge of the pumping the truck and either getting us there driving. So.
And how about on a scene where it's not a fire scene, but a call for service that may involve injuries and whatnot? What is your role as a firefighter in that type of scene?
Besides fire calls, we run a lot of EMS calls. So I would say we run 85% EMS. And like the call we ran, I was acting officer on the call. I didn't drive. I was riding the seat, and my firefighter bumps up to drive, and then the other firefighters in the back.
And when you're talking about this incident, we'll go straight to April 9th of 2014. That's the incident you're describing here, sir.
Yes.
So you were essentially the lead firefighter on this case that night.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Tell us a little bit about how y'all got involved with this case, sir.
With any call, EMS gets dispatched and fire gets dispatched with it. And so just like them, we come out as a shooting call. So we had to stage. We know automatically we got to stage for the call. And so we staged at Lake Glad and I think Lake Glad and Jake May Drive is where we came in off of.
What do you mean by the term staged?
Staging is where we stand by because it might be domestic call, just like EMS was saying, domestic shooting or fighting. We have to wait for law enforcement to clear the scene before we enter, so it's safe.
And do you have noted, sir, what time you were dispatched to this call at Lake Glad?
It was 21:48.
So is that 9:40?
9:48. Same time, probably EMS was dispatched.
Okay. And then approximately what time was it when you were actually on scene there?
When we hit our arrival button, when we go to staging. So we got to our staging site at 5 minutes. And then we were, I would say, not even a half mile down the road, staging in a safe area for them to clear the scene.
So is your fire station, is it kind of there in downtown Wendell, essentially?
Yeah, it's downtown Wendell, 2960 Wendell Boulevard, right across from IGA.
How far is the Lake Glad 1125 Lake Glad from, let's say, downtown Wendell where you are?
Maybe a few miles. I don't know offhand how many miles. I would say, I don't know, 6 minutes. We can get there 5, 6 minutes, 7 maybe. But it's kind of out of the district, a little close to the Johnson County line, but we can get there pretty reasonably quick.
But it's outside the city limits, out in the country a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, tell us, Lieutenant Wall, what you did once you arrived there on scene.
We staged and waited for them to clear the scene. They cleared the scene, and we proceeded in with EMS and pulled in with them, make sure we got our truck out of the way because we knew it was probably going to be a load and go situation fast.
What's load and go mean?
Load and go is just like she was stating, the 10-minute mark. They want to get in there and get the patient out as quick as possible to get them to the hospital. So we got out of the truck. The law enforcement was directed us to the back of the house. We're walking with the EMS, and we're going through the back door. And there's 3 of us, and they go to the first room where Stacy said they went to the worst patient, which is your mother. And my one partner went to that room, and then they called and said there was another patient in the far back room, and that's where me and my partner went.
Okay. So you didn't go to the deceased patient, Ms. Taylor.
Sir.
You went to LaTanya.
Yes.
Okay. Describe kind of what the situation was when you arrived in.
We went to the back room because the officer was saying they had somebody in the back, and so we went to me and firefighter Hunter went to the back room. She was laying on the floor, kind of moving around the floor like they were stating, and kind of gurgling. And we could obviously see she'd been shot in the chest and in the face. And then EMS came in the room. I mean, everybody was kind of in the room at the same time. We came in with us, and so we automatically sent my firefighter Hunter to get the backboard off the EMS truck, and I assisted EMS in putting the dress and holding it on the chest wound on the patient.
And after that, was LaTanya removed there from the room?
Yes, we put her on the backboard and we brought her out of the house.
Lieutenant Wall, when you respond to a scene like this, do you try to be aware of items of evidence that may be there on a scene?
Really, we're there for the patient. We're not investigating anything. We don't try to look for anything. We're just there for the patient. We just try to provide as much patient care as we possibly can and leave and best our ability.
Did you happen to notice any shell casings or anything like that while you were in the room with LaTanya?
No.
And after your interaction with LaTanya, Lieutenant Wall, did you have any other assistance to offer in this case?
No, after we loaded her, took her outside, and we pretty much stayed out of the way. And for law enforcement, we didn't want to go back in the house, track anything, and we stayed out of the way.
So you try to be fairly conscious of that,
Yes.
of not
Yes, because
tampering with the scene.
we've been on several calls, and we know that we need to be careful about where we step. And so we try to, if we don't have to go back in the house, we don't go back in the house.
And what was LaTanya's condition when she left your presence, sir?
Pretty much had her on the backboard. She looked like she was in the same kind of gurgly, moving around. And that's pretty much last. I helped EMS in my report, load her in the back of the ambulance, and I assisted in starting the IV line in the back of the truck so they can get started trying to get an IV started.
Lieutenant Wall, did LaTanya appear to be in pain to you at that point, or how was her condition?
I mean, yeah, she was in pain, obviously, and kind of still lethargic, kind of moving around, and mostly just moaning and stuff like that.
And while she was in your presence, sir, did she tell you who had done this to her?
No.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant Wall. I don't have any further questions at this time, Your Honor.
No questions. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
At this time, the state would call Mr. Raymond Shea to the stand.
Sir, if you would, place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, sir. Mr. Shea, good afternoon to you, sir.
Morning, sir.
Will you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Raymond E. Shea Jr. with Windmill Fire Department. Been with them since 2008.
Since 2008?
Yes, sir.
And are you one of the firefighters that Lieutenant Wall was just speaking?
Yes, sir.
Of? Okay. And Mr. Do you have a specific rank with?
I'm a firefighter.
Firefighter. Okay. Well, Mr. Shea, do you recall the night of April 9th of 2014?
I do.
And were you on that call with Lieutenant Wall as he just described?
I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what your duties were on that call on the night of April 9th of 2014?
Oh, we got dispatched to the call. I was riding back seat. Whether we're on a brush truck or on an engine, I ride in the back. And typically I'm the guy that's going to grab the EMS bag and provide patient care.
What's a brush truck?
The brush truck. It's a Ford 550 with it's a small fire. It's a small fire truck that we use to respond to EMS calls, and we're small brush fires. It's more mobile versus a really big fire engine trying to get to places. It's just it's a faster truck.
Gotcha. And what truck were y'all on this night?
It's our brush truck 114.
Okay.
But I sit in the back. I sit back behind the captain because it's closer to the EMS bag. I can grab it quick and I get in the house. Okay. But on this night we were staging. Once the WSO said the scene was safe, we got on scene. Both ambulances pretty much approached at the same time with us. When we got on scene, entered the house, Lieutenant Wall and Josiah, Mr. Hunter, they went to the left, and then myself and Miss Lamb, we went to the right, and that's where we. I didn't see what they got to do, but that's where I stayed in that room with them.
And were some of the sheriff's deputies telling you which way to go, or how'd you end up in the
room?
When
I was walking first right behind Stacy, because we knew that their crew, we had three of us, and we had two ambulances, so we just split ourselves up to maximize the help that we can give the patients. So I got with their crew, and there was an officer saying, "I've got one there," and that's where. So we were the first EMS team in, so that's where we went first.
And who did you see once you arrived there in the residence, sir?
I saw the mother on the floor.
Okay. And what was her condition when you first arrived there?
When we walked in the room, she was face down.
And did you and the EMS team attempt life-saving measures at that time?
I assisted Stacy in rolling the patient over so she can assess the patient.
And was Miss Taylor, was she alive at the time she was rolled over?
Miss Lamp declared her that she was not alive.
Did you see the injuries about Miss Taylor at that time, sir?
Yes, sir.
What injuries did you see?
I saw a gunshot wound in her chest.
Did you see the other gunshot wound or just the one in her chest?
I noticed the one in her chest. I didn't notice one in her hand.
What did you do then, sir?
While Stacy was declaring the patient, I noticed there was a shell behind her. So I informed her. I said, "There's a brass casing behind her." And once she declared the patient, I exited the house and I repositioned one of the EMS trucks so they can get out.
Let me ask you about that brass shell casing. That was something you noticed there at the scene itself.
Yes.
And did you take steps to make sure that shell casing wasn't disturbed in any way?
The only steps I took is I made sure that my fellow team members knew about it, so they wouldn't kick it, move around, because it was a small room. There was a lot of us, so I let Stacy know because she was the closest one to it, and we didn't move it, didn't touch it.
So the shell casing remained where you found it when you entered the room and noticed it.
Yeah.
And is that pretty much the extent of your involvement there at the house that first time you went?
Yeah, that was once I exited the house. That was it. I had other things I did outside.
Okay.
I was there throughout the evening, but as for being inside the house, once we declared her, I exited the house, turned the ambulance around, and that's all I did for inside for them.
At some point, did you have some other responsibilities around the exterior of the house?
I did. The Sheriff's Department requested some additional lighting, and we have a couple vehicles at the fire department that we can do that with. My first vehicle I brought out was our heavy rescue, and it is a very large truck, very heavy truck. And when I got it on scene, they said they wanted to put it out behind the house.
And let me interrupt you there, Mr. Shea. Do you know why they wanted you to put the
I
light
had no
on?
idea. They wanted to put it behind the house, and I noticed that the ground was pretty soft just being back there, and I know how heavy this heavy rescue truck is. And I said, I've got better lighting at the firehouse. I said, I'm not putting my heavy rescue in a field because I'm just going to have to get a tow truck. So I went back to the firehouse. I have a portable light tower. I hooked it up to a pickup truck, and then I took that into a field. And then when I got on scene with the light tower, as we were setting it up, when I turned on the lights, I realized why they needed more lighting.
What did you see at that point, Mr. Shea?
I saw an elderly black male in the field.
And what was his condition when you saw him?
He was on his back, with blood over his chest.
Was he deceased as well?
He was dead.
And Mr. Shea, it sounds like you were able to go back and forth between the residence and Wendell Fire Department fairly quickly. About how far of a drive was it for you?
Under 5 minutes, and that's normal speed. It was late at night. No one's on the road, so we could get under normal speeds. You can get there pretty quick.
And do you recall approximately how long after you were finished with your inside duties was it before Wake SO called for you to bring the light to the back exterior of the house? Almost
immediately. Once the patients were gone, they wanted more light. Because we had numerous officers were getting on scene and they were asking for lighting. So almost immediately we left and got my heavy rescue, and then I was on scene with my heavy rescue for probably about 15 to 20 minutes before I got an answer from the police department where they wanted to place the light tower. And then once I figured out where they wanted to put it, I was like, this isn't going to work. You're just going to damage my truck.
And we watched a video earlier this morning where you almost heard a generator type sound in the background. Was that the light tower making?
It is. It's a Lincoln portable welder that we've hooked up a couple floodlights to.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, so would it be possible for you to put up exhibit 2?
Yes, let me ask you this. How many, when you arrived there, how many vehicles were in the front yard?
How many vehicles are in the front yard? On the initial response, there was 2 police cars were already there. And then once the scene was safe, 2 ambulances and my brush truck got there.
Okay, so make sure I understand. So there was
Five.
five total vehicles. Right, if I may approach.
Yes.
Sir, could you point to me where the different vehicles were?
Can you show the picture of the driveway where it was wide, where it was back farther?
Is that? Let me see if I can look through the pictures a second.
This is too close. One of the truck.
Okay, let me find a better photograph. If I may, Madam Clerk. Let me approach and show this one and see if this one would be better.
Yes.
Would this be a better one for describing it for you? Is it better with this one?
Yeah.
Could you show number 1, please?
All right.
That one.
Police cars were the police cars were on, one of the police cars was on the left. And then with the ambulances came on to the right side and now it's behind the ambulances.
Okay.
And because everything was here, we knew we wanted to get the ambulances out. We knew it was going to be a load and go. So that's why I went outside. I made sure that there was, and we knew that it was a shooting. So we know, when you have a call like this, everybody's coming. So when we have patients on scene, we want to make sure we have a means to get them out quickly. That's why I went outside and repositioned the ambulance so they can get out. I wasn't worried about the second one. I just want to worry about the patient structure.
Okay, so there were vehicles. Was this car here at that time?
I don't remember this. I don't
You
remember
remember
this
that
vehicle.
one? Okay, but you remember.
I wasn't worried about cop cars and other emergency response vehicles.
Okay, all right. All right, well, thank you.
Sure.
No more questions.
Redirect.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The second, the son.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would, please just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Sylvester Taylor II, the son of Sylvester and Angela Taylor.
Yes, sir. And how are you currently employed, sir?
Captain, United States Army.
I'm sorry, I called you lieutenant. That was 2014, but you are now a captain.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And where are you currently stationed? Are you in active duty?
I'm actually active guard reserve.
Okay.
I'm currently stationed in Birmingham, Alabama.
All right. Captain Taylor, you said that you were the son of Sylvester and Anglia Taylor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you also the brother of LaTanya Allen, who's here in court today?
Yes, sir.
Now, Captain Taylor, you also know the defendant, Mr. Holden. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
I've known him for approximately 25 years.
Okay.
20 to 25 years.
All right. So from about the time he was 5 to 7 years old, something along those lines?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And how did you come to know him?
A best friend used to live across the street from him in our neighborhood.
Did you grow up in Eastern Wake County?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And can you kind of describe the community you grew up in?
It's a very tight-knit community, small community in Eastern Wake County, Wendell. Specifically, we grew up in Raleigh Hill community. There was several little communities there, Jones Chapel, and many others, Jonesville. But we grew up in Raleigh Hill. So it's a very, a lot of tight families, and we all bonded, but very small community.
And you, I guess, spent time with all the other kids in the community, and the defendant was about 5 years younger than you. Is that correct?
I think it's approximately 3 years younger.
3 years. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. But at any rate, when did he and your sister get married?
I'm not sure the actual the time frame. To be honest with you, I'm not sure the year, to be honest with you. I spent a lot of time away. I spent most of my time away from home because I was active duty.
Well,
the
tell
specific
me,
days.
tell me about your career and your active duty and where you've been stationed.
I've actually been at the time 17 years active, 17 years in the service. I was stationed 2 years overseas. I was stationed in Louisiana, Columbia, South Carolina, Virginia, and also Michigan, later North Carolina.
All right, and so you've never been stationed or living close to home, basically since the year 2000. Is that right?
That's correct. Since 1997.
All right.
For the most.
Well, Captain, did you stay in touch with LaTanya on a regular basis? Even while you're away?
I did. We talked, but we'd talk as just checking in and seeing how things are going with her and her family.
Right. But you weren't necessarily present to observe everything that was going on in the family on a day-to-day basis for yourself. Is that right?
That's correct. Not physically present.
Well, around the end of 2013, did you become aware that LaTanya was taking the kids and leaving the defendant?
Yes, sir. I was notified.
How did you become aware of that?
I believe one of my parents told me about it. I think it was my mom that told me about it.
And did LaTanya ever confide in you about any incidents that had happened kind of leading up to her leaving the defendant?
Not specific incidents. Just I do kind of recall her just expressing that she was just time to go.
Time to go. Okay. Did she describe even in general terms any sort of verbal or emotional abuse, anything like that?
No, sir, not that I can recall.
Not that you can recall. Okay. Well, I want to talk to you about the day of January 2nd of 2014. Where were you that day?
It was the first day back from the holiday, New Year's holiday. I think it was a Thursday. Just kind of meeting and greeting my co-workers in the office, which was actually in Michigan. I was stationed in Michigan at that time.
Yes, sir.
Great.
And so you were going into the office that morning and would have gotten there about what time?
I think I normally arrive between 08 and 8:30.
Did you place a call to your folks that morning after you got to the office?
I did. I do recall just getting settled in, logging in, and just meeting and greeting individuals that they was coming back. And I did call to check in with my parents because to see how they were doing.
Okay, and did you actually speak to them? I guess around 8:47 that morning.
Yes, sir. I called my father. I called my mother, no answer. And then I called my father, spoke to him. He passed the phone on to my mom.
Okay, great. Now, shortly after that phone call with your folks, did you receive a text message from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall about what time that occurred?
It was approximately 9:30, 9:28, 9:30, I think, from the time stamp.
Your Honor, I have what I've marked as State's Exhibit 45 and State's Exhibit 46. I've asked to approach.
Yes, sir.
Captain Taylor, I'm going to place in front of you first State's Exhibit 45. Do you recognize what's on that sheet of paper?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
It's a text exchanges between myself and Nate.
Okay, and so did you take screenshots of the text messages from that morning and save them in that form for us?
Yes, sir.
And you've had a chance to review those. Do those appear to be the same text messages or the same text exchange that y'all engaged in that morning?
They are.
Okay. Your Honor, I asked to move State's Exhibit number 45 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they are allowed.
And I'm also placing in front of you State's Exhibit number 46. Do you recognize what these two staple pages represent?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is a call log from my personal cell phone.
Okay. And you recognize your account number in the bill period, and your account was with Sprint.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And this represents the calls from a period between the end of January 1st and about the middle of January 4th. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And does that appear to accurately reflect your call activity over that period of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're on the state offer states 46 and evidence this time.
Any objection? It's allowed.
Captain Taylor, did you and the defendant text on a regular basis?
Not often.
Okay.
Not often.
Well, if you would please tell me about the time of the first text and the substance of the first text you received from the defendant on January 2nd of 2014.
The first text I received was on Thursday at 9:28, and it stated things are getting worse. Won't let me talk to the kids.
Okay. And is that from you or from the defendant?
The defendant.
And again, that's about at 8:28 or 8:30?
Excuse me, not 9:28, sir.
9:28. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I'd like to ask permission to publish State's Exhibit 45 on the video screen.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
All right, so I'm going to start with the first screen. And Your Honor, may Captain Taylor stand up so you can point out the text?
Yes, sir.
Captain Taylor, if you would just stand up, and if you could point out the first text message you received on January 2nd from the defendant.
First text message here, sir.
Okay. And again, what does that say?
Things are getting worse. Won't let me talk to the kids.
Okay. And did you actually see that text message immediately and respond to it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell me about your response or read that to the jury?
My response was just let things play out. Keep it cool and know that things will work out. I may start off rough, but it will smooth out. And I sent him a second text that said, just stay encouraged.
Okay. And so when you received that text message from him, you were aware at that time that your sister had left and taken the kids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you kind of understood the context when this text message came?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what was his response to you?
His response follows, she downtown taking papers out. Kids not in school today.
All right. Now, after you received that message, did you have an opportunity to talk to the defendant over the phone?
Yes, sir. When I saw that message, I immediately picked up the phone and called.
Okay. Can you tell me about the conversation you had? Did he answer, first of all?
He did not answer the first time, but he did call back approximately 3 to 4 minutes later.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did he have a phone number with a 539-7062? Was that his number at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you called him, and then he would have called you back, and did y'all have a conversation then?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me, first of all, about what was said and what his demeanor was?
I don't remember all the details of the call. I do remember when he when I picked up the call, he was very frustrated. He was mad. He was upset. And he just started apologizing. He was like, I'm sorry, T. I'm really sorry. And then I remember verbatim that he said, if I can't have the kids, nobody will. I just tried to calm him down and just told him don't make any emotional decisions. You know, just calm down, let things cool off, but don't do anything. Just don't do anything you regret. Just trying to calm him down.
All right. And after you tried to calm him down, what did you do?
Actually, the call was very short. I mean, it was maybe 2 to 3 minutes, but I think we kind of got off the phone pretty abruptly.
He got off the phone abruptly.
Yes.
Okay, and then what was the next text message you received?
Well, as soon as I got the phone with them, I did make a phone call.
Okay, can you tell me about the phone call you made right after you got off the phone with him?
I just called my father just because I was concerned for Tanya's safety at the time. And I told him that Nate was really upset and mad, and that, he stated that if he can't have the kids, then nobody will. And I was concerned for his safety at that time and also the safety of the kids.
Okay, and so you called your father right after getting off the phone with the defendant, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you just stated what your concern was, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And did you feel it was urgent to contact the relevant parties?
My father?
Yes.
Absolutely. I was concerned because I didn't know her state, where she was at, or what was going on.
Okay. Well, after you spoke to your father, what's the next text message you received?
About 3 minutes, maybe 3 to 5 minutes later, I received a text message that says, "I'm about to react. I am sorry."
Okay. And did you immediately respond to that?
Yes, sir. I responded back and said, "Do not be wise. Your reaction is only going to make things worse."
Okay. And what was his response to that?
Fuck it.
Well, after that exchange, did you make some more phone calls?
I did, just because seeing that he stated that he was about to react, and then seeing the last text that came in, I was just trying to reach out to Tanya. So I called, I believe I called my mom and dad, was trying to see, did they get in touch with her? Did they find her or track her down? And then I tried to call my sister about 4 times.
Okay. And is your sister's phone number 919-436-0341?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, at this time, we're publishing State's Exhibit 46.
Yes, sir.
So looking at that, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Captain Taylor, I believe you already testified that you spoke to your parents that morning when you got to work about 8:45, or looks like maybe 8:47. Can you point out where that call occurred?
It was right here, 8:45. I called my mother, but no answer. And 8:47, I called my father.
Okay, so that's right there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So 616-7620 was your father's phone number at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at 10:21 and 10:25, whose number is this? 539-7062.
That is Nate's number.
And is that so you said that you called him and he didn't answer, but then he responded back and y'all had a call that lasted about 3 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you bring that up just a little bit? I believe this has times on it. So at 10:25, you had this conversation with the defendant that lasted 3 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then who'd you call at 10:28?
At 10:28, I need to call my father.
Okay, so that's immediately after getting off the phone with the defendant.
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified as to what your concern was and your reason for calling your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you've already read the other text messages that happened shortly after that. At 10:39, is this 436-0341 number LaTanya's number?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And can you count for me the number of times you called it between 10:39 and 10:40?
Between 10:39 and 10:40 was 4 times, sir.
Okay, you called her 4 times, and each time here it says 1 minute, so you never got her. Is that right?
Never made contact.
Okay. And then after 4 attempts to her number after your exchange with the defendant, again at 10:40, who did you call?
I called my father.
Okay. And were you able to get in touch with him?
I think I spoke briefly to him, just saying he needs to track down Tanya.
And then the next call you made, who was that to?
My mother.
Okay, and that was at 10:42 after your 2-minute call at 10:40 with your father. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you relayed the same information to your mother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then starting at 10:44 through 11 a.m., how many times did you call your sister?
It was approximately 6 times.
Okay. Were you able to get on the phone with her during any of those
No,
calls?
sir.
Okay. And then at 11:01, it looks like you received an incoming call from your sister. Is that right?
I finally received a call from her.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You can have a seat. Were you able to relay to your sister the nature of your conversation with the defendant at that point?
I talked, I believe so, just told her that, that I was concerned that, that Nate, what he said verbatim, that if, he can't have the kids, nobody will. And I was concerned for her safety, wanted to make sure she was safe.
Okay. Let's see. Now, if we can go back to the text messages, after the defendant responded to you with the expletive, can you tell us what you texted him back to the jurors? It might be hard for them to see that.
I immediately responded back, I'm praying for you, and I know God will strengthen your heart during this time. God loves you, and he cares about you. I followed up and just said, Nate, where are you at? Again, do not do anything. We can help.
And what did he respond to that?
Nothing you can do now. It's over.
Do you remember exactly time-wise when those text messages were sent or received?
I do remember once I received the text message that nothing you can do now, it's over. That I received that message right before I dialed my sister about 6 times.
Okay.
And that's because I was concerned. And I remember that's when I had that break from calling my mom and dad. I received that, I saw that, and I just wanted to see if she was alive because I was concerned.
And you were then able to get on the phone with your sister after seeing that nothing you can do now, it's over text. Is that right?
It was a break. I was not able to get in touch with her. So between trying to call, I sent a message to the Nate on the phone.
I see. Okay. And what did you say in your next message?
We can help. God can help. It's not over.
Okay. And again, this is around the 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. hour.
It was in the late hour, late 10. It must have been around 10:50. So between 10:50 10:55 time frame. And
but shortly after sending that text message, you're able to confirm that your sister was alive
when she called back.
Okay. And then you were also able to speak to your father again. Is that correct?
Please, so.
It appears, I'm sorry, it might be your mother. At 2:25, there's an incoming call from 616-7587.
It was my mother. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me about that conversation?
I don't recall that conversation. I do know she was just really, I think she was really nervous, was kind of bad. She really concerned about everything that was taking place. But I don't recall the conversation.
Okay, that's fine. But and then you also, it looks like you may have spoken to the defendant again. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell me about that conversation at 3:35?
I think we had a couple of exchanges, with the text before the call, but I just recall just trying to, I just thanked him for calming down and not, just doing something bad and just not moving into his emotions.
Okay. All right. And you continued to offer your support to him?
Absolutely. And told him I was there for him to support him throughout this process.
Okay. And then it looks like Thursday that day about 3 p.m. he texted you thanks. Is that right?
He did.
Okay. And that's when y'all were able to strike up your conversation again?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of go through that for us?
Absolutely. He texted thanks. I responded. Did you talk to her earlier? And he stated, yeah. And I said, I responded back, you two must talk and work your way through this season. It's not easy for her, not easy for you, her, the kids and all. He responded, nothing else I can say to her because she's not going to talk to me at all. Told her to have the kids. I'm cool. And I responded, Nate, I know it's not easy, but it's going to get better. He responded, no, it's easy for her to be with where she at and doing what she doing. She got another dick in her ass, and then her mom telling her it's okay to leave her fam, and daddy ready to kill me. And I responded, I've been praying for you all day. I know you're frustrated, but thanks for cooling down. And he responded, if you do, then oh well, I don't know what else to do, man. I'm not going to call or say anything else. Wish them the best. And he responded again and says, I'm good. And I responded back and said, we'll work through this together. And he stated, okay.
And from there, I mean, you just continued to offer your support, and he said he wanted to make it right too. Is that right?
That's correct.
But in his last text message to you from these screenshots, what does he say?
In which one?
I guess the last one at the bottom of the page, right before you say, "Hey, bro, I'm a work inspection."
Yes, he sent me a message, says, I never thought Tanya would do me like this.
And you know, I think you said before that you weren't intimately involved in in whatever was going on in their relationship.
That's
that
correct.
Right?
That's correct.
And what kind of position did you try to take from where you were out of state?
Because I didn't know a lot of the intimate details, what was going on, besides the fact that they had separated, especially after being married for so long. I just tried to be a brother and try to be a mediator and just making sure that he didn't, just being a brother and making sure he didn't make any emotional decisions.
And after talking with him that day, he no harm came to your sister or your nephew or your nieces that day, or your parents. Is that right?
That's correct.
There was no report of him showing up at their house or anything like that.
Not to my knowledge, but I don't think so.
Okay. Now, in the ensuing months, were you aware of, again, the details of what was going on between them down in North Carolina?
Yes, I heard, bits and pieces about it, but not much, not a lot of details. My parents are very careful to just to kind of hold a lot of the issues on that end, just because I was always away and they didn't want me worried or being concerned about what was going on at that end.
Well, can you tell us about how you were contacted or how you came to know about what happened on the night of April the 9th of 2014?
I was actually studying, and I received a phone call from my aunt. It was late, must have been, I can't remember. It was late. And she asked if I heard from my mom and dad. And I said no. I just thought it was real strange that she would call out the blue very late.
Right.
And asked if I heard from them. So she said she'll call me right back. And so I picked up the phone and started calling my mom. I think I called her maybe a few times. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, it's late. Bible study's over. Everybody's home. So I started calling my dad several times. And then I called my sister and no answer. And I just remember just calling, just rapid fire, just calling them, all of it, just rotating, calling my mom, my sister, my dad, my mom, my sister, my dad. And then finally I ended up calling my wife and said, something is not right. I don't know what's going on, but we need to be praying. And finally I got a call back from my aunt, and she stated that Nate killed Angie and Sylvester, and we're not sure if Tanya's going to make it, but she was taken to the hospital. And I just said, I want to make sure I just want to be clear. Is mom and dad dead? And she said, yes. I said, okay, they're with the Lord. And so now we need to focus our faith on just praying for Tanya. And so I told her that everything's going to be all right. We're going to, we'll get through this. I'll be home tomorrow on the first flight out of Detroit, and I'll contact the family.
Yes, sir. And what time did you get to Raleigh on April the 10th?
I think I arrived at approximately 11:30.
And when did you move down here?
I never left. I actually stayed here, and I was committed that I was not going to leave her until she was better.
And when did LaTanya and JT and Amber and Nautica move in with you and your family?
A few days later, we actually was able to secure local lodging, a rental property. About 6 days later, and so from that time, we was able to going back and forth with the custody. I think they stayed with my brother, and with them for about a week. We was able to get this lodging at about 6 days later, and they moved in a week later here in Raleigh.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Taylor, hello. First, let me say how sorry I am for your loss. I'd like to talk about those text messages, and if you could put them back up on the screen. Thank you so much. You read a number of the messages that Mr. Lively put on that screen during your direct examination, but I'd like to take you through the remaining ones that you didn't read out loud, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's wait till they're up there on that screen. And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Would you like the lights dimmed? Would you like the lights dimmed?
Yes, that'd be helpful. So I think you stopped at a response that you gave, which was okay, which I think is just to the left, on the left of that screen there. Yeah. Would you mind reading the text that I believe the next text is one that you sent in response to the defendant saying K.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Bro, I've been knowing you since you were 5 years old, even going back to when Jeremus and I would play basketball at your house, dunking on your goal. So this hurts me, and everybody involved. But God has a future for you. He's going to give you the grace to endure and recover. He loves you, and I love you too. Your sister Carly has been praying for you also. You may like me a little, but I know you love your big sister Carly.
Then how did the defendant respond?
He responded, I love all you guys. I just want to make it right.
And you responded?
I know you do.
And then what did he say?
Just want us to get it right. That's all. And to be able to see and talk to my kids.
And you responded?
That should be a problem. I know you love your kids. And he responded, not trying to be difficult, wanting, trying to make it right. And I responded, I understand. And he said, it is.
Thank you. So I believe you testified that you've known the defendant, Nate, since you call him Nate?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Since he was about 5 years old, or you were 5 years old?
Since he was about 5 years old.
Okay. And you also knew his family, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the families were close to each other.
Excuse me?
The families were close to each other, your family and his family in the same community?
Not in the same, we all lived in the same city of Wendell,
Mhm.
but at the time, I think he had lived in a Jones Chapel community and we stayed in Raleigh Hill community.
I see. So a little sort of adjacent, but not the same community.
Negative. It was in the same city,
Mhm.
but I just knew my best friend. I would spend a lot of time at my best friend's house, which was in his community.
I see.
Jones Chapel.
Okay. But you've known him for a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about you left home when you enlisted, is that right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
But you had some time living in the home while your sister and Nate were dating, is that true?
Yes, they was because he was in high school a little bit.
So that relationship began before you left home, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
And so you had an opportunity to observe that relationship, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you left home, and it was after that Nate and LaTanya got married. Is that true?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
But you remained close with both members of that couple, didn't you? Even after you had left home.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I would talk to them and communicate with them every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
In fact, you considered Nate to be part of the family, didn't you?
It was my brother-in-law. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Did you consider him to be a friend?
I mean, he was my brother-in-law.
Mm-hmm. So you talked just now about these text messages. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also indicated that during the midst of this conversation, which took place by text, that there was also a phone call that took place between you and Nate. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you, prior to your testimony here today, you have met with members of the district attorney's office to prepare for your testimony. Is that right?
To prepare, excuse me.
Well, you've met with the prosecutors who are sitting here today. You've met them before. Is that right?
I've met them before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was there an occasion where you came to their office recently to meet with them?
Yes, I came.
Okay. And I assume they asked you some questions that are similar to the questions that you've been asked here today. Is that right?
Somewhat, but not all the same.
Okay. But they asked you questions relating to this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And they asked you questions relating to these text messages. Is that right?
They just, asked me to review them. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And did they ask you did you obtain these phone records for them?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you actually call your phone company and at Sprint and ask them?
Yes, I was able to acquire them.
Okay.
I was able to acquire them.
And then you were able to provide a copy of them to the assistant district attorneys working on the case. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you provided those, did you then have a conversation with you then had a conversation with the assistant district attorneys about these phone records? Is that right?
Yeah, I sent it to them.
Didn't you, and I have notes here of some of that conversation, didn't you at one point tell someone in the district attorney's office that you didn't remember the phone call that you had with the defendant?
Excuse me?
Isn't it true that you at one point told someone in the district attorney's office that you don't remember the phone call?
I vaguely remember all the details of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be inaccurate if I have notes that say that you didn't remember the phone call.
I think initially we talked about, I may have said that it was, I vaguely remember that, some of the details of the call.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your memory about it is vague?
Excuse me.
You're saying your memory about the phone call is vague? Is that what the word you just used?
I don't have a lot of the specific details about the call, and it was vague.
Okay. Now, you testified previously at a hearing in this case. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was on May 22nd, 2014. Is that right?
I think so. I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
It was a couple years ago, or I guess about almost 3 years ago now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not that long after the crime,
That's
right?
correct. That's
so
correct.
This happened April 9th of 2014.
That's correct.
And what I have is a transcript of a hearing that took place May 22nd, 2014. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you testified during the course of this hearing. First you were asked questions similar to the ones that you were asked here today. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Including questions about text messages that you had with the defendant on January 2nd of 2014. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, similar to what happened this morning, or this afternoon, I'm sorry, you read the text messages at this hearing. You read them aloud.
I believe so.
I assume you were probably looking at your phone when you read them.
At the time, I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And you recounted the same text messages that you testified to in this courtroom this afternoon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But I've read the entirety of this transcript, and you didn't testify about any phone call with the defendant, did you?
I don't recall.
I think, I think what I'd like to do is have you look at this transcript. I'm going to mark this, if I can find our stickers, just for identification purposes as Exhibit 1 from the defense. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Does it go all the way to 2718? Okay, that's fine.
So I'm handing you a transcript of your testimony from May 22nd, 2014. Do you mind taking a look at that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd just like you to look through that for a few minutes so you get a sense of what you testified to.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, and he'll have the opportunity to review it during the recess. And when we return, you can resume your questions. So while we're on recess, please recall all the rules and instructions I've given you. Please leave your notepads in your chairs. The administration of an oath to each of you by the jury clerk. Then you'll be impaneled, which is a brief formality.
Sorry, guys. I'm like, wait a minute now. I know they can't hear me when they talking and I'm talking, but I mute them and forgot to unmute myself. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna help. Do you hear what I hear? I hear nothing, nothing at all. Okay, let me get us into. Let me get us into our next portion of this. Sorry. It's like they have them all together and then they don't have them all together. It's the most stupidest stuff sometimes with them. Like I had them all together. I had them in the queue. Let me close it. Oh, okay. So is that why they still haven't court? Because I was wondering. Okay, let me get our next portion up. Not arrested and deported. I'm just looking at parts of it. Let me see. Day 1. Okay, I got it.
So I'd like to refer to page 2700.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me first ask you, when you reviewed, the last question I asked you, I think was, well, first I asked you to review that transcript, right? And you've had a chance to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find anything in their testimony where you talked about a phone call at around 10:30 a.m. on the morning of January 2nd, 2014?
No, ma'am. I was never, no, ma'am.
Okay. So on the bottom of page 2700, or well, about in the middle of that page, you were asked a question at line 15 regarding the text messages. Is that right?
Can you repeat your question, ma'am?
Well, you were asked about the text messages that you had with the defendant on that same morning, on January 2nd, 2014. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let me go a little higher on that page. You said you were asked, was there a time at the beginning of this year that your level of concern increased? And a few lines later, you answered that question saying, yes, I received, or I'm sorry, you didn't say yes. You just said, I received the email text messages from my brother-in-law, Nate, stating that things were getting worse. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then for a few pages after that in the transcript, you recounted the content of those text messages. Is
Yes,
that right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And then if you look at page 2704, the first question on that page is, and you had some further contact. You answered, yes, ma'am. Next question, was there anything about the additional contact that had you concerned? You answered, I just knew that he was concerned about the kids. And I'll go on. I know that he loved my sister, but I was still overall concerned about, him. And so he would reach out to me and I would respond. And in a nutshell, just let him know how I was praying for him, and also kind of explain to him a little bit later on my current status. So there's nothing in that answer. I could go on, but there's nothing in that answer regarding any phone call on January 2nd, is there?
No, ma'am.
So when you were asked if you had any additional contact with the defendant that left you concerned, you didn't mention that phone call?
Not from that day. No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. And then you were asked a question at the bottom of 2704, and were there any times that you felt like he was escalating again? And again, here's your answer. I didn't. From the text messages and even from the phone calls, I couldn't really determine. I knew he was reaching out. I knew that he was trying to contact the kids. And I also knew that he knew I could talk to my sister. But I've always tried, and as I expressed to him, I always tried to remain a neutral party. I didn't want to come between their situation. I just wanted to be an advocate, be a brother to him, be a brother to my sister. And so there were times when he would start to communicate with my wife, and he had a great bond with my wife. And so I knew he would reach out to her. And I think she even explained, T is doing a lot of training and has a tough mission and even schooling. But as far as escalating, I didn't see it. And again, I could go on. Your answer is longer, but there's nothing in that answer. When asked about whether the situation was escalating in any way, you did not provide any answer that contained any information about a January 2nd phone call with the defendant, did you?
I did not, ma'am.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Redirect.
Captain Taylor, was Sunday the first time that we had ever gone over your testimony in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did we provide you the phone records, or did you provide them to us?
I provided to you all.
Did you have a conversation with a member of our office asking if it would be okay if you got the phone records, your phone records, in order to refresh your own recollection?
Yes.
And was that your idea?
That was my idea. I just wanted to kind of try to stop and take some time to reflect to see, to recall those events on that particular day. So I thought the phone log would be helpful.
Sure. Because you wanted to give a full and fair accounting of what happened?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this prior hearing with the transcript that Ms. Hamburger's asked you about, I wasn't the attorney during that hearing, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And you had not obtained your phone records for that hearing, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And in looking at your phone records, I believe you said that it jogged your memory somehow, or how did you come to recall the statement? If I can't have the kids, no one will.
When I looked at the phone log compared to the text messages and just trying to fill in a timeline, I was really trying to get a sense of how was he feeling, or what was the emotion, what was going on at that time. But I do recall, and looking at, especially what I'm about to react, I'm sorry, what was going on in my mind during that time. And I do remember, reaching out to, and then draw my memory, looking at the phone log and seeing that I reached out to my dad to say, hey, Nate is frustrated. Nate is very frustrated right now. And I'm just really concerned about Tanya's safety, just concerned.
And so in looking at that and in reflecting on it in preparation for trial, is it your testimony that the defendant did say that to you, that if I can't have the kids, no one will, after his I'm about to react text message to you?
Yes, that line.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that suggested to you by the DA's office?
It was not suggested, sir.
Okay. again, at this, in terms of this transcript, if you look at page 20, do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Page 2705. And again, the phone records weren't available to anyone that you're aware of back in May 22nd, 2014, correct?
No, sir.
And that would have been about 5 weeks after your parents' murder.
That's correct.
Okay.
Approximately.
You make reference, I believe, to a text message from the 27th of January. Is that right? And that's on line 14 on page 2705.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us about your testimony that day, about what the defendant said to you?
That day I stated I stated here, I think later that month, the 27th of January, he just asked, via text message, talk to your dad. And my response, okay, how's everything going? And then he stated, going to pull up. He said, if your dad wants to smack someone, he needs to come smack me. And I'm trying to be cool about everything, but it's getting out of hand. Tanya got to straighten this mess out. She's the one that got everyone in this mess because she is mad and the kids don't want to be down there. Tanya ain't thinking about the kids at all. She's gonna hate when Jeremy go off on her. Go off and all of them down there. He says mom's been telling him lies about everything, and grandparents not talking to him about at all. He is trying to be respectful to them, but he said your dad pulled his gun out on him, put his hands on him, and was calling him all kinds of bad names. It's not right. And all of this can be over. And you all know that it's not making sense. Thought Tanya was wise and mature than this. She's not trying to work nothing out for the kids' sake. Mad and attitude about nothing. And my response, I'm praying for her. His response later, she's gonna hate it when they come back on her.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Taylor. Nothing further.
Redirect. I'm sorry, recross.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Captain Taylor, if you would just continue reading there, the paragraph following the one that you just read on page 2706, starting
Yes.
at line 9.
Yes, ma'am. My last correspondence with him was on March 29th at 6:11 p.m. He stated, how's everything going? Just thinking about you all. Take care and love you guys. And my response is 7:37, March 29th. Man, we've been thinking and praying for you and the family. Just looking forward to when we get back to North Carolina, eat some chicken and barbecue with you. Talk to you later.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And regarding the January 27th text message, this was regarding an incident between the defendant and your father. Is that right? Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
And your understanding is the defendant was expressing some frustration about that situation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
This is an incident. Is it your understanding this is an incident where Jeremy had indicated that your father had assaulted him or they'd had an altercation of some sort?
Yes, ma'am. That same incident, I believe.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
You've previously said that you felt your role was to try to mediate this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
On January 2nd in particular, but kind of throughout this period, was part of your motivation in your responses to diffuse the defendant?
It was to diffuse them and just to let them know that I care about them and that I want the best for them.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Well, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Miss Latanya Allen to the stand. May I approach the clerk while she's coming?
Yes.
Ma'am, if you would, place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Waller.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss Allen, good afternoon to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Latanya Taylor Allen.
And Miss Allen, how are you related to the victims in this case?
My mother, Anglia Taylor, and my father, Sylvester Taylor, Sr.
And Miss Allen, do you have any kids, ma'am?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your kids?
I have 3 children. Jeremy Taylor goes by JT, and he is 17. He's a senior. And I have 2 girls, Nautica Holden and Amber Holden, ages 10 and 11.
What grades are they in, ma'am?
They're in, Nautica started middle school this year. She's in the 6th grade, and Amber is in the 5th grade.
And Captain Taylor that just testified, how is he related to you?
That's my brother.
And you've got some other folks back here behind us. Who are your other family members that you have here with you?
My step brother is here, Martonio Royster, his wife, Erica. And then my husband is here, Jamar Allen. My brother, Sylvester Taylor II, and his wife, Carly Taylor. My grandmother is also present. My mother's mom, Hattie Smith. My mother's sister is here, Sharon Johnson, along with her daughter, Hannah Johnson. My dad's family is here. His niece is here, Christy Carter, and a friend of mine's, Gia, is here.
Thank you, Miss Allen. You said that you've remarried and you're now married to Jamar Allen. Is that right?
Yes.
When did y'all get married?
We got married August the 1st of last year.
2016 now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Latanya. And let me turn your attention to the defendant. How do you know the defendant in this case?
Nathan Holden is my ex-husband.
Do you recall when you were divorced from the defendant?
Yes.
When was that?
I think it was finalized of 2015. I'm not sure of the exact date.
That's
April.
Fine. That's fine. We'll look at some paperwork in a little while. Let me go back to the beginning, and let me ask you a little bit about how you and the defendant started your relationship. When you first met him, when you first started your, I guess, romantic relationship.
We started dating in middle school, going into high school, and we started out really as best friends. Like, I could talk to him about anything, and he could talk to me about anything. We was like really close friends, and then it grew into a romantic relationship. Whereas I got pregnant with my son.
When did that happen, Latanya?
That happened in high school. I was 15.
And just to give us a little frame of reference, how old are you? How old are you now?
34.
What's your date of birth?
2/22/82.
Now, is the defendant older or younger than you?
He's a year younger than me.
So when you were in the 11th grade and had JT, he would have been in the 10th grade.
That's correct.
And was he in high school with you? Went to high school?
He went to a different high school at that time.
Your brother that just testified, Captain Taylor, did you know that he knew the defendant as well?
Yes.
And your brother talked a little bit about that y'all kind of grew up in the same community out there. Tell us a little bit about that, how you knew him, how you knew the defendant and his family and whatnot growing up.
I knew him from his family lived in the same community that I grew up in, Raleigh Hill community. His grandmother lived down the street from my grandmother, and the families were pretty close. We grew up pretty close, and then they moved to Jonesville, which is a few houses down from my mother's church. So,
well, before we go any further, you mentioned your mother's church. You said your mother's Anglia Taylor.
yes,
What was her occupation?
she was the pastor of Zion Hill Holiness Church in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
How long had she been the pastor there?
She was ordained in 2000, and she had been pastoring ever since.
And you say your dad is Sylvester Taylor.
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about your dad. What was his career, his profession?
My dad was a retired Vietnam vet. He was disabled, so he didn't work. He was the deacon at our church.
Do you do some odd jobs around?
He did odd jobs like yard work in the community. He worked at the church. He kept up the maintenance of the church, and he also helped where he was living at, the owner. He helped him with the farming and taking care of the property for him because he was elderly.
And kind of their general personality. How would you describe your dad's personality?
Overruled.
My dad was a very firm, strict man. Like I said, he was a Vietnam vet, but he loved us. He loved his children. He loved his family. He worked hard. He was dedicated to our church and to the people in the community.
And how about your mom? Her general personality.
She was so loving.
Overruled.
She was so loving. She didn't meet a stranger. She loved everybody. She was just a very positive woman. Like no matter how bad a situation was, she always found the good in everything, and she loved her grandchildren.
Well, let me tie that to the defendant a little bit. You said that you all had a child together. I believe you said your 11th grade year.
Yes.
What year was JT born?
99.
99. And had you and the defendant been dating up until that point, or was the pregnancy something that was kind of unexpected?
The pregnancy was unexpected. We wasn't together during the pregnancy because he didn't believe that was his child. So he waited, and he was advised by his parents not to participate during the pregnancy until we had received the test results that it was his son. And once we got those results back in Jeremy, he was actively involved in Jeremy's life.
It was confirmed that the defendant is JT's father.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when JT came along, what did y'all just stay boyfriend and girlfriend, or did you change your relationship at that point?
Yes, we stayed boyfriend and girlfriend.
At some point, did you and the defendant marry?
Yes, we did. We married in 2012. It was like my second year in college. 2012.
Or 2002.
I'm sorry. Yes, 2002. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Well, going back to your parents, what was your dad's relationship back in around 99 and 2002 with the defendant?
He didn't like him.
Okay. Was there anything specific about that relationship?
He felt like Nathan was like arrogant. Like he was just I don't know. He didn't like his attitude. He didn't like him. When I told him we was getting married, he was just like, as long as you're happy, I'm going to support you. So he dealt with it.
And then talking about your mom, how was she involved with your marriage?
She loved him. She actually married us.
as part of her pastoral and
Yes.
motherly duties?
Yes,
Where'd y'all get married?
at our church, Zion Hill Church.
Did your dad go to the
He
wedding?
did. He walked me down the aisle, him and my son.
Him and your son, JT.
Yes.
When you got married in 2002, I mean, you're both fairly young at that point, but what was kind of the relationship that you and the defendant had when you got married in 2002?
It was okay I would say the first 2 to 3 years, but I got pregnant with my first daughter, and things just started kind of going downhill from there. It was a financial strain because I wasn't able to work, and so we was living off one income. We bounced around, moved several times. We moved in with a family member, and it was a financial strain very early on. And then as soon as I had Nautica, I got pregnant with Amber. So they're like 11 months apart, and so I wasn't able to work at the time, and so it was a strain on having just one income. And at the time, he was a barber, so it wasn't like a consistent steady income at the time.
So Nautica's your oldest daughter.
Yes.
And Amber's the younger daughter.
Yes.
What years were they born?
2005 and 2006.
What prior to their births, you said you were working up until that point. What type of work did you do?
I actually finished college, and I was in the banking industry. I worked here at State Employees Credit Union. I worked there, and a manager at Walmart.
And you said y'all were kind of just relying on one income once the girls came along. So I assume it was the defendant that was working.
Yes.
You said he was a barber. Did he hold down other
I
jobs
think
as
he
well?
did like a transportation cab service during the school years.
And when you say he was a barber, did he have a shop or was he doing it out of the house?
He was working at a shop at that time.
Well, after Amber's born in 2005, you said? 2006. Kind of give us a idea of how your relationship with the defendant went from that point.
It was hard. I was hearing rumors that he was cheating. From that time on, I would just brush it off. Financially, it was a strain. He wasn't home much.
Do you know where he was? Or?
No.
Okay. Yeah. And you mentioned cheating. That was at some point during your relationship with him. Did you have an affair?
I did.
About when was that, Ms. Latanya?
It was like 2006, I believe, and I think it lasted about a month.
Did you ever tell the defendant about that affair? Or did he walk in on you or anything like
I
that?
never told him, but I always wanted to tell him. I knew he would hurt me and the other guy because
Sustain as to you can sustained as to the word no. You can offer an opinion if you'll rephrase the question.
Sure. Do you know specifically if the defendant knew that you had an affair?
No, but he always assumed it.
And why didn't you tell the defendant that you'd had an affair?
I knew he would hurt me.
Sustained as to the word no, unless you have some specific personal knowledge. If you have an opinion, you can state it as such.
Did you have an opinion as to how the defendant would react if you told him?
I wouldn't feel safe, and I didn't believe he would forgive me.
Overruled.
So that's around 2006.
Yes.
And to be clear, Latanya, you said that things were kind of not great in your relationship. Things had deteriorated. Was there any physical violence by the defendant at this
No.
point? Was there any physical violence towards the defendant from you at any point?
No.
Were you still living together though in the same house?
We were living together. Yes.
And were you did you spend? You say he wasn't home a lot, but did you spend a significant amount of time with him?
I was working at that time. So when I would come home, he would be getting ready to leave out.
In the times that you did share with him, though, over the 10-year period, did you ever exhibit any nightmares or flashbacks or anything like that from the defendant?
No.
Was he in any kind of therapy for any issues during the time that y'all were married?
No.
Okay. And where were you working after the girls? You weren't taking care of the girls at the home anymore?
I worked at BB&T right here for a year, and then I started working at Department of Revenue.
How about the defendant? What was he doing at this time? Was he still doing the barber?
He was cutting hair in the house.
In the house. When would he have people come over to the house?
All day, every day.
Okay, LaTanya, let's fast forward a little bit. And was the relationship kind of this up and down and growing apart that you've described to us over the next couple of years?
We definitely were growing apart. I was very unhappy, but I just stayed because we had the kids. But I was unhappy. I didn't know how to leave, and I knew leaving would be a major decision. Like, I knew that if I left, I wasn't coming back.
Did you talk with your mother and father about your situation at home or about your thoughts about leaving?
No.
Were they aware that you were unhappy in the home?
They were aware.
And unhappy in the marriage, I should say.
Yes.
Okay, carry us to December of 2013. Okay. I want you to take us to that time period. Were you still married to the defendant in
Yes,
December
sir.
of 2013?
Yes.
What was your relationship like with the defendant at that point?
December was our anniversary, and we never celebrated on our anniversary. And this one, I was very frustrated. I was mad because he kind of just waited around the house for me to fall asleep, and he left, and he was gone all night, and I didn't see him until the next morning. So we didn't do anything for the anniversary, and I was hurt.
Was this the first time you hadn't done anything on your anniversary?
No.
So it sounds like it was kind of a pattern or collection of events that brought you to your anniversary there.
Yes, sir.
And your anniversary, you said, was December 7th.
Yes.
What else happened around that time period, LaTanya?
Him and my son, he beat my son with a broom.
How did you become aware of that situation?
He called me, and he said, "You need to come get your son." He said, "You need to come get your son right now."
And where were you when this?
I was at work.
Was it during the business hours or?
Yes, I was getting ready to get off work. I think I had about an hour left.
What did he tell you why you need to come get your son, I guess?
He said that Jeremy was outside. He shouldn't have been outside. He was like, I know he was messing around either with a girl or something like that, or hanging out with his friends, and he's supposed to be in the house.
And what did the defendant tell you he had done to your son?
He didn't tell me. My son called me crying, saying Daddy just beat me with a broom.
And when you heard that, what did you do?
I'll be home. I'm coming home now.
Where were y'all living at this point?
We were living in a community called Deerhurst, which is in Wendell.
And is this post your anniversary, so sometime between December 7th and December 20th?
Yes, sir. When
you got home, and did you find Jeremy there?
Yes.
And did he tell you again what had happened?
He was in his room crying.
Did you notice any injuries about him at that point?
I didn't check. He just was telling me, he was just hurt all over.
Do you know what type of broom it was?
Yes, it was like a metal, little cheap Dollar General broom, but it was a metal broom.
And where was the defendant when you got home?
He wasn't there, I don't believe.
Did you confront him about hitting your son with the broom at that point?
Yes, and he just said he shouldn't have been outside.
Well, let me ask you kind of in general, up until this point, LaTanya, can you kind of describe the defendant's relationship with JT?
He was like really frustrated at Jeremy at that time because Jeremy was we caught Jeremy several times looking at porn and things like that. So he was doing some things that he was getting frustrated about as far as, the things that Jeremy were doing at the time.
Did they do a lot of things together, the defendant and JT, around this time period?
No.
How about the relationship that the defendant had with your daughters, Amber and Nautica? What was that relationship like?
I mean, he loved them and he probably did things with them, but my youngest daughter, she said she don't even remember.
Overruled.
Did they do a lot of things together
Not much. The kids were mostly with me.
with you?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask the jury to disregard the prior answer.
So the kids mainly stayed with you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. After the incident with Jeremy and the defendant beating him with the broom, what did you decide to do at that point, LaTanya?
I didn't want to. I knew I was done. I was tired. I was unhappy. I was hurt. I just didn't see a change because anytime I would bring up anything about working on our marriage, it went downhill. It was everything was my fault. So I was just tired. I didn't see us working anything out. I was done. I was unhappy. So I didn't want to leave right then. I kind of waited, I think about a week or two, because I didn't want to leave upset or I wanted us to separate, as peaceful as possible. So I waited till things were kind of like calm down.
Had y'all ever separated before? Like either one of you moved out for a little while, for a weekend or week, or
No, sir.
cool off? This was first time you decided to do it.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said a minute ago that when you made that decision, you intended to stick to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you waited a week or so to do it. Were you concerned about how the defendant was going to react to this?
I was.
Okay. Why were you concerned about how he was going to react?
I didn't know how he would react. I knew he would be upset, but I knew he wouldn't take it well. So
were you concerned for your safety if you moved out?
I was.
Well, when did you make the decision to leave?
It was like a few days before Christmas Eve, I believe.
Around December 20th?
20th, yes.
That sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how'd you break the news to the defendant that you were leaving?
He was working on that Friday, which is the 19th. And I called him and told him, I was like, I'm leaving. I'm not happy. I don't see us working this out and I'm gone. I can't do this anymore. And me and my kids are going to move in with my parents. And he was like kind of quiet at first. And then he was like, he was like, I don't understand. He didn't understand why. Can we work? He was just like, I don't know, what you trying to do, things like that. And then he said, well, if you leave, just leave the TV. And I said, okay. And he came home that night. We kind of talked about it. And I was just firm with that I wasn't trying to work it out or anything. He left for work that Saturday morning. And when he left, that's when Jeremy and I started packing up and moving things into the storage.
Did the defendant ask about the kids at that point, or where want to keep the kids at the house at that point?
Yes, and I told him I'm gonna keep the kids, but I'm not trying to take them away from him. I told him that we can get joint custody. I definitely wasn't trying to keep him away from the kids. I still wanted him to be involved in their lives. I just didn't want to be with him anymore.
And how did the kids react to the separation?
Initially Jeremy was happy because he got beat, and then he was just happy. He was like, I'm so happy. He was the one actually moving things and like rushing and trying to hurry up and get it done. But he was glad that I was doing this, and the girls just followed right with the plan. They were so young.
They were
so-
still young.
Mhm.
And you said you went and you moved in with your parents, that
Yes, sir.
Anglia and Sylvester.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about where they live. We've seen some pictures of the house, but kind of give us the general area where your parents resided at that point.
They lived in Wendell, right off of Eagle Rock Road on Lake Glad Road, but it was down like a long path, and you couldn't see the house from the road. It was like farmland around there, big open space, and quiet neighborhood.
Is this the house that you and your brothers and grew up in?
No.
How long they've been staying there?
A couple of years. I probably would say about 5 years or so.
When you moved in, I guess on December 20th of 2013, what was kind of the living arrangement there?
Well, my mom and dad had stuff everywhere, so it took a while for us to get settled there. So we used the first room for the girls, and the back room I would sleep in, and then they also had a couch that laid out to a bed, which is where Jeremy slept.
So you move in there, and that was kind of the sleeping arrangement.
Yes.
Now, LaTanya, a minute ago, you said that you didn't, you still wanted the defendant to be involved in the kids' lives and Jeremy's life. Tell us a little about Christmas, how that worked out. Did you let JT go over there?
I let Jeremy go over there. I think he was with him Christmas, I believe, and I had the girls. He wanted us to get together so he could get the kids some things for Christmas, and that's when he bought Jeremy a cell phone at that time. And so JT ended up staying with them. Once he got the phone, he's like, I'll just stay with Dad, Mom. So I was like, okay. And the girls were with me.
You mentioned the phone. Was the phone a surprise to you in terms of a Christmas gift?
Yes, it was a big surprise because we had agreed that Jeremy was not ready for a cell phone because he was watching porn and doing some things that he shouldn't have been doing. So we had agreed earlier in the year that he wasn't ready for a phone. So that was his Christmas gift from his dad, was the cell phone.
We were talking about Jeremy's or JT's relationship with his dad a moment ago. Did you see that relationship change after you left on December 20th?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Jeremy wanted to stay with him, which was fine with me, but I didn't feel right about it. I didn't want him staying there. But they became closer.
And did it kind of transform from almost a father-son relationship to more of a friendship relationship?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
After you left, tell us a little bit about how the relationship between you and the defendant, I guess, evolved or changed after you left.
Things were pretty, peaceful. Like, it was fine. We were communicating, and it just started changing right after the holidays. It was January the 1st is when things changed.
What happened that day, ma'am? New Year's Day.
Yes. He called and he was like, I'm coming to get my kids. And I was like, no, you're not. He said, I'm coming over there right now to get my kids. They got school in the morning and I'm taking them to school. I'm coming over there right now. And he was upset. He was yelling. And I told him not to come over here. I think he called my dad and they had words. And that's when my dad called the police.
And did the police come to your house that day, or did they just handle it over the phone?
They came to the house.
Did the defendant ever show up at your
No.
house that day? Okay. Do you know if the police talked to the defendant on January 1st?
They did. He had called my phone back. He had hung up, called back, and the police said, let me speak to him.
And so the police spoke to him at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you overhear that conversation?
I was standing right there.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. What did the police tell the defendant that day?
He told them that told him not to come over here. He said the best thing to do to handle this is to file for joint custody. And he said, you guys can go down there tomorrow and file. And he said, LaTanya, what time are you available to go? And I said, probably around 3. And we agreed to meet downtown the next day to file for the joint custody.
And that up until this point, you said that the conversation was, I guess, pretty heated between you and the defendant. Was this kind of the first time you heard him this angry?
Yes.
How did you feel hearing from the defendant this kind of angry?
I'm scared. I thought he was coming. He called my dad saying he was coming. He called my mom's phone, and we were scared. So my dad immediately called the police.
And after the defendant and the police officer had the conversation on the phone, did you express your concern for your safety to the police officer?
Yes. We wanted to know, my dad wanted to know what was his rights if he came on his property. What could he do to protect his family? And I was scared. So once the police got off the phone with Nathan, he told me the best thing for me to do to protect myself and my kids and the family was to file a restraining order first thing in the morning and also file for custody of my kids.
So that would have been January 2nd of 2014.
Yes.
And with the holiday schedule and whatnot, was that the first opportunity that you would have to come down to the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
And file that way?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Waller, we're going to break right
sir.
there. It's 5 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for the afternoon, resume tomorrow morning at 9:30. Please recall the instructions and rules. Don't talk about this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't form or express opinions about the outcome. No media, no independent investigation into these matters, and no conversations with parties, witnesses, or lawyers.
Look, that's the part that I could deal with. Like I used to be here looking at them and stuff, because y'all know they that's who he facing and that's who he turning around towards. I can't deal with him. I'm telling you, I bet you he's short. I bet you he's short. So do y'all wanna go into her next day of testimony today? Y'all want to finish up with her testimony? Because that's the end of day 1. He looking at them when he doing that. Yeah, he got to be short. Yeah, he definitely short. Okay, let me get it up. Yeah, that's definitely short.
Welcome back. I understand all jurors are present. Are there any matters that we need to take up before we bring jurors in?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I want to, we had
the courthouse and filing for a domestic violence protective order and for custody. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's where we stopped yesterday,
Yes.
according to your recollection as well? Okay. Well, let's fast forward to January 2nd then, that morning. Tell us a little bit about how your day began.
So the officer told me that first thing in the morning, I need to go down and file for a restraining order. And that would protect me, the kids, and my family. So I got the girls up for school and was heading to their school to drop them off. And when I got there, I saw his truck parked in the front of the school waiting.
When you say his truck, who are you referring to?
Nathan's truck.
And you said you were taking the girls with you to school. Was JT with you at that point on January 2nd?
No, sir.
Where was he staying?
He was staying with his dad at that time.
Okay. About what time did you get to the school on January 2nd?
I can't remember.
Was it 7, 8, 9? Do you recall?
Probably around 8.
Okay.
8 or 9.
What type of truck did the defendant drive back on January 2nd?
It's a Chevrolet navy blue truck.
Were you expecting to see the defendant at the school that morning, ma'am?
No, sir.
What did you do once you saw the defendant's truck?
I immediately put my car in reverse and backed up all the way out to the back of the street because I knew if he would have seen me, I wouldn't have been able to go down to file the restraining order. So I backed up and I called my dad to meet me to come get the girls so that I could go downtown to file the restraining order.
So you and the defendant didn't have any kind of interaction there that morning at the school?
No, sir.
Were you able to meet up with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Where did y'all meet?
We met like right off the highway. So he met me right off of 264 so that I could just jump on the highway and go straight downtown.
Did you give the girls to your dad that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he take them on to school?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Okay. What did you do after you dropped the girls off with your dad?
I jumped on the highway and started heading downtown to file the paperwork.
And when you say downtown, are you referring to downtown Raleigh here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you were coming to the courthouse. Which courthouse were you going to go to?
The old courthouse across the street.
When was the first time that you had contact with the defendant that morning?
He was calling my phone. Then the whole time, I just ignored it. And the first contact that I got, it was a text that said, "What floor are you on?"
And when you saw that text, what did that mean to you?
I knew he was there. I immediately was just scared, and I left.
Where were you? You said you left. Where were you that you?
I was trying to get the paperwork done, and they were saying you need to have this, you need to have that, you need to get it notarized. So I was frustrated with trying to get the paperwork done. And so I was in the office, collecting, making sure that I had everything that I needed. And that's when I got the text.
So you were going through the administrative process of filing for the restraining order and the child custody at that point?
Yes, sir.
After you received that text about what floor are you on, where did you go?
I think I called my dad and I was like, he's here. And he was like, try to get it done. But I was like, I can't do this. It's too much. I'm scared. And I just started walking to the parking deck to my car.
And you said you were scared at that point. Why were you scared, LaTanya?
I just immediately got scared. I knew, that he was upset. He was really upset because he was calling me all that morning and I was just ignoring it and just trying to get the paperwork filed. I was getting frustrated and I knew he was there. And
the combination of what had happened the previous day and him being at the school and then the repeated calls and texts that morning.
yes, sir.
Where did you go at that point, LaTanya?
I went to the BB&T parking deck where my car was parked.
What happened there?
As soon as I got to my car to unlock it, he immediately pulled out of his truck. He was kind of parked down, a couple of vehicles down. He immediately pulled out and pulled up behind my car.
Were you able to get in a position where you could get your car out of the parking space
No,
at
sir.
that point? How did that interaction proceed?
He began cursing me out. He was very upset, yelling, cursing. He was fierce.
Do you recall exactly what he was saying to you? And you said it's cuss words. That's fine. Say what he said.
What the fuck you doing? You trying to file papers on me? What you doing? What you up to? I'm trying to call you. He was just rambling. I couldn't get a word in.
I think you said that he looked mad at that point.
He was upset, very upset.
What about his demeanor led you to that opinion that he was mad and upset?
Throwing his hands up in the air, pointing at me and yelling, cursing in my face. I couldn't move. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't drive out. And all I could do was try to calm him down. And I was like, I can't talk to you here. Let's just go somewhere and talk. Trying to calm him down. And so I said, just follow me. And I was like, just follow me. I said, we'll go somewhere and talk. But I couldn't talk to him at that time.
When you say he was in your face, how close was?
Very close. This is as close as I am to this microphone.
And was he talking about the kids or the restraining order or everything?
No, he was just mad at me for not answering the phone and knowing he had a inclination that I was going to file for the restraining order for the custody of the kids.
Now, you said you were scared at this point. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What were you telling him to try and calm him down?
Just like, I was like, I can't talk. You're not letting me talk. I said, let's just go somewhere and talk. I said, let's just sit down, go somewhere and talk. So I was just trying to get back in my car and I just told him to just follow me.
And you don't have to give me an exact hour and minute on this, LaTanya, but about what time of day are we talking about at this point?
9, I believe.
The courthouse was already open.
Yes, sir.
Was it before lunch?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so sometime around mid morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. When you told the defendant, let's go somewhere and meet, did he agree to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you going to go?
I didn't know.
Okay. Did you say we'll have lunch, or what did you tell him?
I said we'll just sit down and eat. The talk. I said I haven't eaten anything, so we can talk about this. He was mainly trying to find out what I was down here for. So I just told him to follow me. Just follow me.
Did he make any? One, let me ask you: Did he physically touch you at that point?
No, he was just in my face, like directly in my face.
At that point, did he make any threats to physically harm you in any way?
Not at that point.
Well, tell us a little bit about what happened next.
So he moved up so I can get my car out, and I drove around to pay for the ticket. And as soon as I paid, I tried to drive, like once the thing went down, I tried to drive off as fast as I could to get away from him. And so it went down and I just sped up and just pulled out, and I think I ran a light just trying to get away, and he followed me, and everything's escalated from there because he like ran me off the road right here at this in front of the public safety building at the intersection and throwing his hands up. What the fuck you doing? And where you trying to go? You trying to run from me? He was just yelling, and I was like pushed off on the side of the road.
Do you know if you were you on Salisbury Street at that point or Fayetteville Street?
It's the road right beside public safety building. So I came around where Chick-fil-A was, made that immediate left, and right at that intersection, the public safety building would be on your right. So right there, as soon as you go through the intersection, I was pulled over. He blocked me in there.
And how was your car blocked at that point?
I had to run off the road so he wouldn't hit me. So it was just like off into where the EMS workers would drive in, kind of like right in their spot.
The bays where the ambulance trucks
Yes,
come in and out of.
Yes.
All right, tell us a little bit about what happened there once your car was pulled to the side of the road.
He's still yelling, and I was like, I'm just trying to I'm just trying to think of where to go. You know, I was just trying to think of where to go. Just follow me. I was like, I'm not trying to. He's like, you trying to run from me? You trying to run from me? And I was like, I'm not trying to run from you. I said, just follow me. I said, just follow me.
Let me interrupt you there. Was he in or out of his truck at this point?
He was in his truck.
Okay. Where were you? Were you
in my car?
Okay, so this is happening. I guess windows are rolled down, and he's hollering at you that way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long would you say that you were there on the side of the road?
Not long at all.
Again, at this point, did he make any threats to physically harm you?
Not at this point.
Okay. What happened at that point in time?
I drove up to the light and I circled around the courthouse and came around, and I ended up parking. I was just nervous. I didn't know where to go, what to do. And I felt like I didn't need to be away from the police station. So I was like, I need to be around people at that point. So all I could think about was talking to him right here in front of the public safety building. So I circled around the courthouse, came back around here at this intersection and parked at the little, it wasn't a parking deck, but it's right beside the public safety building. And I parked there.
And that's a fairly, I guess, just a regular looking parking lot.
Yes.
And is that one of those lots where you
Put
have to
the
put your
change
money in a
in.
box?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you left the parking deck, it sounds like that was one of those standard, somebody at a booth and a gate goes up and down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is different. This is an open air lot.
Yes.
Were you able to find a parking space in there?
Yes, sir. I think we both did park there. And this is when I got out the car and things just started escalating from there because he was just yelling. He was in my face. And I was trying to put the money in the machine and I just kept dropping it because he's yelling at me. I'm nervous. And he's saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. He's like, I don't know what I'm capable of doing right now. He's like, I'll to punch you right now. And that time I'm trying to put my money in and he had his fist just pressing it up against my face. And I was dropping my money and the person beside me was trying to help me pick it up to put it in. I was just nervous at that time. That's when he began to make the threats.
You said he had his fist literally on your face at that point?
Yes, pressed up against my face.
Is that the first time that he had touched you that day?
Yes, sir.
And to go back to the entire relationship, was this the first time that he had put hands on you like
yes,
that?
Sir.
And y'all had been married, I guess, about 11 years at that point, and dated before that. Describe like the demeanor that you saw that day in relation to what you'd seen from the defendant over 15 years.
I mean, he was just yelling. He was very, very upset. I was just shaking and he was just yelling. I couldn't even get a word in. It seemed like whatever I would say, he would just get even more upset.
And at that point, he told you he didn't know what he was capable of
yes.
doing. What did you take that to mean, LaTonya?
I knew that I didn't need to go anywhere. I needed to be in a safe place. I needed to get somewhere safe. So I was just saying, well, okay, let me sit down. I told him, let me sit down and we can talk. And he's like, I just want to talk to you. I just want to talk to you. So once I paid the toll, we walked across the street and I said, I will talk to you, but I will talk to you right here in front of this police station. And I sat right there on the bench in front of the public safety building. And I was sitting there and he was standing directly in front of me and he was yelling at me the whole time. People were walking by. I couldn't say anything at that point. And I don't even remember all what he was saying, just rambling, just yelling, just in my face, pointing his finger in my face. It was scared. I was scared.
Was he still cursing at you?
Yes,
at this
sir.
point? Okay. And you say you don't remember exactly what he said, but it was the same general tone of the conversation that you'd had all morning.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that he threatened to punch you in the parking lot. Did he make any physical threats to you there on the bench in front of the public safety center?
Yes, he did. Kept saying that I don't know what I'm capable of doing. I don't know. He's like, I'm just upset. He's like, I can do anything. I can do anything. That's what he was saying.
And well, Tanya, were you in fear for your safety and life at this point?
Yes.
How about the kids? Was he talking about the kids at all at this point in the conversation?
He was saying something like, you're trying to take my kids away from me. And I was like, I'm not trying to do that. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's not. But like I said, anything that I said, any little word, he would just get louder and louder.
You've described him as upset and yelling at you. Let me ask you, at that point, did you think that the defendant was impaired in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. Whether it be on marijuana or drugs or alcohol?
No.
During the course of your relationship, have you seen the defendant impaired or high at times?
Yes, sir.
And when he's impaired, does he act out in this rage that you've described this?
No, sir.
Okay. So this was something different than what you had seen before.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while I'm here, we'll take just a little break from talking about January 2nd for a minute. Talking about drugs and alcohol. You mentioned yesterday that the defendant was a barber. Do you know if he was involved in selling drugs as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware of him selling drugs?
Yes, sir.
And where would he sell those drugs?
For a while, he never. I don't know where he kept it at, but close to the end of our marriage, he started keeping it at home.
Where at home?
In the bathroom.
Did you talk to the defendant about him selling drugs there out of your house?
I did when he first started back selling drugs, which is probably shortly after the youngest child was born. And that was the thing when we got married. There was the agreement that we said, that I said, you cannot, go back to selling drugs, But when he started back, he told me how I felt about it didn't matter. So I didn't have a say in him selling drugs or not in the house.
So you told him you were opposed to it and specifically selling drugs out of the house where you had young children.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did he respond?
He didn't care at that point. We was living in Jonesville, and he didn't care how I felt about it. I was very upset about it when I found out, and he didn't care. He was like, "It's what I'm gonna do." I didn't have a say in it.
And Amber is the youngest child. When was she born again?
2006.
2006. Okay. All right. We'll go back to January 2nd now, and so your opinion was that he wasn't impaired in any way this morning.
No, sir.
All right. So y'all are still outside fighting or he's yelling at you, I guess I should say, in front of the public safety center. How long would you say you were out there with him yelling at you like this?
I would say it probably went on about 10 minutes, not long, but it seemed long, but I don't think we was out there that long.
Any, bystanders come by and try and separate him?
Nobody helped. Nobody, they was looking at us like just looking and staring. Some people would walk by really, really fast. I was hoping that an officer or somebody would stop. But
So no law enforcement got involved at that point.
no, sir.
How were you able to, I guess, stop this in front of the Public Safety Center?
His main argument was that I wouldn't talk to him. So I said, well, I haven't eaten anything. I'm tired. I'm stressed. I'm nervous. I'm scared. I said, let's just go somewhere and sit down and eat and talk. And he eventually agreed to that. And so I told him to just follow me. So
Did you have a plan at that point where to go, LaTanya?
in my mind, I was thinking Golden Corral on Capitol Boulevard.
Is that somewhere you'd been before?
Yes, sir.
That Golden Corral, does it have a lot of people at it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So did you walk back over to that the parking lot?
Yes.
Who you get in your vehicle? He got in his vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What type of vehicle were you driving at that point?
Dodge Avenger.
Did y'all leave the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what happened there.
So I started heading down towards New Bern Avenue. And just before you get to Bojangles, I got a call from JT's school. And it was an officer, and my phone had been ringing all that morning. I think I had missed calls from my brother, my dad, my mom, Nathan. And so the school called and they said, is this Miss Holden? I said, yes.
Wait, when you say they said.
The officer, he said.
A school resource officer?
Yes. He said,
Objection, Your Honor, you would ask the ladies for the instruction. I'm sorry, we'd be asking for limited instruction.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the statement that's being referred to here in the evidence is an out-of-court statement, not made under oath. It's being allowed solely for the purposes of explaining what this witness did next. You're not to take it for the truth of what was being said in that statement, because again, it's not under oath in this courtroom. But you may answer the question, and the jury is to use it solely for the purposes permitted.
Thank you, sir. LaTanya, this officer, did he identify himself as a school resource officer?
yes, he did.
Do you know his name or?
He gave me his name, but I can't remember.
Okay. What did the officer tell you at that point, ma'am?
He told me that he said that he was the resource officer from JT school, and that he had got a call from my brother saying that he asked me, where's Nathan? And I was like, thinking, how did he know him? I said, he's behind me, he's following me. He said, well, I got a call from your brother stating that he said he would kill you and the kids today, that it was going to all end today, and that I needed to get back. I said, he said, where are you? I said, I'm downtown. He's following me. We're going to go get something to eat to talk about this. He said, you need to go back downtown. You need to go to the police station.
And you said that he received a call from your brother. And I know your brother and your father,
yes.
Sylvester. Do you recall if it was your brother or your father that he said he'd heard from?
I think he said my brother.
All right. And so he told you need to get back down to the Public Safety Center.
Yes, sir.
What did you do at that point, LaTanya?
I made a quick U-turn where Bojangles and Cookout is at. So I made a U-turn and I just started speeding downtown, and I was just weaving in and out of cars, and he's like speeding behind me, throwing up his arms. I'm just like, just follow me, just, waving him to just follow me. And I pulled up in front of the public safety building. I just drove up, ran out, left my car there, ran out and ran inside. And I said, My husband is trying to kill me. I need some help. And they took me to the back.
So you essentially just abandoned your car down
I
on
did.
Salisbury Street here.
Yes.
And now you said you told the first officer you saw that your husband had threatened to kill you. Why'd you tell him that?
Because that's what the officer had said, that he had made threats to do that that day.
I'm sorry. And LaTanya, were you still on the phone with the resource officer at this point, or did you hang up?
I think I handed the phone to the lady at the front, or the officer that came to meet me.
Where were you able to see where the defendant was at this point once you ran inside?
No, sir. They took me back into a secure place and held me there.
Did he follow you into the public safety center?
I'm not sure. I was in the back, so I don't. They came in and told me they didn't see him. They didn't see that vehicle or see him.
When you abandoned your car there on Salisbury Street, do you recall if the defendant's truck was still behind you at that point?
No, it wasn't.
So you were able to put a little distance between yourself and him at that point.
Yes, sir.
Now, LaTanya, you said that you got some people to help you with the restraining order. Who were those folks?
I don't remember their name. It was a lady officer, and she escorted me to the old courtroom. And she was like, take your time, get your paperwork done. I was able to bypass some couple of people and just go straight in and get everything that I needed to get done. I also filed for full custody of the kids at that time.
So it was a Wake County Sheriff's deputy that walked you over there. LaTanya, tell us a little bit about the process that you had to go through to apply for a restraining order that morning.
It was a form you fill out, and I think you had to meet with the judge at a certain time to meet with the judge to grant the temporary custody.
And so did you in fact fill out your paperwork there that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that morning, were you also able to go in front of a judge and be heard on your issues?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. As you step into the deliberation room for a moment, again, please don't concern yourself about what's occurring in the courtroom during your absence. These are matters the law requires us to consider outside your presence, and leave your notepads. Don't talk about the case among yourselves. outside the presence of the jury, Mr. Brown.
I'm going through some of this and I see, and I probably need to take it in a moment, some things that I would argue should be redacted or at least have limited instructions about. I mean, one example is there was a statement in the domestic violence order that says he may be a convicted felon, which is actually not true. He doesn't have a felony record. So I think that would be misleading, and I would argue that should be redacted. And I can just have a moment. I have seen this material beforehand, but I just wanted, and Ms. Hamburger and I, if we could just have a moment to look through and see other things that might be an issue. Concerns in the domestic violence sheet, the one that I moved, I said particularly about he may be a convicted felon. My understanding of Mr. Holden's record is he has no felony convictions. If I'm wrong, that's I think my understanding, that's the state's understanding too, and I think having that in order. There's also again a reference and to he told the police my brother was going to kill the kids and himself. I think at least a limiting instruction would be appropriate with that. I don't, on the complaint for child custody visitation ones, I don't object to some of the paperwork, but there are some conclusions by the court, particularly after the second hearing, that I believe are impermissible in a criminal hearing. I think the pleadings itself could have could be a different story, but I think if the civil court makes findings of it, I think there was, I don't have the site, but I know that was a concern in the Jason Young case, and I know that was eventually overturned by the North Carolina Supreme Court, but I don't think on the validity of the claim. I think it was whether it was actually constituted ineffective assistance of counsel. I'm sorry I don't have that cite, but there was a specific statute about that.
All right,
So-
Mr. Waller, what's your, first of all, what's your intention with these documents? Are you seeking to publish them?
Yes, sir. I would seek to publish them. If Mr. Brown can let me know which regarding the child custody issues referring to, I'll be glad to look at those and see where we are. But in regards to convicted felon, I can, if Your Honor wants to see it's her complaint under the ex parte order that Judge Mangum filed. It does have pistol. This defendant may be a convicted felon, and it's underlined at that point. My argument to you would be that it says may, and two, I can ask LaTanya about that. He's not a convicted felon, so I could ask her about that, and some sort of limiting instruction, I believe, would cure that.
If you have a copy, it would be helpful for me to. Do you have an extra copy?
I have my copy.
All right, that's fine. I can just accept your description of it. All right, whose handwriting is that? Is that Judge Mangum?
It looks like that's Judge Mangum's handwriting because that comes directly off the order. Miss, if I may approach, I'll show you Miss Allen's handwriting.
Can I, as I'm looking through this too, it looks like there's findings of fact here that said the defendant threatened to kill the children, and I would object to a finding by the district court that he threatened to kill the children. And that's on page 5458, which I believe is the date stamps from the district attorney's office.
Maybe this may come out of a different bait stamp set. There were several.
All right.
Page 205 of the AOC document. It's the same page the defendant may be a convicted felon. I think there's several. It appears that one of these it's additional findings, and I guess I would object to these findings of facts under the statute that I'm sorry I don't have the specific one, but I think that we both know we talking about.
I'm familiar with that as well. For what purpose would Judge Mangum's findings be admissible?
His actual findings,
right?
I will tell you, I'm probably more concerned just with the order itself.
The fact that an order was entered.
Yes, sir. That an order was entered, that it tells about certain dates, what he's prohibited to do, that sort of thing. The findings.
Right. I think that's admissible. I think that the objection is well taken as to what a judge in an ex parte civil proceeding might have entered as findings of fact. Sure. That may be unduly prejudicial. And so I think what would be admissible is any pleadings that this witness herself created or submitted or created her pleadings. The order itself, there may be portions of the written order that would need to be redacted, but certainly the language of what is permitted, what's not permitted, that sort of thing would be admissible as well. But in terms of, for example, this additional findings page, I'm not sure that really any of it would be admitted. Just simply, so that the defendant threatened to kill the children. That's now Judge Mangum considering what Miss Allen told him that her brother told her through a resource officer. It seems to get pretty remote at this point.
Yes, sir.
So I think what we're looking at is the order itself, the pleadings that Miss Allen prepared to get that order. I think those would be admissible. And if the pleadings themselves contain language about a threat to kill, then that can be cured with a limiting. Yes, I do see that here. So that can be cured with a limiting instruction that's to be considered solely for the purposes of explaining the source of that information for this witness and explaining why she took certain actions, and it's not to be considered for the truth of the matter asserted. All right. Anything else that we need to take up on that?
This one is also that the issue of the custody for child, custody visitation, leading to, that's the, I don't know if you can give them copies of that.
I don't have a copy of that either.
If those are the originals, if you want to hand those up and let Judge Ridgway examine
There's
them.
also examples of both pleadings that we're not objecting to, but to conclusions by the court. I think we run into the same issue.
We've got a complaint prepared by Miss Allen. We've got an affidavit as to status of minor child. We've got answer and counterclaim prepared by a lawyer for Mr. Holden, an affidavit of Mr. Holden. So no objection to any of those materials. Is that my understanding? Okay. Then we had an ex parte order that was entered on January 30, 2014. It has some findings of fact that minor children are exposed to substantial risk of physical injury, things of that sort. So you're objecting to the findings of the court?
More specifically, although probably to be consistent, both, more specifically, I think there's findings of fact from the February 10th order.
All right.
That's more what we were objecting to.
Okay, well, I think we do need to be consistent. Okay, so this order actually grants the defendant emergency custody, and then we have a temporary order of February 10, 2014, which grants Mrs. Allen primary custody of the two daughters, I gather. All right. Well, I think that I think what I would say is that the substance of the order can be testified to as to the legal effect of it. If you want to redact it and put it into evidence, you can, or it can just be testified to, whatever you prefer. But I think again, the findings of the court are not relevant.
Under the temporary order from February 10th, redact, I guess 1 through 17.
Yes.
And then also 1 through 7.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the February 10th hearing. Right. And then on the other ones,
right,
the domestic violence. And I've given Your Honor my copy, if I may.
Yes, sir. That would just be, I think, the findings. I don't have the actual order portion of that. I just have the additional findings.
Yes, sir.
Are you seeking to admit the January 30?
January 30th.
That's the ex parte order that allowed Mr. Holden emergency custody over 3 children?
Yes, sir.
You are seeking.
Yes, sir.
So, be the same ruling as to the middle paragraph, it appearing to the court. I think that's the portion that would be redacted. Although I would permit redaction of it, but it may be that there's no objection to that portion coming in, and you may wish to have it come in. So if there's no objection, then
I don't have any objections to that part of
Right. So, but
I think at this point, I will redact all findings of fact and conclude findings of fact
I
by,
think to
by
be
the court.
consistent, that would be allowed, but well, so in the January 10th or January 30th, February 10th orders, the findings would be redacted and the conclusions of law would be redacted. All that would appear would be that portion that appears after the words "now therefore it's hereby ordered, adjudged and decreed." Similarly, on the domestic violence protective order, the order would be permitted, but the additional findings would not be allowed.
Okay. If Your Honor would allow me, I can do it a couple ways. Either we can take a 15, 20-minute break for me to redact this information, or two, I can go through and have LaTanya, I guess the dates are what are important and what she was allowed to do and what the defendant was allowed to do. I can go through that with her now using the unredacted portions and move to introduce those documents at a later time. If allowing me time to redact them and enter them, she may even be off the stand at that point. It's how Your Honor wishes for me to proceed.
I would prefer it that way. We'll probably take a break within 45 minutes, so she may still be on the stand, or I don't know how much longer you have, but I'd certainly allow you to move for the admission later on and then also publish them later on if you care to.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That would be fine either way.
Okay. So I don't know whose copies I have up here, but I'm happy to return.
Those are all my originals that I was getting ready to publish or introduce. So.
All right.
I've given Mr. Brown and Ms. Hamburger the DV paperwork I intend to introduce, custody information that I intend to reduce. I've also given them her divorce proceedings that I intend to introduce. And one of those divorce proceedings does include a letter from the defendant in response to her complaint for absolute divorce. So that's the paperwork I intend to introduce over the next portion of Ms. Allen's testimony.
Okay. So all of the pleadings can come in now, can be admitted now. The only documents that we're talking about are the actual court orders from the district court. So,
Yes, sir.
but everything else can come in now, be published now. As far as I'm concerned, I'll give the appropriate limiting instruction. All right.
May I approach?
Yes, please. All right. Anything else, or are we ready for the jury?
If I may have just 1 minute to
Yes.
get everything back in order. Alan about during the course of the upcoming testimony is specifically in the temporary order for custody under the order of the court. It outlines the custody arrangement that would have been in place as of February 10th. It also outlines at that point the Taylor family was ordered to remove any weapons from their property. That's fair game at this point, and in terms of her testimony, is my understanding.
I think that is fair game.
Right.
So just findings of fact and conclusions of law, but orders are fair.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Further questions, Mr. Waller?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Latanya, I'm gonna hand you a series of documents that we're gonna work through, and I'll hand them to you one at a time, and let you know the evidence number I'm looking at. We'll start with what has been identified at this point as State's Exhibit 47. I'd ask that you take a look at this document and tell me if you recognize what these documents appear to be, and take your time. We'll flip them. You recognize those documents?
Yes, sir.
Let me come around here. And Latanya, just make, when you're moving away from the microphone, just make sure you keep your voice up. Stuff moving back and forth. But do you recognize what State's Exhibit 47 appears to be?
Yes, sir.
And what does State's Exhibit 47 appear to be, ma'am?
This is the application I had to complete to get the restraining order, the 50B.
And when you say 50B, that order is, we called it a restraining order, but it's technically a domestic violence protective order.
Yes, sir.
Now, is that your handwriting on State's Exhibit 47, the actual application process?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Allen, does that appear to be the same, or at least a copy of the application process that you filled out on January 2nd of 2014?
Yes, sir.
Any changes or alterations that you see?
No, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 47 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, except for what we had previously.
All right, 47 is allowed.
And if I may borrow that from you, Latanya, I want to specifically go to, well, we'll start with the information sheet, and then ask you a series of questions about whether or not you have ever filed a 50B complaint against the defendant, or he has filed a complaint against you, ever charged with any crimes involving this defendant, and how did you respond to each one of those questions on the information sheet?
I responded as no for all of those questions.
So you've never filed for a restraining order against the defendant?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go to line item number 4 on your complaint and motion for domestic violence protective order. It outlines your relationship, that y'all are spouses, that you have children, and there's not any current proceedings involving you two as parties. But then in line item number 4, it asks you to allege your specific complaints against the defendant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I want you to read to the jury what you put in line item number 4.
I have moved out of my home, separated, and he continues to call me and my parents, threatening to take my children. He attempted to come to my parents' home, and my father called the police. He told my brother he was going to kill the kids and himself. He threatened to punch me. He beat my son with a broom.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, again, the out-of-court statement relating to her brother is to be considered by you solely for the purposes of explaining what this witness believed and what she did. It's not to be accepted for the truth of what was asserted in that out-of-court statement. Go ahead.
Thanks. Let's walk through each one of those allegations briefly together. When you say you moved out of the home, that you'd separated, that's what you did back on December 20th of 2000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then moving on to the next item, you say he continues to call me and parents threatening to take my children. He attempted to come to my parents' home, and my father called the police. What is that in reference to, Latanya?
January the 1st, 2014.
So the previous day.
Yes, sir.
And then the matter we were just discussing, he told my brother he was going to kill the kids and himself. What is that in reference to?
Earlier that day, from the phone call from the school officer from JT school.
School resource officer.
Yes, sir.
Then you say he threatened to punch me. What what was the basis of that allegation?
That day when he was chasing me around downtown.
The January 2nd day,
Yes, sir.
and specifically over there in the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
And then he beat my son with a broom. What is that in regards to?
The incident in December of the end of 2013,
Prior
to the separation.
Then you go and you outline the 3 children involved in the case, that Jeremy, Nautica, and Amber. You put their names down, and at that point you check that you believe there was serious or immediate injury to the children. Is that right?
That's right.
And what was that based on, Ms. Allen?
Just concern for their safety.
Then in 7, in line item number 7, you say that you don't want him to come to your residence, place where you work, place where your children receive daycare, any places where you're temporarily residing, in any schools that the children attend, and you put down Forest Road Elementary and Roseville High School. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You ask for no contact from the defendant, and at that point, you also, as part of this domestic violence protective order process, ask for temporary custody of the children. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And a form indicates that you also have to take some other steps to get custody of the children as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did that same day.
Yes.
We'll talk about that in just a minute. You did ask for some child support payments in regards to the 2 children as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like this is dated and signed by you on January 2nd of 2014. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it looks, there's a file stamp on the cover sheet. It looks like it, according to that file stamp, it was filed at 1:10 p.m. on that very same day. And I know we kind of were talking about times earlier today. Does 1:10 p.m. sound about right?
Yes, sir.
As when you actually filed this?
Yes.
And that was just across the street there.
Yes, sir.
Now, a moment ago, you mentioned that after you filled out the paperwork, you had to go through and go in front of the judge. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you had to not only file this paperwork, but tell him what had happened as well.
Yes, sir.
And on that day, ma'am, did you in fact go in front of the district court judge?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, at that point, did he enter an order in regards to the domestic violence protective order?
Yes.
And I'm handing you what has been marked now as State's Exhibit 48. If you'll take a look at State's Exhibit 48 and tell me if you recognize what that document is.
Yes, it's a domestic violence order of protection.
And did you actually receive a copy of that document?
Yes, sir.
Now, to be clear, at this point, the defendant's not there in the courtroom as well. Right?
That's correct.
And it's entitled ex parte, and is your understanding that ex parte just means one of the parties is present?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you a few questions about this document, Tanya. In this document, did the court order that certain things happen with your case?
Yes.
Okay. And those orders include that, 1, the defendant shall not threaten, abuse, follow, harass you in any way, interfere with the plaintiff, and a law enforcement officer shall arrest the defendant if the officer has probable cause to believe the defendant violated this provision. Is that one of the things you were told?
Yes, sir.
Number 2, the defendant shall not assault, threaten, abuse, follow, harass by telephone, visiting the home or workplace or other means, or interfere with the minor children residing with or in the custody of the plaintiff. A law enforcement officer shall arrest the defendant if the officer has probable cause to believe the defendant has violated this provision. Is that one thing you were told that day?
Yes, sir.
Number 3, the defendant shall not threaten a member of the plaintiff's family or household. Number 8, that the defendant shall stay away from the following places where you were working at the time, which was AKC.
Yes, sir.
Is that the American
American Kennel Club.
place where the children receive daycare. Other from stay 100 yards away from the plaintiff and children at all times. And he was ordered to stay away from the school. And that includes Forestville Elementary and Roseville High School. That was ordered that day.
Yes, sir.
Number 10, the plaintiff is awarded temporary custody of the minor children, and the defendant is ordered to stay away from the minor children, and the defendant is ordered to not remove the children from the care or of the plaintiff, and you were the plaintiff in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
It was also ordered that the defendant is prohibited from possessing or receiving or purchasing a firearm for the protective period of this order. And then number 13, the defendant is to surrender to the sheriff serving this order the firearms, ammunition, and gun permits described in number 3 of the order. And you recall that being told to you as well.
Yes, sir.
And Judge Mangum entered this order back on January 2nd of 2014. And it looks like it was file stamped at 2:15 p.m. So the very same day.
Yes, sir.
In regards to the firearm question, Miss Allen, do you know at that time if your ex-husband, the defendant, had a firearm?
Yes, sir, he did.
Can you describe that firearm for the members of the jury?
A black pistol.
Where did he keep that pistol?
He normally kept it near the bed.
Near the bed?
Yes.
Did he keep it in any type of container, or was it just out in the open?
I mostly see it out in the open.
And had you seen the defendant use that gun at any point, or was it just something that he possessed?
Just seen him like fired in the backyard up in the air, but he just possessed it.
Do you know what specific caliber pistol that was?
No, sir.
So the ex parte order was entered on January 2nd, and then this ex parte order is just temporary. Was that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And did the judge at that point order you to come back to court on a certain day?
Yes.
And looking at the state's exhibit 48, does it indicate how long this ex parte order was to last? What's that date?
January the 9th, 2014.
And was it your understanding that at that time you were going to have to come back to court to renew this order for a long period of time?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was the defendant made aware that this ex parte order for domestic violence was put against him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How was he notified about it?
I think they delivered it to his home.
And when you say they deliver, what agency?
The officers, the sheriff's department.
Now, I want to go now to State's Exhibit 49, and we just mentioned that the next time you were to be in court with the defendant on this issue was January 9th of 2014. I would ask that you take a look at State's Exhibit 49 and tell me if you recall, after looking at that document, what happened on January 9th of 2014.
Nathan requested a continuance because he wanted to retain an attorney.
And was that request granted?
Yes, sir.
What was the next court date that you were to have?
January the 21st, 2014.
So based on that request, did you still have custody of the kids?
Yes, sir.
And also he was to stay away from you?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you in regards to these two orders. Well, first of all, Your Honor, this time I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 49 and
other than anything we previously discussed.
All right. This is allowed. This is, as I understand it, a motion for a continuance.
It is, Your Honor. It's a motion to order for continuing of domestic violence hearing and ex parte order.
Any specific objection to that? I'm not sure. That's one.
I believe that it is not.
All right, very good. So it's allowed.
Thank you. You said earlier that the girls were staying with you on January 2nd and JT was with his dad. these orders provide that all the kids were supposed to stay with you at this point. Did you take steps to go and get JT from his father?
Yes, sir. And I think it was done through the CPS worker that they would set up a time where we would meet to where I could get Jeremy.
And did the transition or you getting custody of Jeremy, how did that actually take place?
Well, he wasn't answering the phone. He wasn't at home. And so I just called the police to kind of initiate the exchange.
And was that the same day on January 2nd, or was that a couple days later?
I think it was the same day.
And at that point, we heard from Deputy Broadwell yesterday that there was supposed to be a custody exchange.
Yes.
Is that the incident Deputy Broadwell was testifying about?
Yes.
Where you met him, I think, at a Sheetz gas station?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant ever show up to give you JT there at the Sheetz gas station?
He did not, but his dad and his wife showed up later with JT.
Later with JT?
Yes.
So on January 2nd, that's when you got custody of JT?
Yes, sir.
Did you allow JT to go back to the house, to his dad's house, after this order was entered?
No, sir.
I believe the next time you were in court was January 21st. Is that right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
So were all 3 kids were with you up until that point?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit number 50. And I'll ask that you take a look at State's Exhibit 50, and if you can just identify for the court what State's Exhibit 50 is. You can read that headline on it.
Domestic violence order of protection consent order.
So on January 21st of 2014, did you appear in court again?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, was the defendant there in court as well?
Yes, sir.
You said that this was a consent order. Were you and the defendant able to agree on this domestic violence protective order?
Yes, sir.
And did both of you in fact sign this document?
Yes, sir.
Just want to ask you a few questions about State's Exhibit 50. Number one, if the court orders that the above named defendant shall not commit any further acts of domestic violence or make any threats of domestic violence. And two, the above named defendant shall not have any contact with you, the plaintiff. No contact includes the defendant initiated contact except through an attorney, direct or indirect, by means of such telephone, personal contact, email, pager, gift giving, fax machine. The terms shall apply in this case until January 21st of 2015. So State's Exhibit 50, the domestic violence order of protection consent order, was to last for a year. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
In this order, ma'am, were either one of you represented by an attorney when you went through this?
No, sir.
In this order, it also provides, it again orders him to stay away from you, but it does also provide some guidance on terms of the children as well.
Yes, sir.
And number 14 of this domestic violence protective order, consent order, it says the defendant, who would be the defendant in this case, shall use no physical discipline on the children. Defendant shall have visitation with the children every other weekend from Friday after school until Sunday at 6 p.m. and other visits as mutually agreed upon. Was that the order of this court back on January 21st of 2014?
Yes, sir.
Now, subsequent to January of 21st of 2014, did you and the defendant at least initially agree that this would be the arrangement?
Yes.
The court also gives notice in this case that the defendant is prohibited from possessing, receiving, or purchasing a firearm again, and he's ordered to surrender his firearm. Do you know, Ms. Allen, whether or not the defendant did in fact surrender that gun you had seen him with.
I do not know. I don't think so. No.
So you don't know.
No.
Now, let's switch gears just a little bit. You said that when you went down on January 2nd, you also filed for custody. Is that right now?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked now for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 51. And if you would take a look at State's Exhibit 51 and tell me if you recognize what State's Exhibit 51 is.
It's a complaint for child custody and visitation.
And is that the complaint that you filed with the district court back on January 2nd of 2014?
Yes, sir.
And does it list the 3 children?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 51 into evidence.
Any objection?
Accepted. No objection except for what we did.
All right, so this 51 is a complaint. It's allowed.
So complaint, you have no objection.
Yes.
In State's Exhibit number 51, the original complaint, it appears that you asked the court for certain things. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the prayer for relief section. And in number 2, it's that box is checked. And what were you asking for in regards to custody?
Temporary custody and permanent custody of the minor children will be awarded to the plaintiff.
So that's what you were asking for. And essentially, the domestic violence protective order also granted you that right as well.
Yes, sir.
Or granted you the kids as well. Okay. Let's, so right now we're on January 21st of 2014. And at that point, you have physical custody of all 3 kids.
Yes, sir.
A few days after January 21st of 2014, did something happen that kind of upset the custody arrangement?
The very first exchange.
Yes, was there an issue at the first exchange?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was that?
My dad was picking up the kids, and his dad, Nathan, and Nathan's father and Nathan's brother came along with them.
I would ask for the objection on this grounds, but requesting the instruction.
Okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this testimony is including out-of-court statements not made under oath in this courtroom, and so you may accept them for the purpose of explaining her state of mind, what she believed, what she did with that information, but not for the truth of the matters asserted.
So you said this incident was the first custody exchange, so it would have been the first Friday after the 21st.
This will be that Sunday evening, the pickup.
The pickup.
Yes, sir.
So the drop off went fine.
Yes.
The pickup is where the issue occurred.
Yes.
And was that January 26th?
Yes.
Of 2017. Okay, tell us what happened when your dad went to pick up JT and the girls.
My dad said that the girls got in the car, Jeremy got in the car, and Nathan immediately came over and had words with my dad. I'm not sure what was said, but my dad felt like they were all ganging up on him, or he wanted to start some type of argument with him. And so my dad left, like immediately, sped off, left. And him and JT got in an argument on the way home. And so when they got home, my dad said he sent the girls inside, and him and JT was on his phone, and my dad was arguing with him, saying, did you know that all of them was coming, and JT was on the phone. My dad said that he slapped the phone out of JT's hand, and JT left and ran next door to call the police.
Were you home when
I was not at home.
When did you become aware of the situation?
I was out with my mother, and I got a phone call from my dad to come home.
Did you go immediately?
Yes, we did.
And so your dad said that he slapped the phone out of his hand. Did he you say he slapped JT in the face or anything like that?
No, but he said he slapped the phone. JT had the phone up to his face, and he said he slapped the phone out his hand.
And any other physical discipline that he gave him or gave towards JT at that point?
No, sir.
Did you talk to JT that night about when you got home about what had happened as well?
I did, and just trying to calm him down. And I just told him, just go to bed. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Everybody, just calm down, and we'll deal with it in the morning.
Did he tell you specifically what had happened?
He did. He told me what had happened. He said my dad actually slapped him, and that they was arguing. And so he called his dad. He called the police.
And you say he went to a neighbor's house?
Yes, sir.
Know these neighbors?
No, I don't.
At any point that night, that Sunday night, did JT tell you that a weapon or a gun was involved in any way?
No, sir.
All right. What happened the next day, which I guess would be Monday the 27th?
Yes. I think I was contacted by a CPS worker, and that's when we found out about JT saying something about the gun. She went to his school and interviewed him, and that's when it came up that my dad had a gun or pulled a gun out on him.
So JT the night before and your dad the night before didn't mention a gun in any way?
No, sir.
Do you know if your dad carried a weapon in his car or truck?
He did not.
After you got the call from the CPS worker, how did things proceed?
She just told me that Jeremy said nothing about a gun in the police report. And so she was like, she was questioning that. But that was it.
And when you say the CPS worker, do you know which CPS worker that was?
Kathy.
Kathy
Sudall.
And your son, JT, is he?
JT is here.
And is Kathy here before her as well?
Kathy is here.
All right. Did this change the arrangement that you had with the defendant regarding custody?
It eventually did, yes.
What happened, Ms. Allen?
He filed emergency custody.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you what has been marked now as State's Exhibit number 52. And I'll ask that you take a look at State's Exhibit 52, and you can just identify it by its caption there on the front.
Right here.
Yes, ma'am.
Answer and counterclaim.
And was that document served on you, Ms. Allen?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like it was filed on January 30th of 2014, so a few days after the incident.
Yes, sir.
With between your dad and JT. And in reviewing this document, is this the document that makes allegations regarding JT and your dad and the gun being pulled and the slap?
Yes, sir.
As a result of State's Exhibit number 52, when the defendant and through his attorney makes these claims, did the court order at that point that child custody be transferred?
Yes, that Nathan will get temporary custody of JT, and that I will keep custody of the girls.
Okay, and that's what eventually happened. But before that, was there another?
Yes, the police officers, the sheriffs came and removed all the children the night this was filed.
So I'm handing you State's Exhibit number 53. What's the title of that document?
Ex parte order.
Ex parte order. And that appears that it was filed on January 30th of 2014. And in this document, the court orders that both Amber, Nautica, and JT are to be given to the custody of the defendant.
Yes, sir.
And you said the police came and took the kids from you.
Yes.
From you that night.
Yes.
How was that night? What was your emotional state that night when the kids were taken from you?
Heartbroken.
And State's Exhibit 53 also outlines that you are to return in 10 days for a hearing on February 10th, back in the Wake County Courthouse. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So let me move to State's Exhibit number 54. And if you can look at State's Exhibit number 54, and what's the title of that document, ma'am?
Temporary order.
And did you and the defendant go to court on February 10th as was ordered by the court?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an attorney at that time?
No, sir.
How about the defendant? Did he have an attorney at that point?
Yes, sir.
And in State's Exhibit number 54, you mentioned a moment ago that as part of that order, custody kind of changed between you and the defendant. Can you
Yes, sir.
describe that for us?
We rotated. I think we rotated every other weekend with JT. So JT primarily lived with him, and the girls lived with me.
And so State's Exhibit number 54, this temporary order gives looks like it gives primary custody to you of Nautica and Amber, and primary custody of JT to the defendant.
Yes, sir.
And it describes that every other weekend situation you described.
Yes.
Let me also point you out to line item number 6 on the temporary order, which is State's Exhibit 54. Read what item number 6 is there in regards to that order.
Plaintiff, defendant, and maternal grandparents shall have no weapons in the residence where the minor children are residing.
So on February 10th, when you went to court, and you were present, the defendant was present, and was that order of the court made known to the defendant at that time?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, LaTanya, why that order came into place? Had you talked with social services about that?
Yes. She said this would just probably keep the peace between JT, his dad, and should kind of diffuse the situation.
So by February 10th of 2014, had you spoken with Child Protective Services about removing all guns and weapons from your father's house?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your dad did, in fact, remove all weapons from his house?
I'm not sure. He said he did.
Your dad told you he did?
Yes.
And you were saying that you were working with Child Protective Services at this point. Did you have to sign some agreement with Child Protective Services to remove the guns from the house?
Yes, we had to sign. My mother, my dad, and myself had to sign a safety form in agreement to not have any weapons on the property.
And it sounds like Child Protective Services was telling you this would be the best interest in you and your family and the kids based on the interaction that had happened between JT and your father.
Yes, sir.
Have you since talked or learned from JT whether or not there was in fact a gun involved in that situation?
Yes, JT said there wasn't a gun.
So he's told you that now.
Yes, sir.
Now, State's Exhibit number 54 is a temporary order where y'all scheduled to go back and to decide permanent custody between the kids.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what I've now marked as State's Exhibit number 55. State's Exhibit number 55. Do you know when the permanent custody hearing was to take place?
April the 4th, 2014.
And so at that time, y'all were going to work everything out in terms of when the kids are with you and when the kids are with the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Did the April 4th permanent custody hearing ever take place?
No, sir.
What happened on that day?
I'm not sure. I can't recall.
Well, let me ask you, in looking at this document, it appears that one of the documents in State's Exhibit number 54, 55, is a request to recalendar that hearing until June. Do you recall that? That's
Yes,
what
sir.
happened?
Yes, to a later date.
So who made the request to recalendar the permanent custody hearing until June?
I'm not sure.
Did the permanent custody hearing ever take place in June of 2014?
No, sir.
What had happened between April 4th and June 9th?
Nathan murdered my parents April 9th.
LaTanya, at some point, do you now have permanent custody of all three kids?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 55 and evidence the calendar request.
All right, 55 is allowed.
Thank you for playing. I know that was a lot of paperwork to go through there. Let's let's pick up on February 10th. As of February 10th, JT was staying with the defendant and the girls were staying with you. Were you still communicating with the defendant regularly about the kids and how they were doing?
No.
Were y'all just doing the
Weekends.
the weekends?
Yes.
Was the defendant still asking to contact you?
No.
So at that point, he's pretty much leaving you alone. You're leaving him alone.
Yes, sir.
When is JT's birthday?
April 5th.
And on April 5th, did the defendant start to make some inquiries to you and whether or not you would go to JT's party?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us about that, LaTonya.
He really wanted me to come to JT's birthday party, and at first, I had agreed to come and help out. I didn't feel comfortable coming, but I think he was going to have it at his home, and I said I would help, and then I ended up changing my mind and not going.
And how did the defendant contact you about going to JT's party?
I think he called me, or I know JT called me. I was asking if I was going to come or not.
And so that was a weekend that JT was supposed to be with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How about the girls? Was that one of the weekends they were supposed to be with him?
No, sir.
Did you let the girls go, though?
Yes.
So you let them go to their dad's house for the weekend?
Yes, sir.
To go to JT's party?
Yes.
You said you didn't feel comfortable going. Why didn't you feel comfortable going, LaTonya?
I mean, we had the restraining order in place, and I didn't want to. I didn't want him to feel like, I just didn't feel comfortable with the restraining order in place. He would want to talk. He would want to, carry on. I didn't want that at the time.
Were you making any attempts at this point, LaTonya, to reconcile with the defendant?
No, sir.
Was he trying to reconcile with you up until this point?
No, sir.
What was the reaction that you got from not going to the birthday party, both by JT and the defendant?
I know he was upset that I didn't come. But I had JT the week prior, and I did something for his birthday, just us, and I got him something for his birthday. So we spent our time the week before. So
how about the defendant? Did the defendant reach out to you and let you know whether or not he was upset about you coming or not coming to the party?
I think he was just saying, that's messed up. You couldn't come to your son's birthday party. He was upset.
All right, let's move from April 5th until April 9th. Okay. Anything unusual happened between April 5th and April 9th between you and the defendant?
No, sir.
And I believe April 9th was a Wednesday. So on April 9th, who would the girls have been with?
They were with me.
Let's tell me a little bit about what Amber and Nautica did on April 9th. What was their normal routine on a Wednesday?
At that time, I was working some overtime, so I had to leave out really early in the morning. So I didn't get to interact with them that morning. I left out really early and went straight to work. When I got home, they were in a good mood and happy, and just got home from school.
And what grades were they in at this point?
Fourth grade, and let's see, third grade, and probably fourth grade.
But they had come home from school that day.
Yes, sir.
Who took them to school?
They rode a school bus. My dad took them to the bus stop and got them off.
And then what were they doing after school? You know, third and fourth graders. I don't know if they have a whole lot of homework.
Homework
They were
and
doing
looking
homework.
at TV.
What time did you get home, if you recall?
I think I got home around 6 o'clock.
Was your dad home when you got home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you know what he'd been up to that day?
No, I think he was just, around April 9th is my stepbrother's birthday. So I know he was on the phone talking to him, and I didn't have a lot of interaction with my dad or my mom because immediately when I got off of work, I got sick. I got really, really sick. And so I just went home and went straight to lay down. I wasn't feeling good.
So your dad was home though, and you saw
Yes.
him. He appeared to be in good spirits.
Yes.
Okay. Nothing bothering him that day that you could tell.
No.
And so it was his son's birthday that
Yes.
that day. How about your mom? You say you didn't see her much, but did
She
you see
was,
her at all?
I think she was cooking or something and just preparing herself for Bible study on that night.
And she appeared to be in a good mood, good
Yes.
spirits.
She said, I told her I wasn't going to go to Bible study at night. I wasn't feeling good. And she said, go ahead and lay down. I'll take the girls with me.
You said your mom's a pastor at this church.
Yes,
so
sir.
I imagine you and your mom go to church quite frequently.
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for you not to go to a Wednesday night service?
Yes.
And then so you said the girls went with your mom to Wednesday night service.
Yes, sir.
Again, your mom in pretty good spirits when she left there.
Oh, yes.
What time did she leave, if you know?
She probably left around 7 because Bible study was at 7:30. So probably around 7.
And how far is the church from your house there?
It's about 15, 20 minutes.
What time was Wednesday night service? How long did it last there at your church?
It's from like 7:30 to about, she probably left around 9 or so.
That's the typical length of a
Yes.
service. You said your dad didn't
My dad
go.
didn't go.
Does he normally go on Wednesday nights or
No.
he's a Sunday morning man?
Yes.
Well, so your dad's home. Do you know what he was doing while you were there alone in the house?
I know he talked to my brother. I heard him on the phone, but he came in the back of the room. He checked on me and he was like, I hope you feel better. He was just checking on me and went back in the kitchen.
You said you weren't feeling well that day. Was it just a headache?
I don't know. I instantly just got upset stomach.
Well, let me ask you about your day. What had gone on that day with you?
With me.
Yes, ma'am. Had you heard from the defendant that day?
He called my phone earlier that morning and he was calling my job on and off. He called my job a few times. I didn't answer.
So you said when he called your phone, he called your cell phone?
He called my cell phone. I was on my way to work. It was really early in the morning and he called my job.
What time did you have to be at work?
I think I went in, I was working overtime, so I think I went in as early as like 6:45 to 7.
And so you didn't answer the phone call to your cell phone?
No, sir.
And then you say he called you while at work?
Yes, sir.
Did he call your work phone or did he call your cell phone?
He called my work phone.
How'd you know it was him calling?
It came up on a call ID.
At any point that day, did you answer the defendant's phone calls?
No, sir.
How many times would you say approximately that he called you while you were at work?
3, probably like 3 or 4 times.
Did you know? Did you know what he wanted that day?
No.
There wasn't some event coming up that weekend that y'all needed to plan for the kids?
No, sir.
Why did you decide that you didn't want to answer the phone?
I just didn't want to talk to him.
So no interaction with him at all that day that you recall.
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go back to the evening hours. And LaTanya, tell us a little bit about when your mom and the girls got home. What happened?
I was still laying down in the bed, and I heard them come in the house. I heard the girls laughing, and my mom, I think she was fixing them something to eat or something. But as soon as she got home, I would say about 10 minutes, I heard Nathan's truck pull up.
How'd you know it was Nathan's truck?
I know that sound is really loud, and he pulled up it was like right next to the window. My bed was right next to the window where he pulled up at.
Were you expecting the defendant to be there that night at all?
No, sir.
Did you have any idea that he was coming over?
No, sir.
And did you have any idea that JT was coming over? If he was coming for a visit that night?
No, sir.
What happened after you heard the truck drive up?
I heard JT come in the house. He was talking to my dad, and then he just came straight to the back of the room and was like, jumped on me and was like, "Hey, Mom." I was like, "Oh my God, I don't feel good." And I was like, "What are you doing here?" And he was like, "I don't know, Dad wanted to see you."
You said that you heard JT and your dad have some exchange when he walked in the house. Do you recall what they said to each other?
No.
Okay. But JT appeared to be in pretty good spirits.
Yes.
Where were the two girls at this point?
Nautica was in the room with me, and Amber, I guess, was in the kitchen or living room.
After JT kind of came in there and greeted you, what happened at that point in time?
Nathan came into the home. I could hear it, and he was yelling in the living room, "Oh, y'all don't want to talk to me. Somebody gonna talk to me today. Y'all don't want to talk to me." And he was yelling, and then I heard gunshots.
And you said it was Nathan, or did you recognize it to be his voice?
Yes, sir.
The voice you've heard for 15 plus years.
Yes, sir.
How long after JT kind of came and jumped on your bed was it before you heard Nathan, the defendant, come into the house?
About 3 minutes. Right. I mean, as soon as he came in, not long.
And when you heard him yelling, "Y'all don't know, nobody wants to talk to me today," did you know what he was talking about at that point?
I just assumed because I wasn't answering my phone.
After he started yelling this, how long was it before you started hearing gunshots?
Right after he started yelling it.
Could you tell LaTanya where the gunshots were coming from?
The living room.
What did you hear at that point?
Gunshots. My mom screaming. Somebody running. And my mom yelled out, "Seal," which is my dad's nickname, she would call him. And I heard some more gunshots. I heard running through the house and gunshots outside. And that's when I called the police. I first tried to get the kids into my closet, and there wasn't enough space. So I told them to go into the next room, and I called the police and told him that my husband was here and he was shooting.
Could you tell how many people were running through the house, LaTanya?
2.
Did you know what had happened out in the living room at this point?
No.
Did you ever see or hear from your mother again after you heard her scream out "Seal"?
No.
And at this point, you said you picked up the phone and called 911.
Yes, sir.
You recall what you told him, LaTanya?
My husband is here and he's shooting. I need the police to 1125 Lake Glad Road.
And did you already have the kids in the closet when you made that phone call?
Yeah, I put them in the closet. I told him I love them.
What who'd you see next?
Nathan.
Where was he? What he looked like?
He came into the room. He had the gun in his hand, and he just started yelling at me. Oh, you don't want to talk to me? You don't want to talk to me? I'm calling you. You don't want to talk to me? And then he started pistol whipping me. And I was just telling him, stop, please don't do this. And I said, I'll talk to you, bae. And when I said bae, he said, bae, oh, I'm your baby now? And he just started pistol whipping me.
When you say he was pistol whipping you, where was he hitting you?
In my head, my face, my ears. I remember like my ears shattering and losing hearing in one of my ears. He was beating me in the face, in my upper body, and he wouldn't stop. I was just fighting.
At what part of the house was this taking place at this point in time?
In the girls' room.
Did the fight, or not the fight, but his assault on you, did it go into other parts of the house, if you remember?
No,
What were you wearing at that point, LaTanya, if you remember?
I don't remember.
What happened as he was beating you with the gun?
He kept beating me, and then the gun fired off. And I was just still fighting and begging him, just take me away. I didn't want him to kill me there.
Why didn't you want him to kill you there?
I didn't want my children to see me dead.
How close was that closet to where you were being beaten?
I could reach out to him. It was right there.
Did you hear how they were reacting?
He was screaming. Nautica was screaming. Amber crying.
Said the gun went off one time. Where did that bullet strike you?
In my face, across my face.
Were you still able to struggle with him and try and keep him off of you after that first shot to your face?
Yes.
What happened then, LaTanya?
I was down on the floor. I remember being down on my knees, and at that time I had lost eyesight in one of my eyes, and he was still beating me in the head and in the face, and then he stood over me and shot me.
What did you say before that shot went off?
Jesus.
And where did that shot hit you?
In my heart.
What's the next thing you remember?
Everything was real slow. I don't remember anything. I just remember going down, everything like in slow motion. And then I don't remember anything until the EMS workers was like standing over me, and I just said I just can't breathe, and just felt like I was on fire, like I was burning, and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe.
At that point, did you know whether or not your parents were alive or dead?
No.
And at that point, did you know whether or not your children were alive or dead?
No.
LaTanya, when you say he was standing over you, do you think you would be able to demonstrate that
Yes,
for
sir.
the members of the jury and the court as to what position you were in and how close he was to you when he fired that second shot?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's permission for the witness to step down and if she may demonstrate using me as to the position they were in when the shots, that
Yes.
second shot came.
Yes, sir.
LaTanya, can you step down? Sure. If you can, come right here in front of the jury. Make sure you keep your voice up so that you don't have a microphone. Just put me in the position that you were in after he was beaten. Okay. Like this? Okay.
And he was right here. And he stood over me, shot me this close.
And he pointed the gun at your chest at that point and shot you.
Yes.
And for the record, you're standing less than 3 inches away from me. Thank you for your time.
At this point, we'll resume in 15 minutes. So at 10 minutes until 12, I'll ask the jurors to return to the deliberation room. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves, express any opinions, no media or independent investigation into these matters, no conversations with parties, witnesses, or lawyers. If you'll leave your notepads in your chairs, just gather in the deliberation room in 15 minutes.
Yeah. What I would say, yeah, definitely make sure y'all take care of yourself when listening to testimony. It's not too often where we actually get a real firsthand of something like this happening and somebody surviving. And I guess that was another thing that was so interesting to me about this case is because it's so firsthand, right? Being able to hear from the victim, just understanding, the trauma and the things that she was experiencing at that particular moment. Like most of them don't survive, right? Unfortunately, like she was so lucky to get shot in the face and then shot in her heart. Those were purposeful shots. He knew the kids were there because even as the testimony went on, we found out that he opened the door, gave the kids the phone, and told them to call 911 when he left. So that's why I for many aspects of the case, besides us being able to like really like see inside of everything. You say your wife is livid about that part? Yeah. So, and you actually get a firsthand look at a lot of the evidence, like with the photos that we seen earlier before. Like you got to see how the house layout was. You got to see. Yeah, he left the kids there. I'm glad he didn't harm the kids. Yeah, he shot her. Yeah, twice. Yeah, twice. One in her face and one in her heart. And I think the reason why he didn't continue to do what he was doing is because the gun jammed up. Remember they said the gun jammed up? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that, when we looking at all of that, yeah. And like I said, it's one of the, I don't know what, I'm not saying that every trial we want to look at all the gore and the pictures. I'm not saying that. I think that when we watch these trials and things of that nature, we're not on the jury, and then nowadays we really don't get to see a whole lot. And I knew that this trial, like, you can really like see most of this trial, you're gonna see almost what the jury is seeing. The raw emotion, the raw statements, how they actually got to the conclusion that they got to in this case. And nowadays they don't do trials like that. They say gavel to gavel, but it's really gavel and in between, and we give you a little and we take away a little. So, I mean, this is like one of those cases, and I'm so glad she was able to survive and tell her story. And I mean, she absolutely looks gorgeous. Like, I was like, I couldn't believe it. Like, I couldn't believe it. Able to talk, able to have a minute. Like, she still has her phone. I'm not sure what what issues she had, but like being able to talk, be able to stand, be able to walk, be able to do those things like after this incident. And then just the guilt of knowing, and I'm pretty sure she beat herself up for a while because, and even though if it didn't happen that day, it probably, would have happened another day or whatever the case may be, because, her not him, somebody gonna talk to him today because she not answering the phone because she didn't feel well. She didn't even go to church that night. And just the nerve of him as he goes and unalives the person that married them. Like, her mom married them. Like, he had a beef with the parents, with the dad and all of them, all prior to all of this stuff, So it was just any excuse that he could actually do. You said taking one to the, I mean, really, like, people when they say they got shot in the face or, any kind of any chest area, I'm like, but I mean, he knew, like, he shot her in her heart, like, he knew. And and that was the other thing is that the reason why I think that he's on trial, just so everybody can know, is I don't think it's so much about the who did it. I think he's trying to save his own life now at this point in time. And I guess maybe it's mandatory because I mean, I guess, and maybe they didn't want a plea deal with him. Because I would wonder why the family would want to go through this, like this testimony and all of this stuff, but maybe that was part of it. But let's go back in. Let's listen to some more of her testimony. Hopefully we didn't got through some of the hard parts of it.
using the overhead projection. Yeah. When the shots were fired, when did she come into your bedroom?
She ran in right after the first shots. She ran in the back to me.
Prior to the first shot being fired, and then when the first shot was fired, she was somewhere in the front of the house.
She saw everything.
LaTanya, the individual that came into your parents' house that night and shot them and shot you and beat you with the gun, is he present here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify him for the record?
It's right there.
The,
Nathan Holden.
The defendant, Nathan Holden.
Yes.
Well, Tanya, I'm going to ask that you look at some photographs, okay, at this point. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at some point, very soon, we'll ask to publish using the overhead projection. Well, Tanya, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. Some have already been identified and entered into evidence. We'll start with State's Exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what that photograph is?
Yes, sir. It's the living room.
Of your parents' house?
Yes.
I'm going to mark State's Exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What does that photograph depict?
Some clothing, with some blood stains.
Is that in your house as well?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 58. You recognize where that is or what that picture depicts?
The entrance to the bathroom and the hallway.
State's Exhibit number 59. You recognize that document?
Yes, the hallway, that closet in the hall.
State's Exhibit number 60. You recognize what that photograph depicts?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
The hallway.
The hallway?
Yes.
Move your microphone. State's Exhibit 19 has previously been introduced. You recognize that?
Yes, sir, that hallway.
State's Exhibit number 61. You recognize that room?
Yes, the entrance to the girls' room, my room, and the hallway.
State's Exhibit number 29 has previously been introduced, but if you'll take a look at State's Exhibit 29, do you recognize that document?
That's my room, yes.
State's Exhibit number 23 has previously been introduced, but do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir. The girls' bedroom.
State's Exhibit 25 has previously been introduced. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the closet the kids were in.
State's Exhibit number 20 has previously been introduced. What do you see there?
The hallway and the closet, the linen closet in the hallway.
And State's Exhibit number 62, I'm marking for identification purposes at this point. What do you see there, ma'am?
That's the linen closet in the hallway.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the area of your bedroom and the closet outside of it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to introduce State's Exhibits number 57,
58, 59, 60, 61, and 62 into evidence for illustrative purposes.
Any objection? All right, they're admitted for illustrative purposes.
Your Honor, permission to publish those photographs to the members of the jury using the overhead screen.
Yes, sir. Let me know when you're ready.
Well, Tanya, this is. Thank you. Well, Tanya, this appears to be State's Exhibit number 7. Can you describe for the members of the jury what you see there?
This is the entrance into the home, the living room.
So if you come in the front door, well, I should ask, is this the vantage point from the front door?
Yes, sir.
And if you look over to the right where there's a chair and the TV hanging on the wall, what's that area of the house?
The girl's bedroom is behind that wall.
And how about your bedroom? Is it that direction as well?
Yes, sir.
And in the background, it appears there's a blue or greenish shirt on the floor. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose shirt that is?
No, sir.
If we can go to State's Exhibit number 57. What do you see there, ma'am?
Some clothing, shirt, and a towel.
Are those your clothes?
No, sir.
It appears there are some red blood marks on the floor and on the wall prior to April 9th of 2014. Was that blood on the walls and on the floor?
No, sir.
We can go to State. Well, let me stay there. If you can back up, I'm sorry. The background there, you see I guess it's a linoleum floor. What is that room?
A bathroom.
If we can go to State's Exhibit 58. Okay. And what do you see there, ma'am?
A bathroom.
And is that the bathroom in the hallway where your room and the girl's room is?
Yes, sir.
Again, you see some blood and damage to the walls there. Was that blood and damage to the wall present before the defendant entered into the house on April 9th?
No, sir.
We can go to State's Exhibit number 59. What do you see there, Ms. LaTanya?
That's the linen closet in the hallway.
And again, kind of there's a point of reference that you see the linoleum bathroom floor. Is that linen closet there right beside it?
Yes, sir.
So if you're walking into this area of the home, that linen closet will be on your left, and then the bedrooms will be to the right with the bathroom in front of you.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct on all that? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 60. Again, is that the bathroom floor there
Yes, sir.
and damage to the wall? You testified that you thought most of the assault happened in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall if you were ever outside in the hallway during the fight, or do you just not remember?
I don't remember.
Just don't remember.
No.
State's Exhibit number 19. What do you see there, LaTanya? Actually, that's State's Exhibit number 6. Apologize.
This is the hallway.
And there's a room there that you can see in the background. What room is that?
That's my room.
Those evidence or those yellow flags, were they present prior to the defendant entering the home?
No, sir.
And it appears there's a red stain on the floor. Was that red stain on the floor prior to the defendant entering the home?
No, sir.
You can go to the next one. It appears to be State's Exhibit number 29. What does that photograph depict, Latanya?
That's my room.
Did any of the assault occur there in your bedroom?
No, sir.
You testified earlier that you tried to get the kids in a closet in that room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to get the kids in that closet?
No, sir. No,
Why,
sir.
why not?
My mother had a tall file cabinet in there, and they all wouldn't fit in there. So I took them into the girls' room in that closet.
Is this the room, State's Exhibit number 29, that you've identified as your bedroom? Is that the room you and JT and Nautica were in just prior to the shooting?
Yes, sir.
Did Amber come in this room after the shooting began?
Yes, sir.
If we can go to the next photograph. That appears to be. What do you see there, man?
This is the hallway.
Okay. And what are the two rooms you see there?
The girls' room to the left, and the living room entrance to the right, and the linen closet in the hallway.
We can go to the next room. Next photograph. This is State's Exhibit number 23. What do you see there, Latanya?
The girls' room.
Kind of looking at this room, was that, it appears to be there's some things thrown about. Was that the condition the room was in prior to the defendant entering the home?
No, sir.
There appears to be blood on the sheets. Was that there prior to the defendant entering the home?
No, sir.
And if you have to look kind of closely, but there appears to be a wallet on top of the dresser. Do you know how that wallet got there?
No, sir.
I'm going to ask that you kind of keep a frame of reference using this photograph to the Hello Kitty book bag. You see that there in front of the bed.
Yes, sir.
We can go to the next photo. All right. That appears to be the same Hello Kitty book bag that we saw in State's Exhibit 23, and this is State's Exhibit 25. Does that appear to be the same book bag?
Yes, sir.
The assault that you described earlier, Latanya, to the best of your recollection, and is this the area in which the assault took place?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you said the defendant was striking you with the gun and shot you multiple times, to your recollection, this is at least where the assault began.
Yes, sir.
There appears to be a baby or a doll baby in the door there. What is that area that you see the baby's head?
That's where I put the kids. That's the closet I put the kids in.
Okay. So that's the closet where JT and Amber and Nautica were.
Yes, sir.
There appears to be blood on that doll. Was there blood on that doll prior to the defendant entering the home there?
No, sir.
And you mentioned earlier in your direct that you could literally reach out and touch the closet where they were. Is this photographed accurately depict that situation?
Yes, sir.
We can go to the next photograph. This is State's Exhibit number 62, another closet. Can you tell us what you see there?
That's the linen closet in the hallway.
And we've been in previous photographs that the door to the linen closet was closed. Is this what that linen closet looks like with the door open?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. After you were shot a couple times there that night by the defendant, do you recall if he attempted to fire another shot at you?
I don't remember.
At that point, you essentially blacked out.
Yes.
And before we broke, you were telling us a little bit about, you remember EMS, and that you had a burning sensation.
Yes.
Where is that burning sensation coming from?
All over.
And where did EMS take you, Latanya?
They took me through the house, through the back of the house. I remember being on the stretcher and going out of the back of the house, and I remember the cold air hitting me. And then I remember them put me in the EMS, and then I don't remember anything until we got to the hospital.
Which hospital did you go to?
Wait Med.
And what do you start to remember there at Wake Med?
I remember them just hooking up cords and things to me and kept asking me, what's your name? You know, how old are you? And things like that. And I just remember just saying, I just can't breathe. I can't breathe. And then I don't remember anything else.
Tell us a little bit about what you do remember about your, I guess, recovery process there at Wake Med.
I woke up. I remember waking up 7 days later, and people in my room saw my cousin like just standing over me, and just people just standing over me. I couldn't really talk, and I just kept trying to ask my aunt. My aunt Sharon was there, and I kept asking her, "Where's my mom?"
What'd she tell you?
She was like, she just said everything will be okay. And I was just like, where's my mom? And she didn't tell me anything right away. Eventually, I think my Aunt Kelly came in there with me, and I just kept asking, I just want to see my mom. Where's my mom? And my Aunt Kelly said that she passed away. And I said, where's my dad? She said he passed away too.
That was seven days later.
Yes.
How about your kids? When did you learn how they were?
Are my kids okay? They said yes. And I think they asked me, do I remember anything? I said yes. I said, Nate shot me. I said, did they get him? And she said, yes, they got him.
Well, Tanya, what type of procedures did you have to have there at Wake Med, if you know?
I know I had open heart surgery. I had surgery on my face. My mouth was wired, and that's all I remember.
How long were you in the hospital?
9 days.
What happened the day you checked out of the hospital?
I told him I wanted to go to my parents' funeral, which was 2 days after I woke up, and they allowed me to go to the funeral. They said if you're able to walk a little bit, if you're able to eat something, and if you're able to use the bathroom, we'll let you go home, and then you'll have to start rehab Monday and meet with doctors and things on that Monday. And I agreed to do that.
So you got to go to your parents' funeral.
Yes.
And was that the first time that you also got to see your kids after the
my first time seeing JT.
What type of rehab and recovery did you have to go through?
They sent the nurse out for rehab to the home, and she came that first day and said I was doing so well, I didn't need the physical therapy. And so I did 1 day of physical therapy, and I was able to use a walker and a wheelchair and things like that to get around. So they said that I was doing pretty good. I didn't need the physical therapy. And if I have any problems, to call them and they could start their physical therapy back up if needed.
You have any lasting scars?
I do. I have constant back pain from the exit wound in my back. I lost my front teeth. I was missing one, and one of them was like half chipped. So they said that these teeth were dead. They had to pull them. So I had a bridge work done. And I think that's it.
How about on the chest? Any
Check, yeah, I had to have ultrasounds, follow-ups with that, and everything came back fine with that.
You have a scar from the surgery?
Yes, I have a scar from here all the way down to the top of my vagina.
And are there any scars from the bullet wounds?
Yes, I have a hole. I have a scar in my heart, on top of my breast. An exit wound was in the middle of my back. I have scarring all over my stomach. I have scarring on my neck from tubes and things, and a large scar in my stomach, chest, where they had to drain the blood. I had a lot of fluid in my lower abdomen, so near.
And when were you able to kind of reunite with your family and carry on as normal as possible everyday activities?
I was able to reunite with my girls the night of the funeral. That was my first time seeing them.
And how about JT?
JT when I arrived at the funeral home, he rode with me in the family car.
And yesterday, Sylvester Jr., Uncle T, told us that he moved down here and y'all moved in with him. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We began talking about a few of the court proceedings that you went through, and I believe you mentioned at some point that you also received a divorce. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I have you identify several things while we're up here, and we'll proceed. You said you filed for a complaint for absolute divorce from the defendant. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 63 and take a look at that document. Tell me if you recognize what that document is.
Yes. A complaint for absolute divorce.
And when did you file for that divorce, LaTanya?
February 3rd, 2015.
And does it list you as the plaintiff in the case, and then the defendant, Nathan Holden, as the defendant in that case as well?
Yes, sir.
And LaTanya, does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of that document?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to introduce State's number 63 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
All right, 63 is allowed.
LaTanya, as part of filing for absolute divorce, did you or the court in general have to give the defendant notice of your intent to file for that divorce?
Yes, sir.
And as part of giving the defendant notice of that divorce, do you know if he responded?
He did.
How did he respond, LaTanya?
He wrote a letter.
And do you know who that document was addressed to?
No, I think it was to me, I believe.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 64 and who's the person listed.
Lauren Freeman.
And do you know if she was the clerk of court at the time back in 2015?
I didn't know that.
But did you receive a copy of that letter at the time?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to read that document?
Yes, sir.
And then here today or prior to? And was that document signed by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
does this appear to be a copy of the letter that was filed in conjunction with your divorce proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit number 64 into evidence.
Any objection? It's allowed.
And Latanya, I'm going to ask the legal complaint Holden is writing about. So I'm just going to paragraph number 2, and if you'll read paragraphs number 2 and 3.
Me and Latanya's separation agreements was never intended to be a permanent situation. Due to some events that took place, this has allowed the separation to be longer than I am not willing to accept this as a religious practice that we had to get counsel and to try to talk about any issues. And simply, I do not have a reason as to why there should even be a divorce. And Nathan and Latanya Holden both made a commitment of vowing the temple in front of family and friends, standing before God. Briefly stated that I am to be with, love, and cherish Latanya Holden for the rest of my life, no matter what may come up against us, and to let no together. So I pray to break this bond of matrimony between Latanya A. Holden and Nathan L. Holden. Sincerely, Nathan L. Holden.
What is the date of that letter, Latanya? Up here, top right hand corner.
February the 7th, 2015.
So,
Wait a minute. Did y'all just hear this letter that this dude wrote? Yeah, it's glitching for here too. February the 8th, 2015. Is the feed, I believe. Oh my goodness. Did this guy say they were not supposed to be separated this long, and the reason why they separated is due to some unfortunate events? Dude, the unfortunate event is you tried to unalive my parents and you tried to unalive me. What do you mean for better or worse? And this is against your biblical beliefs. You did not think of these things before you were standing over top of me with a pew pew in your hand? Really? You can't make this stuff up. You can't.
10 months after the murders, he is requesting that you do counseling.
Yes, sir.
After he shot you twice and murdered your 2 parents.
Yes, sir.
And then Latanya and State, I'm handing you State's Exhibit number 65. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that?
Divorce judgment.
Document, in fact, complete the divorce between you. And when was that document?
April 13th, 2015.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 65 and 64 and 63 in evidence if I didn't do so already.
All right, I believe 63 and 64 were previously admitted. 65, any objection to? It's allowed.
Latanya, you mentioned during your direct testimony that you are the one that actually called 911. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or that you did call 911?
I did.
So, have you had an opportunity to listen to that 911 call prior to today's court proceeding?
Yes, sir.
And I'm handing you State's Exhibit number 66. And is that labeled as Latanya 911 call?
Yes, sir.
And when you heard that call, was it you on the line, and did you recognize your voice?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 66 in evidence.
Any objection? It's allowed.
State's Exhibit number 67, if you can identify that photograph for us.
Yes, sir. This is my brother and I leaving the hospital and heading to the funeral.
And when you say your brother, is that Sylvester Jr. or T that testified here yesterday?
Yes.
Is he in his military uniform?
Yes, sir.
And is that you there in the wheelchair?
Yes, sir.
And that's the day that you got to leave the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And looking closely at your face, can you still see some damage to your teeth?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit number 67 for illustrative purposes.
Any objection? It's allowed.
And then finally, State's Exhibit number 68. Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize who those individuals are.
My mom and dad.
And do you recall when this picture was taken at the time?
I think this was a year before April 9th, 2014.
And is that photograph fairly and accurate? Depict them and how they were living a year prior?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 68 for illustrative purposes.
Any objection? Allowed.
And Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish the 911 call to the members of the jury as well.
Yes, sir.
Latanya, I'm going to start with the 911 call.
Johnson County 911 location of your emergency. Yes, I had an office at 11258 Repeat the address for me. 1125 Lake Glad Road. Come on, you shot my dad. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm here at the sheriff's office.
Latanya, at the end of that telephone call, it appears the line goes dead. What was happening at that point?
Nathan came in the room, started beating me.
And if I may publish State's Exhibit number 67 at this point. Who's that, Latanya?
This is my brother, Sylvester Taylor, second T, and myself. We were leaving the hospital to attend our parents' funeral.
And State's Exhibit number 68. Who is that?
My mother and father.
Thank you, Latanya. I don't have any further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Ms. Allen, my name is Jonathan Brown. I don't believe that we have ever talked before. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I do want to start out by saying how sorry we are for your loss. I'm going to ask you some questions about your relationship with Nate. The two of you met when you were in middle school. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
And at first you said you started out as best friends.
Yes, sir.
But then the relationship grew more romantic.
Yes.
And you were slightly older than Nate.
A year older.
A year older. And when Jeremy was born, you were 17?
Yes, I had him at 17.
Yeah. And Nate was 15?
He was 16 when I had him.
Okay. Do you know what Nate's date of birth is?
Who?
Nate's date of birth.
May 3rd, 83.
83. Okay. And Jeremy was born in
4/5/99.
99. So Nate was actually just a little bit shy of his 16th birthday when Jeremy was born.
Yes, sir.
So he was actually 15 at the time.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay. And at first you said that based, I guess, on what his family was saying, he at first was not sure that that was his child when Jeremy was first born. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But once paternity became established, he became active in Jeremy's life. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And helped care for him even
Yes.
before you all were married?
Yes.
And you all were married on December of 2002, correct?
Yes, sir.
At that point, you were 20 years old?
Yes, sir.
And Nate was 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And up from December of 2002 until 2013, you remained married throughout the entire time?
Yes, sir.
You were never separated during that time?
No, sir.
So he was actually living with you that entire time for those 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Talk about some events that happened with Nate. Do you remember a time going back to 2009 when Nate was assaulted in your home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You remember that 4 men had broken into the house?
Yes, sir.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
I'd like to be heard.
All right, members of the jury, if you'd step outside for a moment, please. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves. Leave the notebooks in your chair.
Oh, shoot. Do y'all want to hear the arguing in regards to if this testimony in regards to the break-in should be allowed in regards to our boy's attorney? Okay.
An offer of proof right now for further rulings?
Well, let me ask you, do you have medical or expert testimony that's going to be presented in your case in chief regarding trauma as it may be relevant to the events that occurred in 2014?
Not during this phase of the trial, Your Honor.
Then how is it relevant to events in 2014 beyond
Because-
speculation?
beyond speculation. I think it's something that lay people can conclude that people who have experienced serious trauma can have things affect them and how they're going to react to other events. And I think the fact that has had serious trauma affected to him, I don't think that we necessarily need to have witnesses that affects periods. They've had testimony about how he's reacted to certain events during the separation too, and I think this helps explain it as well.
Mr. Waller.
It sounds like it's a mental issue in terms of his that it's something that's more appropriate for expert testimony and not this witness.
Without anything further, I don't believe that it's relevant. There's no causal link between the events of 2014 and something that may have happened in 2009 without some medical or mental health or psychiatric testimony that would make it probative of anything. So without anything further, I would simply sustain the objection.
All right. Your Honor, I would like then the opportunity to make a short proffer of this witness. And I will say that there's another issue that we intend to ask, which has to do involving with his mother's issues with alcohol and crack, which I believe could be, I don't want to guess that there would be an objection, but rather than us come over and send the jury back out, if I started to do that issue as well, I could make a proffer about both issues at this time.
And again, the second issue about mother's alcohol and crack would be something that this witness would be asked about?
Yes, it was my plan to ask her shortly thereafter that issue, and I'm guessing that there's likely to be an objection to that.
There would be an objection, yes, sir.
All right, well, let's go ahead. I'll allow a proffer on both of those issues outside the presence of the jury. So,
thank you, sir. All right, thank you, ma'am. I'm referring back to the events of May of 2009. You recall that 4 men broke into your home, is that correct?
Yes.
And that they pistol whipped Nate?
Yes.
Okay. They kicked him multiple times in the head?
I know he had a gash, a single gash on his head that he had to have stitches for.
Okay.
So I don't know how many times he was kicked.
Okay, but you had heard that he had been kicked?
Yes.
Okay. And that he was taken to Wake Med in an ambulance?
I think I took him to Wake Med.
Okay, your memory is that you took him to Wake Med. And so you went with him to the hospital.
Yes.
Also, can turn your attention now to issues, and you knew Nate's mom, Antoinette.
Yes, I knew her.
I think she goes by Goldie.
Yes.
Okay. And you aware that she has suffered from alcohol issues?
Yes.
Has an upset. And she's also, at some point, also developed a crack problem?
Yes.
Okay. And that she has gone in the past to rehab?
Yes.
And in fact, in 2012, you and Nate took her to rehab. Do you remember this? Okay. That would be the showing.
All right. Mr. Waller.
Just my standing objection to both of those issues. I don't believe this is the witness that can lay that out for them.
All right.
Hold on that, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we would argue that both of these items come in, and I would argue that this goes to a right. The state of mind here is a defense, and I believe that under a right to present a defense under the United States Constitution, including the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment to the United States, and given the capital nature of this case, it also affects the 8th Amendment of the United States Constitution, that this evidence is relevant under 401, 402 of the North Carolina Rules of Evidence, and not unduly prejudiced under Rule 403, that both of these items have go to the general state of mind of the defendant, which there has been a fair amount of evidence both about his history and his demeanor, and all of that is connected. And we would argue that it should be allowed in under all those provisions.
All right. The objection. Go ahead.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I would just like to address the issue regarding the alcoholism of and addiction issues regarding the defendant's mother, which I think is a separate issue from the trauma issue with the home invasion and head injuries that Mr. Holden sustained in 2009. I mean, that letter that was just admitted, written by Mr. Holden, I think is a really good example of the way that something that's at issue in this case is the marriage between Mr. Holden and Ms. Allen. Mr. Holden's understanding of marriage, of family. He, in that letter, you heard his belief that that the marriage should continue, that there was a religious basis for that. And I think those sorts of issues in terms of Mr. Holden's perception of marriage, understanding of what marriage means, understanding of romantic relationships is all very much related to the relationships that he experienced as a child, his family situation growing up, and how that affected the evolution of his understanding of marriage and relationships to the point where he entered into one. And then when it dissolved, his feelings about that. I think that is a different issue than what we were talking about before with the trauma. I think that's very relevant, not just to his state of mind at the time that the offenses took place, but also to his reaction to various things, reaction to the separation itself, and reaction to child custody matters, his views about parenthood, for instance, the way that they were shaped by his own parents. That's all something that I think lay people can understand without the need for an expert opinion. We heard a lot in voir dire of these jurors in particular talking about the ways that their own childhood experiences shaped their future views and their current views. I don't think that you need an expert to understand the ways that that childhood experiences can affect and particularly with your own parents, can then affect your views about parenthood, for instance.
All right. I'm going to sustain the objection on both counts. I think that there's not been a showing of a causal connection between either of these events and the state of mind of the defendant on the date at the relevant time, either of these incidents that is the subject of this trial, as well as the events leading up to it relating to custody, separation, and divorce. It may be that those relationships had some effect on the defendant's mind or understanding of marriage or custody or parenthood, but it would be pure speculation on the part of this witness for that to be true, and it would be pure speculation on the part of the jury to make that logical leap in its determination of the truth of that. The defense certainly has the opportunity to present a defense in this phase of the trial, and it can raise those issues if competent evidence to these points exists.
I would just ask for a motion to strike. I believe a part of the answer came out as I was making my objection, so I don't have my live feed up, but I believe that there was some testimony right before as I was making the objection.
That event, so I'll sustain the objection and strike the last response. Anything further on this issue?
No, sir.
No, other than to note our exception.
Your exception's noted. Thank you. All right, let's bring jurors in, please. Gentlemen, thank you for the response of the witness to the question. And it's stricken, so you have to disregard both the question and the answer. Mr. Waller.
I think it's me.
I'm sorry,
actually.
Mr. Brown, further cross-examination.
I'm going to ask you, prior to your separation in December of 2002, Nate was never violent towards you.
That's correct.
And you talked about yesterday an incident where Jeremy was hit by a broom. Prior to that, you had never reported Nate being physically violent, correct?
That's correct.
Or towards Amber or Nautica?
That's correct.
The two of you during those years were both involved in raising the kids. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Nate loved his kids
Yes, sir.
and you loved your kids.
Yes, sir.
And during his, the time you were together, you worked a job almost the entire time,
Yes.
except for when you were dealing with maternity leave and things like that.
Yes, sir.
And Nate worked as a barber,
Yes.
and he would often do some other types of jobs.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned he would drive a cab.
Yes.
Maybe helped him.
Yes, sir.
And you reported that there were problems in the marriage from 2002 until 2013. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But until some of these problems, is that correct?
Yes, we remain.
You had an affair in 2007. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you all remained married after that.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about having to have multiple financial problems. In fact, in 2011.
Yes, sir.
And as part of your bankruptcy, you had to complete what's called a personal financial management instruction course.
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
You had to complete a course as a result of,
Yes, sir.
right? And so did Nate. Had to complete a course too.
Yes, sir.
And both of you completed the course.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alan, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as defendant's exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me what that is?
It was a book that I made and put together of our financial records.
And in this book, was it also something, have you had a chance to look at this book any time recently?
No, sir.
Would you take a few moments and just look through it? Because I'm going to ask you some questions about it. In this notebook, did it also, besides financial records, did it also include things like family planning of meals,
Yes, sir.
family planning of chores?
Yes, sir.
And in the handwriting there, some of that is your handwriting, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Oh, here?
In the notebook itself?
Yes.
And some of it is handwritten by Nate, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so some of it involved things with Nate, with you helping plan the family meals, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of it was Nate helping plan the family meals.
Yes, sir.
And some of it was you helping sort out the chores that should be done.
Yes, sir.
And some of it was Nate trying to set up the chores that were done.
Yes, sir.
And was this done in response to issues surrounding financial problems that you all were having?
Yes, sir. I thought this would be a good idea for us to keep our records and things together.
And that was something that you and Nate did together in trying to organize that.
Yes, sir.
Purposes. If you could go through those notebooks and see if you recognize whose handwriting it is. Whose handwriting was in that?
This is Nathan's handwriting.
Thank you. And if you could look at the other notebook as well.
This is Nathan's handwriting.
All right. And all, as far as you can tell, looking through it, it appears that all the handwriting there is by Nate's.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Ma'am, you talked about, and maybe getting the date wrong, but I think the day you took out the protective order, that was January 2nd, 2014.
Yes, sir.
Before that, in the night that you were shot, at no point at that point did Nate ever come to your house between those two dates. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he never showed up at your workplace as well?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to talk with you a little bit about your dad. I think you said that your dad had definitely had a warm side to him. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you mentioned that he was a Vietnam veteran. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that he did suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes, he did.
And as a result of that he sometimes had a bit of a temper.
Yes, he did.
And that sometimes while he had the sweet side to him, he could sometimes get pretty angry.
Yes.
And could get loud.
Yes.
And when from the time when you first started dating Nate, he had problems with Nate, didn't he?
Yes.
He didn't like Nate particularly.
That's correct.
And though he did walk you two down the aisle, there were a lot of times during your marriage that he did not particularly like Nate. Is that true?
That's true.
In fact, he has threatened Nate in the past, hasn't he?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Were you aware that on you talked about when Nate was called, we talked about the dispute in the beginning of January when Nate said he was going to pick up the kids from the yard. You remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that your dad said that if Nate came to do that, he was going to shoot him?
Objection to
It- it could-
objection to hearsay and self-serving.
I don't, that she's, I'm saying that Sylvester said, I don't see how Sylvester saying that he was going to shoot him. It goes to state of mind, Your Honor.
One moment.
And I may have possibly misphrased the question.
I'll allow the concern I have is that she is denied being aware of threats, and so needs to be a good faith basis for you asking these questions based on that answer. And so my concern is that you're inquiring into specific acts after she is denied being aware of those instances. But
I do, I mean, I definitely have a good faith basis for asking her.
okay, well then I'll allow the question. If you'll rephrase it, I'll sustain this to form, allow you to rephrase it to clarify it, and then, but I will allow it.
And that I should have said lack of personal knowledge and hearsay
Okay.
grounds.
Do you remember telling a CPS worker that your father said that he was going to shoot Nate if he came onto your yard?
I don't recall, but I do remember him talking to the police and saying that if he comes over here, what are my rights? And that's when during that time the police was at the home, and that's what he was talking to the police about. And then the police advised us to get the restraining order.
Okay. And so do you remember specifically in there about him saying that if he came onto the yard, he would shoot him?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you remember telling people, and your dad was upset about the fact that Nate had custody of Jeremy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that he had partial custody of Amber and Nautica.
That's correct.
Okay. And he would sometimes even fuss at you if he felt that you were letting Nate keep the kids longer than you had to.
That's correct.
I want to talk with you a little bit about what you know about the January 26th incident between your dad and Jeremy that I believe you talked about in direct examination.
Yes, sir.
That was the first time under the agreement where the kids had stayed with Nate over the weekend. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your dad had gone to pick them up.
That's correct.
And you know that Jeremy said that when they got to the house where you all were staying, that your dad slapped him.
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay. That he called him a racial slur.
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. And was yelling something at Jeremy about that Jeremy had set him up.
Yes, he did say that.
Okay. Your dad admitted that part happened? About the setting up part?
Yes, he did say that.
And Jeremy said that as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard that Jeremy said that your dad had had a gun and a belt.
Yes, sir.
And that Jeremy had run to a neighbor's house.
That's correct.
And that Jeremy called the police.
Yes, sir.
And you said that you didn't believe everything that Jeremy said about this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you all had a court hearing about this, correct?
That's correct.
And some of this information came out during the court hearing.
That's correct.
And Nate was present at that court hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And this was the court hearing, I believe, that was in February of 2014. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. But before that, you do remember that Nate got emergency custody right after Jeremy reported this incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Talk a little bit about some of well, let me ask you this before we get there. Before the incident with Jeremy, you knew that your dad did have guns.
Yes.
More than one gun.
Yes.
All right. And he had a gun in his car?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you positive he did not have a gun in his car?
I don't think he had a gun in his car.
Okay.
I've never seen it.
All right.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch unless you're in the middle.
I think I was thinking this was a good time.
All right, very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break. We'll recess for lunch until 2:30. Please recall all the instructions. Don't talk about this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't form or express opinions about the outcome. No media or independent investigation into these matters, and no conversations with parties, witnesses, or lawyers. Please leave your notepads in your chairs. Gather in the deliberation room at 2:30. Everyone else, please remain seated. Let me hear from the state their position with respect to the disclosure of any diagnosis that may or may not have been made by any mental health professional in those records.
We may have just a moment.
Yes.
Again, is my major concern with this. So I'm going to object to even being asked about the diagnosis, but certainly even a more stringent objection if there's that spectrum in terms of how this is affecting her.
Right. Mr. Brown.
Well, I think there's two different issues here. One is the academic issue, one is the scholarly issue. I think we are allowed to ask under the cases that I cited you, and I think that the articles help the basis about a person's mental illness. That may be inappropriate to have, if we do choose to go through down this road as far as asking these type of questions, and I'm not at this point even foreshadowing that I am, but I would like to have the materials to be able to make that decision, then I do think that that would be inappropriate for us to have that evidentiary debate. But it's a lot easier for me to have that evidentiary debate having the diagnosis disclosed.
All right. What I'm inclined to do without ruling on the relevancy or the admissibility of this information is provide any diagnoses that may have been noted in the mental health records to the defense. What I'll do is, what I can tell you is that the records are very consistent with respect to that. And what I am inclined to do is simply provide you with the date range of the records that reflect any diagnosis that may exist. And I'll give you as much detail as the records provide in terms of what that diagnosis is. I'm still not inclined to provide treatment records, namely records of conversations between the mental health professional and any of the witnesses or the children or Miss Allen. But to the extent there is a diagnosis and any reference to memory in that diagnosis or in those notes, I'll provide that information as well. But I don't think that I need to provide copies of the records, but rather just in the form of an order, I'll provide that information to you. Or I can provide one redacted copy and then just say that this is identical to remaining copies, whatever.
Yes, I mean, I think that unless the treatment areas you're talking about somehow, that what particular advice they're giving, a particular course of treatment, as far as I know, would not be relevant. Now, I haven't seen the records, I don't want to overstate that down, but I do understand where you're coming from that. Whatever the court feels the best way to communicate that information to us, whether it's part of a record or orders, saying that as well.
All right. Also I have I've been provided records, as I mentioned, for Miss Allen and 3 children. So the only probative value that has been suggested by the defense is the effect on the ability to remember and recount information. For those children, I don't know whether all the children are going to be called as witnesses. And so if a child is not going to be called as a witness by the state or the defense, then I'm not sure there's a compelling reason balancing the confidentiality interests of the children against the defendant's exculpatory or impeachment interests to release those records of non-testifying children.
I agree.
All right. So it's the state intending to call 3 children?
Not all 3 children.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Can you forecast which ones may be called?
JT.
All right. And at this moment, does the defense intend to call any of the 3 children other than JT? All right. So what I'll do is provide that very limited information regarding Jeremy and Miss Allen, and I'll put something together over the lunch recess and try to make that available to you right when we get back.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. We'll be in recess until 2:30.
Okay, so let me ask, do y'all want to finish listening to today for the rest of her testimony, or do y'all want to wait until tomorrow? Because I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have a set up for tomorrow in probably like early evening, afternoon kind of time. I don't know who all have Monday off, but just trying to try something different. You say you can't wait to you what tonight or tomorrow? Today or tomorrow? You want to keep rolling? Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let me get us back in the courtroom. That's the one good thing about this stuff is like you don't have to worry about no breaks and stuff. You may not catch the action live, but you ain't got to worry about no long drawn out day. This is all her family right here. You know, their family. I can see right here on this first bench. I don't know if he has any family in there, to be honest with you guys. He may, I just don't know. All right, let's see.
Ruling immediately prior to identified the first day that that diagnosis was made, provided you an excerpt from that record that shows that diagnosis and the I guess the specifics of the diagnosis, and then just simply again giving you a date range, and I've done that for both Miss Allen and Jeremy Holden, and I've reserved any ruling as to the admissibility. One concern I would have is to the admissibility of this information for the purposes of impeaching based on inability to remember or to discern or to recount, is that the last treatment for any post-traumatic stress disorder for Miss Holden was, in the records that I have, was May 1st, 2015. And the last one for Mr. Jeremy Holden was September 28, 2015. And I've not been, in the information that you've provided me on behalf of the defense, I've not seen any indication that any memory loss that might be associated with post-traumatic stress disorder is a permanent condition. And so we have treatment for a condition that ends more than a year ago, and no scientific basis that I'm aware of before the court anyway that says this is permanent, and things that may have occurred prior to this condition continue, the memory loss continues to exist after the condition has been treated or treatment is no longer deemed necessary. So that would be a specific concern I'd have about the admissibility of using that information to challenge the recall of a witness to that's testifying today.
Could I have 2 moments?
Yes. Yes.
This time, we do not plan to pursue the specific questions about that based on the court's order and all. If we do change your mind about that, I will ask to be heard before I ask any questions about that.
That'll be fine. Appreciate that.
All right, very good. So anything else that we need to take up before we resume, I believe, with cross-examination of Ms. Allen?
No, sir.
All right, so Ms. Allen, if you'll resume your seat, please. And if we could bring jurors in. Record the 3 articles that you sent to me by email.
Yes, sir.
I can either just provide the clerk with a copy of that email. I think they were sent to me over the weekend, and I know they were copied to the state, but I'll just print out the citations to those articles at least. That's fine. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to proceed right where we left off. I believe Mr. Brown was in the midst of cross-examination of Ms. Allen.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Allen.
Good afternoon.
I've been told I'm going to try to speak up a little bit in case, I don't know if you had trouble hearing or the members of the jury had trouble hearing as well, may have had trouble hearing too. So if my voice sounds a little louder, that may be the reason why. You and Nate split up on December 20th, 2013. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you split up originally, there was agreement at that point, and there was no formal court agreement at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, as far as custody of the kids, you both just sort of shared custody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nobody, it was sort of done on a day by day or week by week basis who was going to have custody of the kids. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, coming to January of 2014, January 1st of 2014, Jeremy was staying with his dad. Right?
That's correct.
But it was on January 2nd that you went to go to court to file for custody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And for the restraining order at that point.
That's correct.
And so that was the first time that you had basically made a decision to try to get full custody of the kids. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At least on a temporary basis.
Yes, sir.
And when we talked about your confrontation with Nate, that was the first time you had seen him face to face after you had decided to get full custody of the kids, correct?
I got full custody that evening.
Yeah. But
yes.
you had already decided that that's what you were going to do when you went to the courthouse.
That's right.
And that's the first time you had seen Nate since you had made that decision.
That's right.
Okay. And he was upset.
That's correct.
And when he was upset, what he was complaining about was that you were trying to take the kids away.
Yes, and that I wasn't talking to him.
And you weren't talking to him. And you had not seen Nate act that way during your years of marriage, had you?
That's correct. I haven't.
This is the first time you had seen him
Yes.
act that way. And you said that you had the biggest part of the argument was sort of outside, across from the public safety center?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he was yelling at you?
Yes, sir.
He said he had his fist against your face?
Yes, sir.
But that was the only physical contact he had against you at
And
that
his
time?
finger in my face.
And your finger, he had the finger in your face like this?
Yes.
Okay. But at that point, he had not hit you at that point.
That's correct.
Okay. And you talked with him and convinced him to go to a restaurant.
That's correct.
And you all agreed to go to Golden Corral.
That's correct.
And at the
over the weekend, and I know they were copied to the state, but I'll just print out the citations to those articles at least. That's fine. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to proceed right where we left off. I believe Mr. Brown was in the midst of cross-examination of Miss Allen.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Allen.
Good afternoon.
I've been told I'm going to try to speak up a little bit in case, I don't know if you had trouble hearing or the members of the jury had trouble hearing as well, may have had trouble hearing too. So if my voice sounds a little louder, that may be the reason why. You and Nate split up on December 20th, 2013. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you split up originally, there was agreement at that point, and there was no formal court agreement at that point. Was that correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, as far as custody of the kids, you both just sort of shared custody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nobody, it was sort of done on a day by day or week by week basis who was going to have custody of the kids. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, coming to January of 2014, January 1st of 2014, Jeremy was staying with his dad, right?
That's correct.
But it was on January 2nd that you went to go to court to file for custody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And for the restraining order at that point.
That's correct.
And so that was the first time that you had basically made a decision to try to get full custody of the kids. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At least on a temporary basis.
Yes, sir.
And when you talked about your confrontation with Nate, that was the first time you had seen him face to face after you had decided to get full custody of the kids, correct?
I got full custody that evening.
Yeah. But
yes.
you had already decided that that's what you were going to do when you went to the courthouse.
That's right.
And that's the first time you had seen Nate since you had made that decision.
That's right.
Okay. And he was upset.
That's correct.
And when he was upset, what he was complaining about was that you were trying to take the kids away.
Yes, and that I wasn't talking to him.
And you weren't talking to him. And you had not seen Nate act that way during your years of marriage, had you?
That's correct. I haven't.
This is the first time you had seen him
Yes.
act that way. And you said that you had the biggest part of the argument was sort of outside, across from the public safety center?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he was yelling at you?
Yes, sir.
He said he had his fist against your face?
Yes, sir.
But that was the only physical contact he had against you at
And
that
his
time?
finger in my face.
And your finger, he had the finger in your face like this?
Yes.
Okay. But at that point, he had not hit you at that point.
That's correct.
Okay. And you talked with him and convinced him to go to a restaurant.
That's correct.
And you all agreed to go to Golden Corral.
That's correct.
And at the and it was on your way to the Golden Corral that you got a phone call from a police officer
Yes, sir.
who told you about a threat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That Nate had made to Sylvester,
That's correct.
your brother,
Yes, sir.
who then told the police officer,
Yes, sir.
who then told you about it.
My brother told my dad, and I believe my dad called the school.
Okay. So how it went was your brother told your dad
Yes.
what happened. Your dad called the school.
Yes.
The school called the police officer.
Yes, sir.
The police officer called you.
Yes.
And so the threats that you talked about in the restraining order, that's where it came from, the threats.
Correct.
Okay. All right. This custody arrangement, you had full custody of the kids from that date until January 21st. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you all entered into a consent order about custody of the kids.
Yes, sir.
And that custody arrangement was that you had primary custody, but Nate got the kids every other weekend?
That's correct.
Okay. And that continued until Jeremy reported the incident with your dad.
That's correct.
And on January 30th, Nate filed an emergency petition with the court to get custody of the children.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's what happened.
Yes.
He got custody of the children and they went to stay with him.
That's correct.
And you then went to court on February 10th, 2014.
Yes, sir.
And the court had a custody hearing at that point.
Yes, sir.
And they heard testimony from the CPS social worker, Kathy Sudhall.
Yes, sir.
And she described the allegations and her investigations about what Jeremy had said happened with your dad.
That's correct.
And it was determined at that point, and it was also said that Jeremy's preference was that for primary custody, he wanted to live with his dad.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the court, and at that time, you did not object to that proposal.
No, sir.
And so what the court ruled then was that Amber and Nautica would primarily be living with you,
Yes, sir.
and Jeremy would be primarily living with his dad.
Yes.
And that on weekends it would rotate who would be that the three kids would all be together,
Yes, sir.
and it would rotate which of you two he would be the kids would be living with.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was the arrangement from that time, from February 10th until the day that your parents were shot. Is that true?
That's true.
During the time from January 2nd until the day of the crime, the primary contact that you would have with Nate would be through phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever see him in person in between those dates?
For the exchanges on Fridays and Sunday evenings.
Okay. So when you primarily talked, you either texted Oh, you did phone calls.
That's correct.
And I was going to ask you about some of these phone calls and text. I know that they have been a while ago. Have you had a chance to review any records in preparing for your testimony?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you some, and if there are ones that you have trouble remembering about particular text and all, some of them might be remembered, I have copies and may be able to try to refresh your memory.
Okay.
Of those. Sometimes that you would text about needs that the kids might have. Is that true?
That's true.
And do you remember a text from April 7th of that year, a couple days before the events that we're here talking about, where Nate texted you that Nautica had left her meds?
What Nate said.
Sustained as to.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. Established a relationship.
Limited purposes. Again,
Okay.
members of the jury, it's not made under oath. It's an out-of-court statement. You're solely to consider it for the purposes of I'm not sure for what purpose you're offering it, but something other than the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes, sir.
All right. To establish the relationship.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's fine. Go ahead.
A text in which Nate sent a text saying Nautica left her meds.
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it help refresh your memory if some of these came and showed you some of these texts?
Okay.
You know, my concern here is don't know how much of a concern it is, but that we may be getting into the point where the defendant is starting to offer evidence in the state's case in chief. With the notebook and the green notebook, Latanya identified those. I don't think there was any content that was going into. Now when we start talking about these text messages that I'm aware of, we've shared with Mr. Brown, obviously, I think we're going to start talking about content at this point in terms of what these text messages say, whether it's what the defendant says or Latanya says. And at that point, I think we're getting over into the defense offering evidence stage. And so that's my concern at this point.
So as I understand it, it's not necessarily an objection, but rather just a concern that this may be raising the issue of who has the final argument at this.
Yes, sir. I would say so. Yeah. Yes, sir.
That thought crossed my mind. And I know that you're very well aware of that, counsel. So I'm assuming you're making a calculated decision to present information that could well be viewed as presenting evidence for the purposes of determination of the final closing argument.
Yes, I'm not going to concede that what we're doing is doing that, but it is certainly a calculation that we have discussed among ourselves and would be, if you were to rule, then we would be prepared to make an argument. But we have forecasted about what we plan to do and everything else and believe that this is in the best interest of the case.
And that's fine. I appreciate the opportunity to take a break just to make sure that everybody was aware of that.
Some of this is to show her some of these texts to refresh memory, because it's very understandable she will not remember things from several years ago with it at all. And I plan to be the one reading the text myself. But I do understand there's risk, and that could be an issue that it's possible that could be an issue that we will be arguing in the days to come.
And I guess where I would my forecast for any objection at this point is when, if there is some basis besides for the truth of the matter asserted, but when we start talking about what's Nate saying in a lot of these texts, I am going to have an objection to those.
I would argue that almost all of them go to state of mind about relationship. There's nothing, they're going to be things about things such as, medicine, and I'm not going to say all of them, but things like, can you, this disappointment about missing a party, and can you, can Jeremy come see you, and all those are things I don't think are covered by hearsay, simply because I understand that that if we offer something from Mr. Holden, it does not meet the party opponent exception, but I don't think we're offering it for, quote, the truth of the matter asserted here.
All right. I think that there is some room to offer these sorts of statements to show not for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather to establish the nature of the relationship. And so I provide some latitude on that. I'm confident that you are aware of the case law relating to the final closing argument, and that we'll take that issue up at the close of all the evidence. So it's not an issue that we need to address right now. All right. Very good. Let's bring jurors back in, please. Yes, please.
Ms. Allen, I think we talked about the fact that, since it was a long time ago, you don't remember specific text messages, but if I showed you some messages and asked you to read them to yourself, and then I can ask if it refreshes your memory, and then I might read you and see if it's been read accurately, if that makes sense. And I'm gonna ask to show you, and this is all from what's been marked for identification purposes, this Appendix Exhibit number 4. If you can show, at the bottom of the page, there's two, and well, first of all, down the page, you see a couple, if you could read those two at the bottom of the page yourself.
Sure.
Yes.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your memory about that?
No.
Okay. You do not remember a text from Nate on April 7th about Nautica left her meds?
No.
Okay. And you saying, I'll get some more today?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I don't remember.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I know we're speaking close. Unfortunately, makes it, like we're having a conversation, but it's important that everybody hears it, including the court reporter, and the juror. So I apologize for that. Do you remember, ask a question about, you talked earlier about the fact that you had not gone to Jeremy's birthday party that was at Nate's house on the day of his birthday.
That's correct.
That was a cookout.
Yes.
Do you remember receiving some text messages from Nate about that?
Yes, but I don't remember what they were, what it said.
Let me show you some of these. See if this refreshes your memory.
Okay.
If you could read to yourself. The one on top there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember receiving a text from Nate that said, Jeremy was mad you didn't come to his cookout. Everybody was looking for you. We missed you. It turned out good. DOA. Remember that text?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on April 8th, and I guess April 8th was the day before the incident that we're all here
Yes, sir.
for. And do you remember getting text from Nate concerning whether you would have a chance to see Jeremy?
No, I don't remember anything on the 8th from him.
Well, let me show you these texts, and if you could read, there is a series of text exchanges. You can read to yourself these
Okay.
ones.
All right. Okay. Yes, I remember.
Okay, you do remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and so do you remember receiving a text from Nate saying you got time to eat lunch with Jay?
Yes, sir.
And Jay would be Jeremy?
Jeremy.
And your response was, not today, got to make up time at work.
Yes.
Okay. And then Nate responding, you said you was off. Okay. Well, just think about spending some time with him. He miss you. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you responded, I can't call him because his phone is off, so he needs to call me.
Yes.
And you said, you know how to, and he said, you know how to contact him.
Yes.
And you responded, how?
Yes.
And you said, same way you talked to girls all last week. Remember that? Is that one ring a bell? That final one?
Yes.
And sometimes there were text messages that maybe the girls would use his phone to text you.
Yes.
Okay, and you remember that?
Yes.
About it. On April 9th, do you remember receiving one text message from him that day?
I don't remember. I remember a phone call I didn't answer the phone. I don't remember any texts on that day from him.
If you could read to yourself text message and see if that refreshes your memory.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. That he texted you and said, call me when you get a chance.
Yes.
And getting any phone calls from Nate on April 9th?
I remember him calling my cell phone that morning, early that morning, because I was on my way to work, and he called my job.
Okay. So those were the calls.
Yes.
There were 3 calls to the job.
Yes.
But at no point did you have a chance, you never talked on the phone.
No.
And the two of you had phone conversations in the week beforehand.
Yes, I believe.
Remember one time when you called him, you talked for about 10 minutes, and then the phone may have dropped and he called you back?
No.
Would that be surprising to hear that happened?
No. I wouldn't.
Because, I mean, one reason maybe that probably don't remember all the phone calls you had.
That's correct.
And a lot of times you all will be calling to talk about situations with children.
Children, yes.
Because you were at that point co-parenting.
Yes.
And you had kind of an interesting situation where every other week, well, where you had 2 of the kids primarily,
Yes.
and he had the child.
That's correct.
And you were both sharing the weekends you had to.
Yes.
And even with split up couples, that takes a lot of coordination.
Yes.
You talked about the fact that you mentioned earlier about the birthday party.
Yes.
And Jeremy's birthday was April 5th.
Yes.
And originally, you had said that you would come to the birthday party.
Yes.
The fact that you were going to help out.
Yes.
Do you remember if you were going to bring the cake?
Something I was supposed to bring. I'm not for sure.
Okay. So it was something that you were.
Yes.
But you decided that given your all's relationship at that time, yours and Nate's relationship at the time, that it was not a good idea to go to the party.
Yes.
So in the end, you did not come.
Correct.
And since Nate had custody of Jeremy that weekend, you hadn't seen Nate, you hadn't seen Jeremy since his birthday.
Correct.
And that was true on April 9th. You had not seen him since his birthday at that time.
That's correct.
So they crying. You didn't feel the sick.
Yes.
And so normally you would have gone to church that night,
Correct.
but instead you were at home. And when Jeremy came in, had you been sleeping?
Yes.
And he came in to the house.
Yes.
And I would just say this, I'm going to ask you some questions. And try not to ask too many. Mr. Wall asked you a lot. I know this is an unspeakable, horrible thing to be. But I think it's fair to say that you don't remember everything that happened.
I remember a lot that happened.
There are things that you remember that you don't.
That's correct.
There were things that Mr. Wallace showed you some pictures and asked, what do you remember going out of the room, things like that. You were not sure about that.
Where I was at during the beating.
Yeah,
Yes.
things about that. And so, so there may be specific details that you don't remember as well.
True.
Partly extended for several years, and it was a very traumatic event.
That's correct.
You came into your room, and you hugged Jeremy.
That's correct. Well, Jeremy plopped down on the bed with me and he hugged me.
And then the two of you talked for a little bit.
Yes.
You asked what he was doing next.
Yes.
He told you.
Dad wanted to see you. Dad wanted to see him.
Oh.
To see me.
Okay. Sorry, apparently my microphone was off, but and then you heard a series of shots.
Yes.
And you testified beforehand, I believe, that some of the shots were inside the house.
Yes, sir.
Some of the shots were outside the house.
Yes, sir.
And when the first shots happened, during the time when your parents were shot, you were in a different room from them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did not see that part.
That's correct.
If I may just have a second. Ma'am, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just a few, Your Honor. Thank you. LaTanya, when we were talking about the January 2nd incident, I asked you if you thought that the defendant was impaired that day, if he was on drugs or alcohol, that you could tell. Based on your relatively brief interaction with him on the night of April 9th, could you tell if he was impaired in any way?
No, he wasn't.
Didn't appear to be impaired to you.
Correct.
Your brother testified yesterday, and we talked about phone calls a little bit, that he called you several times the morning of January 2nd. Why weren't you able to answer him at that point?
Because Nathan was arguing with me. I couldn't answer my phone at the time.
And talking about the text messages that Mr. Brown brought up, on the night of April 9th, do you recall getting text messages from Lamont Lynch and Terry Jones?
Yes, sir.
What do you recall about those text messages?
I think they was just letting me know that Nate came by the church, or he was at the church.
And do you recall about what time you received those text messages?
No, sir.
Would it have been while your daughters and mother were still at church?
Yes, sir.
If I may briefly pull up Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't take long.
Is that the exhibit?
Yes, sir, it is. LaTanya, can you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's my parents' home, and that's my car parked in the front.
That's your Dodge Avenger that you
Yes.
spoke about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And when you were testifying on direct, you said that you heard the defendant's truck and that
parked near a window to
Yes.
to your room. Can you show us in that photograph? Describe for us where your window was.
My room was that back window on the right side where the AC unit is located.
That's what I was going to ask you. There appears to be a window unit for an air conditioning.
Yes, sir.
That's where your room was.
Yes, sir.
The room we saw where I think there was a bedspread that was pulled back, and you said nothing happened in that room.
Correct.
But that's where you were when the truck pulled up.
Yes, sir.
And from what you could tell, the truck pulled up relatively close to your window.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. The night in question, April 9th, ma'am, I asked you on direct about whether or not you recall if your father had guns in the house, and you said you didn't know of any. Is that right?
That's correct. I didn't see any.
Specifically in regards to April 9th of 2014, while you were home with your father, at any point that night, did you see him with a gun?
No, sir.
Whether it be a pistol or a shotgun or anything like that?
No, sir.
And prior to the defendant walking in your house that night, did you hear your dad say anything about him having a gun or sitting at the kitchen table with a gun?
No, sir.
So to your knowledge, your dad did not have a gun that night?
That's correct.
We may have just one minute. This time.
Recross.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Further evidence for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, this time we would call Miss Terry Jones to the scene.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your name for us?
My name is Terry R. Williams.
Okay. And have you been known as Terry Jones in the past?
Previously, yes.
Okay. Are you married now?
No,
Or-
not anymore.
Not switch your name the other way.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Miss Williams, I apologize. Do you know the lady that just testified, Miss LaTanya Allen?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you know LaTanya Allen?
Well, I met LaTanya back in, I want to say 95. My parents had joined their church. So I've been on her quite some time.
And when you say her church, which church is that?
Zion Hill Holiness Church.
And do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you know him?
Through mutual friends from going to the church. There were, we had a couple of friends around in that neighborhood. So just through mutual friends.
Well, Miss Williams, I want to turn your attention back to April 9th of 2014 and ask you a little bit about that night, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Miss Williams, on April 9th of 2014, were you at the Zion Hill Holiness Church?
Yes, sir. At Bible study.
It was a Bible study.
Mm-hmm.
Were there a lot of people there at the church that night?
Not too many. I want to say maybe 10 at the most.
And how big of a congregation is that church?
It was fairly small at the time.
What time did your Bible study start that night?
It started at 7:30.
And that night, was Miss Anglia Taylor present?
Yes, sir.
What was her role in the Bible study that night?
She held Bible study. She was a teacher at that night.
And how about the girls that we've been talking about, Amber and Nautica? Did you see them there at the church that night?
Yes, sir.
Were they part of the Bible study, or were they?
Yes, it was just a little small group. We were all in the kitchen.
Now, at some point that night, Miss Williams, did you happen to come into contact with JT?
Yes, I saw him prior to Bible study ending. Well, said, hey, I was kind of shocked. We were all kind of shocked to see him because we didn't expect him to come that night. But just briefly spoke and said, hey.
Other than just kind of exchanging pleasantries, did you have any kind of in-depth conversation with him at that point?
No, sir.
Did he tell you why he was there?
No, I overheard him speaking with Pastor Taylor that his dad was looking for his mom. And she was like, well, she's not here. She was at home sick. But that was all I heard. And I was preparing to leave myself, me and my kids.
So did Jeremy or JT appear to be in pretty good spirits at that point?
Yes, sir.
Now, after you heard JT tell Pastor Taylor and Galia Taylor why he was there, did you talk to LaTanya or communicate with her in any way?
I texted her.
What did you text LaTanya that night?
If I can recall, I just asked her, I had let her know that Nate was there, and I asked her, I said, did you know he was here? Like, what was he doing here? But that was it that I can recall.
Did she respond to you in any way, Ms. Williams?
I don't recall her responding to me.
Did you see the defendant himself there that night?
I heard the truck. I didn't physically see him, no.
And that his truck has been described a couple times during the course of this trial. What truck did you know him to drive?
I just know it was like a pickup truck.
And did it have a pretty distinctive sound?
Yes,
to it?
sir.
Was it unusual for the defendant to come to your church there for a Wednesday night Bible study?
At that particular time, because from my understanding, he wasn't allowed on the church premise.
But he hadn't been there in quite some time.
Correct.
You saw JT having that conversation with his grandmother there?
No, sir.
Do you know if he left with his dad or anything like that?
Well, I'm sure he left with his dad. I mean, that was the only way he got there, but I didn't. Like I said, I had got my kids and we had left. So that was.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination, Ms. Hamburger.
Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Williams, Jeremy was there in the church with y'all for what, a few minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Mr. Holden never set foot inside the church that evening, right?
Not inside the church, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask maybe we take the afternoon recess to prepare to set up the next witness.
All right, that'll be fine. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and recess until 20 minutes till 4. Please recall all my rules and instructions and leave your notepads in your chairs. Gather in the deliberation room at 22.
Okay, so they are on break right now. Let's go into our next video. I tell you. So that Judge Shamrock, if you didn't catch that, that's a church member. She was just kind of testifying to Nate's old loud truck coming to the church that night looking for LaTanya.
You're like, gosh, his truck must have been loud. He must have had what I call them douchebag trucks. Just Shamrock, the oldest boy he does testify. He does testify. I can't remember if they showed his testimony, just so we clear. But he did testify. Because they show him in the crowd. Um, I just his creepy ways that he be just like staring back at people. It's like,
scene, is that correct?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay, and there were a number of marked patrol cars. Good morning, sir. If you would, please just introduce yourself to the jury and tell them how you're employed.
Yes, sir. My name is Mark Scheinberg. I am a sergeant with the Wake County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, Sergeant Scheinberg, how long have you been employed with the Wake County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Wake County Sheriff's Office since August of 2004, so a little over 12 years.
And when did you become a sergeant?
I became a sergeant actually January 15th or January 16th of this year.
Okay, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Prior to your promotion to sergeant, how were you assigned in the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir. Since May of 2011 until January 15th of 2017, I was an investigator with the agency.
Okay. And as an investigator with the Sheriff's Department, are you assigned to a particular division or group, and what types of crimes did you investigate?
Yes, sir. I investigated crimes from break-ins, larcenies to major crimes to include homicides, also juvenile offenses, and I worked in the financial crimes, the fraud unit as well.
Okay, so you essentially would investigate any type of crime, particularly felonies?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, investigator, were you working in your capacity as an investigator with the Sheriff's Department on the evening of April 9th, 2014?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And can you tell me if you had the opportunity to respond to 1125 Lake Glad Road in Wendell?
I did.
And how did you come to receive that call or to arrive on that scene?
On that day, I was working on call, and when you work on call, you work in the evenings. And if there's any major crime that occurs as an investigator, we also respond to the scene to assist the deputies there. So I had heard a call on the radio come out, and I began to respond to the scene.
All right. And what type of car would you have been driving that night? Is it a marked patrol car or is it something else?
It was an unmarked patrol car. At that time, I was driving a black Chevrolet Impala.
Okay. So investigator, you go to Lake Glad Road, and did you know what the nature of the call was before you arrived?
Yes, sir, I did. When they call came out on the radio, it came out as a shooting.
But at that point, you didn't know the status of the victim. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you yourself have a suspect name when you arrived?
I had heard a name on the radio. However, when I arrived on scene, I got out and I was going to talk to one of the deputies on scene to see if we can get more information to assist.
Sure. And I believe you've already heard some of the other deputies testify. You were not the first on scene. Is that correct?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. And there were a number of marked patrol cars and maybe even EMS and fire there by the time you arrived?
Yes, sir, there was.
Well, so did you pull up sort of into the driveway there at Lake Glad, and who did you go speak with first?
I pulled up into the driveway and I met a deputy that was there. As I walked up, he had informed me that there was a young man there that I might want to speak to.
Do you recall which deputy that was?
I do not specifically recall who that was, but I believe it was Deputy Shapcott.
Okay. All right. And Deputy Shapcott already testified. He was one of the first responders there.
Yes, sir.
And did he direct you to a young man that you were that may be of interest in this investigation?
Yes, sir. He introduced me to a young man by the name of Jeremy, who also went by the name of JT.
And where was JT when you first came into contact with him?
We were in the driveway, and then we walked back to my vehicle after I was introduced to him.
All right. And you introduced yourself to JT. Did you kind of tell him who you were and what was happening at this point?
Yes, sir, I did. I introduced myself. I informed him I was an investigator with the agency, and I just wanted to talk to him to see what we could do to help.
All right. And so the first thing you do is just kind of get his demographic information, his name, and other things like that?
Yes, sir.
And what's the first thing you ask after you talk to him about that?
I just asked him if he knew who had committed this offense tonight, who had committed the shooting.
And what did he say?
He said that it was his father, Nathan Holden.
All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you're to consider the statements made by a witness who has previously testified that are being repeated by this witness solely for the purposes of corroboration or impeachment, not for the truth of the matter asserted.
Investigator Scheinberg, after he gave you the name of the defendant, did he then just kind of start to tell you about what had happened that evening?
Yes, sir. I asked him what time they had arrived at the house first, and he told me it was around 9 o'clock is what he thought.
All right. And then what did he tell you about when they got there?
He said once they got there that that he went into the house first, and that afterwards his father followed him in shortly thereafter.
And did he give you a further explanation about sort of what had been going on with the family leading up to this?
He did. He explained that there was some court stuff going on.
And did he tell you about siblings or other people that might have been present?
He did. He also said that he had two sisters, one of which was 9 years old and the other one which was 8 at the time.
Did you try to get a timeline from him in terms of how long it from the time of the event to the time law enforcement showed up there?
Yes, sir. I had asked him, and he said it took about 10 or 15 minutes before law enforcement had shown up.
And did he offer up any information to you about sort of where he was when the crimes occurred?
He did. He told me that he was hiding in the closet at the time of the shooting.
What did what else did he say about the events there?
He said while he was in the closet, he was also in there with his sisters when his father had shot his family.
At this point, to your knowledge, the suspect had not been taken into custody. Is that correct?
Correct. We were just trying to gather information and find out where the suspect was and to find out what had occurred at the same time, trying to figure out what we had at that point and what we needed to do next.
Sure. And as part of your, I guess, role as an investigator at that point, try and develop a description of the suspect.
Yes, sir. We're trying to develop a description so we could disseminate it to the officers over the radio because they were actively searching for the suspect at that time.
And was JT able to provide you with any information about?
He was. I apologize. Yes, sir. He was able to give me a clothing description.
Okay. And what did he tell you?
He had told me that his father was wearing black Levi's, black boots, a red do-rag with a 49ers hat. And he said that he also had a black handgun.
Now, again, this conversation happens approximately 30 minutes after the shooting occurs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of describe the scene out there in front of the house at Lake Delata Road?
Yes, sir. There were several marked and unmarked patrol vehicles. There was also at that point, I believe, JT became concerned that the news media had arrived as well. And several members of Mr. Holden's family had arrived as well that were concerned about what was going on.
Okay. And were people attempting to speak with you and with JT at that point?
Yes, sir. As I was talking to him in the vehicle, I had several supervisors. Well, I had one supervisor come up to me and also some family members that had come up to me, and JT's phone had rang as well while we were having a conversation about what was going on.
So how would you characterize just generally the scene there at the crime?
It was busy. Busy would be a good word.
And were there several distractions there?
Yes, sir. There were several distractions.
And again, you only have a suspect description and an identity, but there's a lot more investigation that needs to be done in terms of figuring out exactly people's involvement in the case, things of that nature. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, did you, you've now identified JT as an eyewitness to the event. So, did you? What decision did you make in regards to him at that point?
At that point, due to the a lot of family members showing up at the scene, having a lot going on, we decided to have JT and his sisters go down to the sheriff's office where it was more secure and quieter for them as well.
Sure, and so they were transported downtown to the sheriff's office. Now, is that at the public safety center right next door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got there, or once they were transported there, was it you that went back and actually followed up with JT and conducted a more extensive interview?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And I guess that was done in the interview room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We were in an interview room.
Well, tell me about how that interview went and how you began it with JT.
I began it with just going back over the things that we talked about on the side of the road. And then from there, I began to ask him. He had a cell phone, and he just drew a pattern of his cell phone to unlock it so that the other investigators can use that for that reason, just to open it up.
I see. And he consented to y'all taking the cell phone and unlocking it for your investigation?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right. And again, at this point, you go back and start all over. Is that right, in terms of getting his personal information and his cell phone number?
Yes, sir.
And then do you then go back and start speaking with him about what had transpired over the entire course of that day?
Yes, sir. We began to discuss, and I asked him if we could start a little earlier in the day and kind of see how his day went and how it started. And he began to explain to me how his day was.
And what information did he give you at that point?
At that point, he said that he went to school that day, and after school, his father picked him up in carpool.
Did he give you an approximate time?
He did. He said it was around 2:20 p.m.
And did he talk to you about any conversations they might have had?
I had asked him if he spoke to his father about anything particular after school, and he just said that they didn't, and they just went to his grandfather's house.
Okay. And was he able to describe for you where that is?
He had a difficult time giving an address, but he said it was somewhere in Roseville, and we were able to figure out that it was in Daniel's Mobile Home Park.
And did he tell you what he did when they got to his grandfather's house?
He did. He said they just went there, and he went there. He hung out, is what he said.
Okay. And did he tell you kind of how long they stayed at that residence?
He did. He said that they had stayed there till about 5 p.m.
And then what did he tell you happened next?
He said that after that, they went to the Sonic in Roseville, where he got something to eat.
And then at some point, did you ever leave the room during these interviews?
Yes, sir. At some point I did.
Okay. Did you receive some, I guess, different information about kind of the time frame of that day?
I did. Afterwards, we had discussed, he said prior to going to the Sonic that they went to go visit his family on Riley Hill Road. And he went to go spend some time with other family members.
And he mentioned, I believe, a cousin. Is that right?
He did. He mentioned that he went to his cousin's house, and his cousin's name was Jason.
Okay. And then what did he say they did after going to the cousin's house?
He said afterwards, then they went to the Sonic, which was around 8 p.m. is what he believed.
Okay. And he said that was after being at the cousin's house for about 2 hours?
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you happened after they left the Sonic?
He said after they left the Sonic, his father asked him if he wanted to go see his mother.
All right. And did he tell you about whether or not he gave an answer to his father's question?
He said he didn't answer, but he believed that his father thought he said yes.
Okay. And then did he say what time they got to the grandmother's house?
He did. He said he believed they got there around 9 p.m.
Did you ask him about any other conversations he might have heard his father having on the phone or anything else?
I did. I asked him if his father had called anybody, and he says that he did not.
And did he give you more detail about where they parked when they got on the scene?
He did. He said when they arrived at his grandparents' house that his father parked behind his mother's silver car.
And then did he talk to you about exiting the vehicle and who entered the house first and things of that nature?
Yes, sir, he did. He said he exited the vehicle first.
Okay. Did you ask him about why he thought that they were going to the house?
I did. I asked him if he had talked to his father about anything on the ride there, and he said that they had not. He just thought he was just going to see his mother.
All right. And of course, you know, at this point, you weren't aware of any birthday party or the custody issues that may have been in play, or were you?
No, sir. I wasn't aware of any of that.
You're just taking Jeremy's statement and getting the timeline of the events of that night to
Yes,
gather
sir.
whatever evidence you can.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give me just a moment. And did he tell you about what happened when he entered the residence?
He did. He said his grandfather had opened the door and made a comment to him when he walked up.
Okay. What did he tell you what the comment was?
He did. He said his grandfather asked him why his pants were sagging.
And did he tell you where he went once he got in the house?
Yes, sir, he did. He said he went back to his mother's room and he explained where that was.
Okay, and he kind of explained that it was to the back right of the house.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, what did he tell you he heard or saw next?
He said he had heard his father shoot his grandfather, and then he said that next thing he heard was his grandfather running.
Was he able to tell you if he heard anything in terms of an argument or anything like that?
He said he didn't recall any exchange of words between his grandfather or his father.
Did he tell you how long it took his father to follow him into the house?
He said that it took him about a minute.
And did you ask him about a gun?
I did. I asked him if he if he saw his father with the gun at any point, and he said he did not.
Did you ask him about his father's demeanor on the way over to the house where the shooting occurred?
I did.
What did he tell you?
He told me that his father was not angry or quiet.
Okay. And again, he told you you heard the gunshot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you? He understood, you know, in terms of if he knew who was shooting, who was being shot at, that type of thing.
Yes, sir. He had made a statement saying that he was shooting at him.
And did you have him clarify that?
I did. I asked a clarifying statement as to who he was and who he meant by when he said him.
And how did he clarify that for you?
He said he believed that he was his father and the him was his grandfather. So he believed his father was shooting at his grandfather.
And then did he tell you if he heard anything else kind of out in the main part of the house?
He did. He said he heard his father go into his grandmother's room after that.
Did you press him at all about if he heard any exchange of words or what he might have heard said out in the main part of the house?
I asked him if there were any exchange of words between a grandfather and his dad, and he says there were not. However, he does recall his father speaking to his grandmother.
And did you take down what he heard him say?
I did, yes, sir.
Overruled. I'm going to allow it.
Go ahead.
He had said that he heard his father say, "Y'all can't talk to me. Y'all can't talk to me."
Did he explain that statement?
He did. He said he didn't understand why they couldn't talk to him, and he believed it was about, and he believed it was because of how his father was.
Overruled.
At that point, did you Did you talk to him a little bit about the family history?
I did.
And why'd you do that?
I just wanted to get a basis as to the family because I didn't know any family history prior to this.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that history?
He had said that his grandparents had never cared for his father and that they just didn't get along.
Okay. And after kind of explaining that to you, did he continue to talk about the events of April 9th?
He did.
And what did he say about his grandmother at that point?
He had said that his grandmother just yelled and that he heard some more gunshots right after that.
Well, after that, did he tell you what his mom did?
He did. He said his mother had called the police and then his dad had come into the room.
And did he tell you what he did next?
He did. He said that they went into the next room and he then, I believe, went into the closet.
Can he tell you what he heard from the closet?
Yes, sir. He said that he heard his mother yelling and screaming at his father, and he had heard his mother to continue to yell, "Stop! Stop! Stop! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I couldn't talk to you."
And what did he tell you he heard next?
He said, well, at this point he was in the closet and he heard a gunshot and his father punch her.
And did he kind of describe the punching sound?
He did. He made a motion as to punching, and he said it just sounded like a punching noise.
And what did he tell you happened next?
He said that the noise that he had heard, it just sounded like it was back to back.
And what did he tell you happened next?
He said after that, his father had come to them in the closet, and that he had given them a hug, told them that he loved them, and his father had called 911.
All right. And then what did he report that his father did next?
He said his father then put the phone down and then left.
Did you ask him about how he knew, or how the defendant knew they were in the closet?
Yes, sir, I did, and he had told me it was because it was right next to where the incident occurred. That the closet was right next to where his mother was.
All right. Now, did JT tell you that he saw a little bit of what happened?
He did. I asked him if he had saw anything, and he had hesitated, and then eventually he told me he had saw the punching part.
Okay. And did he hesitate after that and then give you any more information?
He did, and then he had also said he had saw the gunshot.
And he told you that after after the defendant had called 911 and put the phone on the dresser, did he tell you what he started to do?
He did. He said after his father left, he started to cry, and then he was speaking to the 911 lady, as he called her, and she was asking him a lot of questions. But at that point, he didn't want to talk to anybody.
Sure. Well, did you ask him what he saw after he got out of the closet?
I did.
What did he tell you?
He told me I saw my mother's body full of blood on her body and that she couldn't breathe. And then he began to mimic and show me how she was attempting to breathe in a shallow manner.
And what else did he describe about the scene at that point?
He also described that his sisters were crying and yelling.
Did he tell you how long it took the police to arrive?
He did. He said it took about 10 or 15 minutes.
And can he tell you what happened when they got there?
He did. He said he had heard some banging on the doors, and he heard some banging noise on the door, and then he knew that was the police.
And did he tell you about sort of what he was doing in between the time he called 911 and the time the police arrived?
Yes, he did. He said he stayed in the room with his mother.
And did he tell you what he told the police when they got there?
He did. He told me he told the police that his to go in the back where his grandfather was located. And at that point, he had exited the house with his sisters.
Now, at this point, did you kind of circle back and try and get some more information for your investigation?
I did. At this point, I was trying to get some information about the weapon since our officers were still looking for the suspect.
All right. And so did you speak with him about the defendant's gun?
I did.
Can you tell me about that part of the conversation?
Yes, sir, I did. I had asked him if he had seen the gun before, and he said he had.
And what did he tell you about when he had seen it?
He said he had seen the weapon before, and his father had, because his father had shot at a dog that was, as he said, messing with the garbage outside.
And did you then talk to him about, whether or not he had had any conversations with the defendant about this situation?
Can you repeat that?
Did you talk to JT about whether or not his dad had talked to him about, shooting the grandparents or shooting the mom?
Well, he had brought up the fact that his father and mother had some issues in court, and that there was that part of this, he recalled a different situation with his father.
Okay. And next, did you kind of ask him about family in the area or friends or places his dad might go?
I did. I was asking for two reasons. One, to see where his father may have gone, and to see if he had other family, because we had a concern about placement with the children as to where they can go that night.
Right. And again, you're at the time you're conducting this interview, are you aware of LaTanya Holden's condition? Or
all I was aware of at that point is that one ambulance had left the scene with her in it, and that's all I knew.
But you didn't know a prognosis yet, or
No.
potential for recovery, or
No, sir. I wasn't
whether
aware.
or not she would even survive.
That's correct.
You continue to try and gather some information from JT about kind of talking to the defendant right after the final shooting, the shooting of LaTanya. Can you tell me about that portion of the conversation?
Yes, sir. I asked him what he thought, what his father looked like when he came to him, when he opened the closet door.
And what did he tell you about that?
At first, he said he didn't remember, but then after that, he said his father looked calm and upset, and that he was angry, upset, was what he said.
And did he report to you how he himself was feeling at that point?
Yeah, at that point, I was trying to check in with him and see how he was doing, and he said that he just felt numb.
Did y'all talk at all about the conditions of his grandparents or his mom?
I never specifically mentioned anything about his grandparents. The only thing I had told him was that I knew one ambulance had left the house at that point.
And you informed him that she was actually at the hospital at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him if while he was in the house he went to go see his grandparents?
I did.
What did he say?
He replied that he did not, he did not.
And I guess you may have asked him if he heard anything in the house after the shooting, or I guess before the shootings occurred or while it was happening. And what did he tell you?
Correct. While I was asking him about his grandparents, if he went to see him, he said the only thing he recalled was that he heard his mother saying over and over that, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
And could he tell you whom she was saying that to?
Yes, sir. He said it was in the direction of his father.
And you again asked him if he had spoken to his father about this occurring.
Correct.
And what did he say?
He said they did not.
And again, at this point, is it fair to say you're trying to figure out what anyone's involvement might have been in this case?
Yes, sir.
And after speaking with Jeremy, you're satisfied he had no involvement in this?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak with him, I guess, more generally about his parents' separation?
I did. I began to ask him about his father and some discipline and what it was like living with his dad, just trying to get an understanding.
Because in the earlier part of the interview, you've at least learned that Jeremy said that there was some custody stuff going on. Is that right?
Yes, sir. As he explained it, court stuff.
Court stuff. Okay. And so what information was he able to give you about both the breakup and the and the issues he had with his father?
He had mentioned that his parents had separated around Christmas the year before, and that his mother had left.
And did he sort of describe the defendant to you about how he was about discipline and rules?
Yes, sir. He said his father was stern and that his dad had a lot of rules, and he would just, when he would get upset, and yell.
Did he say something about his father's opinion of people disobeying him?
He did. He said his father did not like people disobeying him.
Did you at this point did you kind of talk to JT about where he was going to stay sort of that evening, because that was kind of a immediate concern, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was. I had discussed with him that CPS was there. They had were trying to find somebody appropriate for him and his sisters to stay with that night.
And to your knowledge, that placement was done and they went into the care of Child Protective Services that evening?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, did you kind of go back into the interview room after you completed the initial interview with them and ask a follow-up question or two?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, and why was that?
I had also spoken with, I spoke to one of his sisters.
And was there a gap in the timeline or something that maybe JT had not mentioned to you originally in the timeline?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Okay, and so when you reapproached him, what did you ask him about?
I had asked him if they had stopped anywhere else and if they had stopped at a church.
And what did he say when you asked him about that?
He said they did, and they had stopped at Mount Zion Church.
And you followed up with him again upon hearing that about his father's demeanor. What did he say?
He said his father was calm.
And did he tell you sort of who was at the church earlier in that evening?
Yes, sir. He said he saw his sisters there.
And that was after speaking to one of the sisters. They were also down there and had to be interviewed as a part of the investigation.
Yes, sir. They were down there. We were just keeping them there safe.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And you're conducting the criminal investigation, but at the same time, sort of have an emergency custody situation on your hands as well.
Yes, sir. And CPS was handling that part separate. Mm-hmm.
All right. What was? How did you find JT to be during your interaction with him? I guess over several hours.
He was very polite. He was cooperative. When I asked a question, he answered it directly.
Okay. All right. And after taking the statement from JT, there are other investigators there that and maybe captains and majors in the department. Do you all consult together after speaking to JT?
Yes, sir. Just so we can all find out what information everybody has and try to help one another out and connect any pieces that may be missing.
Sure. And after, after y'all kind of shared your information, was a charging decision made?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did you actually go and swear out those warrants to the magistrate?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, Investigator Schomburg, did you also have an opportunity to assist Investigator Blackwell in taking the defendant into custody?
I did not take him into custody. However, once he was brought down to the sheriff's office, he was apprehended at a different location. I was already down there.
I see.
And I assisted in the initial interview and then processing him down at the jail.
Okay, so you just assisted in the processing, and that means taking fingerprints and photographs and basically booking the.
Yes, sir.
You didn't have any conversation with him yourself, though, is that correct?
With Mr. Holden?
Right.
No, sir. I did not.
All right. Thank you, investigator. Anything further?
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. When you talked with JT, he never said anything about his dad picking up a package in the woods, did he?
No, sir. He did not.
Okay, and you would have noted that if he had.
Yes, sir. I would have.
He said that the order of events when he first talked to him was that they had gone to cousin Jason's house first.
I believe he first said that they went to his grandfather's house first.
And then after that went to cousin Jason's?
Yes, sir.
Then he went to the Sonic.
Yes, sir.
And that's when he said that his dad asked if he wanted to see his mom.
Yes, sir.
Right. Was your understanding that was because he just recently had a birthday party?
I didn't know
recently
anything.
had a birthday.
I didn't know anything about a birthday or a birthday party.
And then he at first had not mentioned the church.
Correct.
Visit. And you
Correct.
learned that and you came back and asked him about that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he went to Lake Glad.
Yes, sir.
Your conversation with him was within a few hours of this happening?
I believe I arrived around 10 o'clock, and shortly thereafter, I began to talk to him in the vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. You started talking in the vehicle and you had the longer conversation in the police station.
Yes, sir, downtown.
How much longer was that?
I believe we began that conversation around 12:20 in the morning until about 12:50.
Okay. So late at night, and he had already talked to another social worker before he talked to you?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right. And at the time you interviewed him, you knew some of the second time, you knew some of the facts, knew some of the events, a general idea about what had happened in the house. Is that correct?
I knew some of the facts. I'd never entered the house, so I didn't know anything specific within other than the grandparents were deceased and his mother was transported.
But you knew almost nothing about the family history beforehand. Is that correct?
No, I knew nothing about the family history prior to speaking to him.
About the custody situation?
No, other than what he told me, I didn't know anything about the family.
And you didn't know at that point when you were questioning him about what importance that may or may not have at that time?
Correct. I was just gathering information from him.
If I may have a second.
Yes. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. You said that JT reported to you that he was in shock and felt numb when you were speaking with him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, that was just a couple hours after this event.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And it sounds like you asked him on several occasions about his father's demeanor. Did he ever mention anything to you about his father being intoxicated or anything of that nature?
It never came up in the conversation. So he did
That's
not.
something you would have taken note of,
Yeah.
however.
Yes, sir, I would have.
And JT also, I guess, you had to follow up with him because there was some information you received that he hadn't offered up initially, correct?
Correct.
About being at the church, for instance.
Yes, sir.
And once you had heard that fact and presented it to him, he then said yes, and he recalled it.
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. But there was no indication to you that he was attempting to withhold that information from you at all, was there?
No, sir.
All right, it's just purely a function of him remembering.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Recross.
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just step down. Further evidence for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Dr. Lori Lilly to the stand.
I swear the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Wiley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lilly, good morning to you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Lori Lilly,
And how do you spell your last name, ma'am?
Lilley,
And I've called you Dr. Lilly. Where are you employed?
Wake Med,
How long have you been at Wake Med?
20 years.
And what is your general field of expertise, doctor?
General surgery and trauma.
And can you tell us a little bit about what types of cases you work in the general surgery and trauma field?
We take care of motor vehicle accidents, falls, all kinds of trauma, gunshot wounds, stab wounds. We also do general surgery, like if you get appendicitis or cholecystitis, we take care of that, colon cancer, things of that nature.
And how are patients brought to your attention, ma'am?
The traumas are usually by EMS.
And back on April 9th and April 10th of 2014, were you a duly licensed physician here in North Carolina?
Yes.
And do you still maintain your physician license here today, or medical license today?
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about your background, Dr. Lilly. Can you tell us about your med school and then residency training?
Sure. I went to med school at Chapel Hill, and then I started out in internal medicine, went to Vanderbilt for a year, but switched to surgery and came back to UNC and went through a 5-year surgery residency there. And then I came to Raleigh for a job.
So straight from UNC to Wake Med?
Yes.
And did you have to do any kind of specialized training to be in the trauma field of surgery as well?
We were trained in trauma during our residency.
And during the course of your career, Dr. Lilly, could you approximate how many gunshot wounds that you've taken care of since you've been at Wake Med?
Wow.
Doesn't have to be
Hundreds.
Hundreds. And I'm sorry, when did you say you started there?
1996.
96. Dr. Lilly, I want to thank you, ma'am. Dr. Lilly, I want to turn your attention to the early morning hours of April 10th of 2014. Were you on call or on shift as a general surgeon that night?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you? Did you have to be called in? Were you at the hospital? Kind of tell us a little bit about your location.
We stay at the hospital the whole time we're on call because when there's a trauma, we have to be there quickly.
And on that night, ma'am, did you have the opportunity to meet the victim in this case, Miss Latanya? She's now Allen Latanya.
Yes.
About what time did you first come into contact with her?
I think it was around 10:30
a.m. or p.m.?
p.m.
10:30 p.m. Okay, so that would have been April 9th around 10:30
Mhm.
p.m. And for kind of record keeping purposes, did you know her as Latanya Holden at that time, or was she given an alias?
She was given an alias initially.
And what was that alias?
I can't remember right this second.
Is it Tina Truffle?
Tina Truffle, that was it.
And why does Wake Med sometimes assign aliases to different patients?
To protect the patient, because we never know if someone is going to try to come in and hurt them further or something.
And Dr. Lilly, tell us a little bit about how you got involved in Latanya's case.
Well, a trauma one was called, which the trauma one is the trauma patient that's hurt the most significantly as opposed to a trauma alert. And usually, we'll know within 10 or 15 minutes that someone's coming, and the trauma team will be in the trauma room. And the trauma team has the ER doctor, and the ER doctor is usually the one responsible for the airway. It has me, and I'm kind of the trauma team leader. We have a lot of nurses. We have a respiratory therapist. We have senior residents that are on our service. And everybody's in there to take care of the patient and give them the best care that we can.
And is Wake Med is it a trauma
It's a
center?
level 1 trauma center.
Level 1. And what happens when a patient arrives to you?
Well, EMS brings the patient in and they give a quick report, and they've sort of given a cursory report on the radio beforehand. And they put the patient on the table and we start assessing the patient.
So EMS gives you a general overview of what to expect.
Yes.
And is that pretty standard in all gunshot wound cases or any trauma case that comes in?
Yes, sir.
Does EMS actually help with the treatment at that point, or do they?
Usually they turn it over to us.
Right. And what condition was LaTanya brought to you that night, or how was she when you first saw her?
It was clear that she was critically injured. She didn't have a normal sensorium. She had some evidence of trauma on her face and head. So, part of her mental status we knew could be attributed to assault or gunshot to the head. But also we were worried that she had an obvious bullet in her chest, hole in her chest, and that she was not getting good tissue perfusion or good blood flow because she could be losing a lot of blood, which is called shock. Like she could be entering shock, and that could make her not be thinking and talking clearly. And it was also seemed like she couldn't really talk well because her mouth was hurt and it was injured. But she was somewhat combative and she tried to sit up. And the only thing I really remember her saying was, I can't breathe. And then she vomited blood.
And before we get too much into her treatment, Dr. Lilly, were you one of the primary physicians that took care of LaTanya on the night in question, then also followed up with her?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed your notes in this case and prepared to describe her treatment here to the members of the jury?
Well, she was clearly in respiratory distress, and she had a hole just medial to her nipple, close to the nipple line level. So clearly we were worried about her heart, her lungs, major vasculature. And when bullets go in the left chest, one of the main things they do is collapse lungs. And
let me interrupt you just briefly. So you've reviewed her notes and you're prepared to testify as your treatment of her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to tender Dr. Lilly and as an expert in the field of general surgery and trauma surgery.
Any objection? Her testimony will be received as proffered. Go ahead, sir.
So, sorry to interrupt.
That's fine.
Just had to do an administrative thing there for us.
We,
Okay.
we kind of think simply and we say airway, breathing, circulation. And she had a pretty good blood pressure, but her heart rate was really fast. It was like 149. And she was having trouble breathing. So one of the first things on our agenda was getting her good breathing, which would be putting a breathing tube in. And she was clearly very uncomfortable. And the good thing about a trauma team is you have a lot of people that can really be doing things at once. So we sort of, in a matter of minutes, intubated her, which is put her on a breathing machine, put a left chest tube in. So if there was blood or air, it could come out. And some blood did come out, though not huge quantities. And we put big IV lines in her groins to be able to give her fluids. We gave her a couple of liters of saline. She still had a pretty rapid heart rate. We started blood at that time and got a chest x-ray, which did not show a bullet in her chest.
How much pain was LaTanya in at the point where you first saw her and you first began your procedures?
I think she was in pain. And EMS had said she had complained, I can't breathe. And she had complained of her left flank hurting. And her left flank posterior back also had a hole from a bullet shot.
And let me ask you about that. You said that you ordered a chest x-ray. What were the different purposes for you to order an x-ray of LaTanya at that point?
To make sure her lung was up, and we already had a chest tube in, and that was up, to make sure there wasn't a huge quantity of blood in her chest. That was basically evacuated, to look for a bullet and see where it was, to make sure our ET tube from putting the breathing machine, on her was in a correct position and that sort of thing.
You mentioned bullet on the x-ray and in your examination of her. At this point, were you able to see if LaTanya still had a bullet in her at that point?
We did not see a bullet on the x-ray.
And at this point, just talking about your exterior examination of LaTanya, did it appear to be an entry wound and an exit wound on her?
That's what we thought, that it was an entry wound, medial to her nipple, and maybe an exit on her back. And she also had an area on her left mouth that we thought was probably from a bullet. and she had some stuff on her face, swelling on the right side. She had chipped teeth on the right side, and we weren't quite sure if that was bullet or assault or what at that point.
And in terms of prior to opening Latanya up and doing this exploration inside of her, just in regards to the exterior, the outside of her body, how much blood was present? Was she actively bleeding outside of her body?
There was really no blood coming out of the bullet holes at that point.
How about her face area?
I think there was some blood there, some blood in her mouth, and obviously on her body from where she had bled.
And I think when I kind of stopped you there, you were talking about the ABCs, and that's what are the ABCs?
Airway, breathing, circulation. So we had an airway, and we were breathing for her. And at that point, her blood pressure was good. If her blood pressure had been bad, we would have gone straight to the OR. But her blood pressure was good. Her pulse had responded nicely to our fluid and blood. And we decided at that point to get a quick CT to help us basically see the trajectory of the bullet, the injuries, and to scan her head at the same time.
Is that endless?
Sorry.
Yeah, if you can slow down just a little bit for us, so Madam Court Reporter can catch up. So you did the CT after the X-ray. Okay. And at this point, Dr. Lilly, who else is involved in the trauma team in terms of people that you have there in the OR with you?
Well, once we saw the CT scan, there appeared to be some blood around her heart, and we immediately called the cardiac surgeon.
Who was the cardiac surgeon in this case?
Bolton, Dr. Bolton.
And who else was present?
Anesthesia, when we got to the OR, was present, and us. ENT was not involved at that point.
And ENT would be ear, nose, and throat.
Yes.
And would they have been called in for the facial wounds that you described?
Well, we were taking care of the life-threatening things first because we certainly didn't want her to bleed to death. So once we got that taken care of, then ENT repaired the lip and did further scans to do what they needed to her face.
And Dr. Lilly, we oftentimes hear different levels of patients in terms of critical or stable and whatnot. How would you characterize Latanya's kind of condition at the point before you opened her up?
We always had a good blood pressure, and her pulse had responded to our fluids, but we knew that she was hurt badly, and that's why we were sort of moving quickly.
And what indications at that point did you have that she was hurt badly?
Well, we had to give her blood, and we saw the path of the bullet. And the CAT scan showed us that the bullet went in about the third level rib, and the bullet went in her subcutaneous tissue. It went in her chest. It went through the sac around your heart, which is called the pericardium. And we couldn't really tell from the CT scan what other damage it had done in that area, but we saw blood. And then we saw that it had gone through the liver. So that means it went through the muscle between the heart and the liver, the diaphragm. And it had basically blown apart the left lobe of her liver. And we saw a kidney injury on the CAT scan of the left kidney. And we saw a fracture of the 12th thoracic transverse process, which is a little bone that sticks out on the outside of the main vertebral body. And then the bullet had exited. So there was no bullet left in the trajectory of this.
And the 12th, what was that last?
Transverse process.
Is that essentially on your backbone?
Part of her backbone.
And you mentioned you had to give Latanya blood at this point. Could you tell at this point how much blood she had lost?
Well, by then the blood that we had sent, the levels we had sent in the trauma room had come back, and she had probably lost a third of her blood volume.
All right. Now, after examining the CT scan, is that the point where you decided it was?
We went straight to the OR.
Go.
And Dr. Bolton came in, but we had already opened her abdomen, and we saw that, her liver was, the left lobe of the liver was injured, and the bullet had then scived her stomach, which was bleeding. And I think we did put some quick stitches in that. And then Dr. Bolton got there, and we knew that the bullet, we saw where it went through the diaphragm right in the area of the heart. And he stepped right in and did a sternotomy. And at that point, her blood pressure was a little teeny bit more unstable. It was starting to become more unstable.
All right. Let me let me back you up just a little bit. So y'all get her in the OR, and then you open her up for an internal examination. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And tell us a little bit, how do you go about doing this type of surgery on someone where you need to go inside and look at their full chest cavity?
Well, first we did an exploratory laparotomy where we made an incision from the bottom of the chest the whole way down the abdomen. And we sutured off that bleeder from the stomach, but packed the liver so it wouldn't bleed. And then when Dr. Bolton came in, we took a sternal saw and opened up her sternum.
And when you say you had to suture the stomach, what was going on there? What did you see?
It looked like a bullet had just scabbed a hole right in the front anterior wall of it.
And when you say scab, does that mean it nicked it, or
No, it went through it.
Complete penetration.
Yeah, and it was not anterior posterior. It was just the anterior wall, and it made me think that maybe just the way she was crouched, for the path of the bullet, it kind of went down the anterior wall of it. And it also looked like when we got in the chest that it had gone through the pericardium and partially disrupted the muscle wall of the right ventricle.
So the pericardium, is that the sac around the heart?
Yes, sir.
And is that the area that Dr. Bolton he repaired?
Well, yes, and the main thing he repaired was the ventricle, because if that had not been repaired, that would have been a problem for later because it would have been a weak piece of wall.
So you get in there and you patch the hole in the stomach first. Excuse me. And was that the hole in the stomach? Was that an active bleed at that time?
It was bleeding some, but the liver had basically stopped bleeding, but there was a lot of hematoma in the abdomen.
So the liver. Tell us a little bit about the injury you saw there to the liver.
The left lobe of the liver was pretty much blown. The lateral two segments were pretty much blown off. And it was not really actively bleeding, so we didn't have to formally resect anything more or anything like that.
Do you have to, by formally resect, did you have to do any repair work to the liver, or is that something that heals on its own?
It heals on its own. We probably cauterized some things and left drains in so that if there was any bowel draining, it would drain it out.
So you took care of the hole in the stomach, and you saw the liver injury, and then Dr. Bolton took care of the heart aspect. Is that right?
Yes. So he repaired the heart and he repaired the hole in the diaphragm.
What else? What else did you see while you were in doing the exploratory surgery?
We didn't have to repair. She had, injured her kidney, but we didn't have to do any repair to that. We didn't have to do anything in her back.
You mentioned the back part of the backbone being fractured. Did you have to do any repair work to that?
No.
So the two main repairs that you had to do, you and your team, were the stomach repair and the heart repair.
Yes.
And have the diaphragm repairs.
And that too.
So the three different things there.
And we left a chest tube in. I think Dr. Bolton left a tube in the area around her heart, and I left drains in by her liver so that, like I said, if any bowel drain, we would drain it while it was sealing off.
Now, you mentioned in reviewing the CT scan that you were generally able to tell the path of the bullet once you got in and were doing the interior, the examination. Could you tell us a little bit more about the path of the bullet at that point once you got inside the body?
Yeah, it was like the CT showed. It had gone, by the ribs, into the chest, anterior wall of the heart, anterior stomach, and then it had gone backwards and just by the way she was bent and gone over the top of her kidney and at the top third of her kidney and then out the back. And fortunately, it was lateral to where your spinal cord is.
So it sounds like that bullet hit several different organs in her body.
Yes. And for her to have injured part of a heart wall and not through the heart wall was pretty miraculous.
Now, Dr. Lilly, any other treatment that you had to do to LaTanya while you had her there in the OR?
I don't think we did anything else. We took her back to the unit, intubated. She was still on the ventilator. And then ENT repaired her lip. And they got additional scans. And that's when we kind of saw that she had what we call an alveolar ridge fracture on the right side of her face. And I'm thinking that was probably from assault. And a couple of teeth were fractured. And they took her back the following day to fix that when she was more stable.
And you mentioned that, injuries that appear to be consistent with the assault. When you were doing your examination of LaTanya and doing these surgical procedures, did you see injuries that were consistent both with a GSW or gunshot wound and also?
I think so, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, there was a hole in the lower side of her mouth, cheek, lip area, and we think that was from a bullet. But she had swelling on the right side of her face, and that was sort of in the area where she had the fracture that they repaired. And I would think that that was more than likely from the assault.
How about on her chest area? Did you see injuries both consistent with the gunshot wound and also a beating?
I really only remember the bullet hole.
Okay. So the face, you saw both types of injuries, chest, more just the bullet hole. Dr. Lilly, after you did these, well, let me ask you one more thing about the interior surgery. How much blood would you say that she lost once you were inside?
Once we were in the OR, she really didn't lose a lot.
And I think you testified earlier that she lost about a third of her blood total.
I think so.
Just in how much is that, Dr. Lilly? Is that
She probably lost over 1,500 cc's.
And then during the surgery itself, I think you said that her blood pressure began to drop.
But she was never in a dangerous situation in the OR.
Y'all always had her, I guess, term maybe we hear as a fairly stable condition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, after the surgery is complete and after ENT gets involved, are you assigned to be her physician throughout her stay there at the hospital?
Well, I followed her the whole time, but when we have our patients in the ICU attending also follows them.
And did she have any complications from the surgeries while she was still there in ICU?
No. And we put her on food in her vein because we wanted her mouth to heal and stuff. And she moved out of the ICU in several days to the floor.
And when you say the floor, is that just
the surgery floor?
General surgery floor.
And at that time, she still had a chest tube and she still had drains around her liver.
And so she was admitted to your care on April 9th of 2014. Do you have noted as to when she was discharged?
She stayed 8 days and she was very determined to get out to go to her parents' funeral. And she was only on a regular diet, probably 2 days or less when the funeral occurred. And when we pull out a chest tube, we typically pull out the tube and we get a chest x-ray 6 hours later to make sure that there's no recollection of air or anything. And she really wanted to go to her parents' funeral. So we pulled out her chest tube at 4 a.m. I specifically remember this. Got a chest x-ray at 10 and it looked okay. And she left the hospital in a wheelchair with her liver drains in because her parents' funeral, I think, was at 12 that day. And I remember thinking that I couldn't even believe she was doing that.
You mentioned kind of a miraculous earlier. Would you say her recovery was fairly miraculous as well in terms of how well she did once she...
I think she's a strong woman.
And after she was discharged that day, Dr. Lilly, did you have any other follow-up recovery appointments with her?
She came to the office a couple of times.
Anything abnormal happen in any of those visits?
No, sir.
Healing normally as you would hope for a patient to heal?
Yes.
If I may have just a moment, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Questions at this time?
Thanks.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Dr. Lilly, just a couple clarification questions.
Okay.
You talked about the damage to several organs, including, I believe, the kidney, heart, and liver. That was all caused by a single bullet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about the injuries to the face. They were not considered life-threatening at the time?
No, not the facial injuries.
Not the facial injuries. And it appeared that some of the damage you thought that you saw on the face, injuries here and all, that was caused by, you believed, an assault.
Well, I felt like we were kind of a little bit perplexed the first night. We weren't sure if it was assault or bullet, and we thought the stuff on the left side looked like a bullet. And then when we find out she had probably been beaten too, it made sense for the right side.
Okay, so you went
because that was more of an assault on the right side where
Okay,
she
so-
had the fracture. There were no bullet fragments or anything like that.
no bullet fragments in that part of that at all.
No, sir.
And you speculated that it was probably that there may have been a hole that may have been caused by a bullet, but you were not certain. Is that fair to say?
Well, it was like her lip cheek on the left side. We thought was by the bullet.
Okay,
But this side, she had a fracture up here, and a couple of teeth were broken.
Okay.
But we don't think that was from the bullet.
You don't believe that was from the bullet?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Waller?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Further evidence for the state?
The state will call Deputy Edwards, Wake County Sheriff's Department.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Lively?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. If you would, please just introduce yourself to the jury and you can tell them how you're employed.
Good morning. My name is Deputy J.R. Edwards with Wake County Sheriff's Office. I apologize. I have a little bit of laryngitis.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we've got water there for you, and if you can just pull the microphone up close to you, you won't have to speak as loud.
Sure.
Okay, is that better?
It's better.
Deputy Edwards, how long have you been with the Wake County Sheriff's Department?
3 years and 2 months, sir.
And were you serving in your capacity, and have you been on patrol all that time?
Not the whole time, sir. I was doing a field training at that time.
Okay. All right. So you were actually a training officer on January 26th of 2014?
I was actually the person that was being trained, sir.
Okay. All right. And who was the officer that was training you?
Deputy Collado.
So when you're in training and you have a training officer, you had already gone through basic law enforcement training, and you were a sworn sheriff's deputy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were able to write reports, make arrests, do all the things the deputy did.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
But I guess because it was early in your tenure, you had someone to supervise with you and kind of train you how to respond to calls and write reports and things of that nature.
That's correct.
Well, let's talk about January 26th of 2014. Did you have any reason to go to 1125 Lake Glad Road here in Wake County that day?
I did, sir.
Okay, can you tell me about the nature of that call, what time you received it, things of that nature?
It was on a Sunday, I believe. That was the first day of that training week, and received a call about a juvenile problem.
Okay. Now, did you respond there on Sunday the 26th or Monday the 27th, or do you remember?
It was Sunday. It's a typo on the report.
Okay. All right. So it says in the report Monday, January 27th.
It does, and that was my mistake, sir.
You were training, right?
I was.
All right. That's fair enough. But you do recall it was January 26th at about 7:30 that evening.
If my memory serves me correctly, it was between 6:30 and 7 o'clock, somewhere around that.
Okay, but you do recall responding to Lake Glad Road, and you said in reference to a juvenile problem.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell me about what you did when you arrived on the scene, who you spoke to, things of that nature?
When I arrived to the address, the juvenile was actually outside, and got out of the vehicle, made contact with him. He had said that his phone was taken from him by his grandfather. So he was pretty upset about that, but we talked a little bit and kind of calmed him down, but it really wasn't as bad as I thought it was. You just never know when you go on a call like that. So he was disappointed and upset, rightfully so. But the call was that he had been struck. First thing I did was look at his face to see if I could see any lacerations, redness, anything of that nature. Shine a light on the face. I didn't see anything. And so ruled that out. After talking with him a little bit about why he thought his phone was being taken, why his grandfather took his phone from him, he really didn't say exactly why that was. But after speaking with him a few moments, we put him in a patrol car, and we drove to his house, his grandfather's house, and left him in the car. And I got out and spoke with the grandfather, and he did say he did take his phone. So.
And again, just to be clear, the juvenile you met with was Jeremy Taylor or JT.
JT, that's correct, sir.
And the grandfather was Mr. Sylvester Taylor. You spoke to.
That is correct.
All right. Now you say you actually had to drive JT back to the house at Lake Glad Road. Where did you actually come into contact with him?
I can't remember the address. If I could look at my report, I can. It was 2 locations. It was on Lake Glad Road is where I encountered JT, and then we left from there and went to the address where his grandfather was, and I don't have that in front of me.
Now his grandfather's address is 1125 Lake Glad. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And where on Lake Glad Road did you come into contact with Jeremy?
It was actually outside, not actually in the house.
Okay. Did you receive calls from both the grandfather and the grandson, or was it just from the grandson?
No, I didn't receive a call from the grandfather or the grandson. The call came in through our operations center, and then we responded to that location.
And you said that Mr. Taylor said that he did admit to taking the phone, but not to hitting JT.
That's correct.
And you've investigated it. You've seen no evidence of physical injury or anything like that. What did you do to kind of diffuse or resolve that situation?
Well, it really wasn't that really much to really diffuse. After just talking with him, just kind of hey, what do you think the reason why he took his phone? And he said, well, my grandfather was upset about him using the phone, I guess excessively. And being that I had a teenager of my own and used to talking with him, if you're a parent, you kind of do the thing, little psychology, just say, hey, it's not that bad. You're going to get your phone back. Don't worry about it. Right. Simple things like that. And on the ride there, he pretty much kind of calmed down a little bit. So he wasn't really too agitated, but he really wanted his phone back. So anytime.
And when you talk, so you kind of, Jeremy or JT calmed down while you were talking to him and wasn't as agitated anymore?
He did.
And in talking to the grandfather, Mr. Taylor, was he, do you remember if he was particularly agitated or if he was polite and cooperative with you or what?
He was polite and cooperative. He was just upset that we were out there. Of course, I had my field trainer also with me. He was standing with JT at the car. I was talking with the grandfather and just basically asking him, what happened? How did this turn of events start? And he tried to explain it, but at the same time, he was just a little agitated. But once I got talking to him, he calmed down as well. And I basically told him that he's going to be, actually, if I can back up just for a minute, I did speak with his mother on the phone. I have a number in my little notepad.
Yes, sir.
And I explained to her that he was fine, no injuries or anything of that nature before I talked to the grandfather. And when I talked to the grandfather, he said that he was going to eventually give him his phone back. But I made sure when they went in the house that they was separated, that JT go to his room and his grandfather just go into a different room and just let everything just kind of diffuse a little bit.
All right. But no charges were filed as a result of this call. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And after speaking with both JT and Sylvester Taylor, y'all left and left them both on the scene. Is that correct?
We did.
Did you have any concern for the safety of the juvenile when you left him there with his grandfather?
No, I didn't. After the last few words with his grandfather, I had a good feeling about it, that they were just going to just kind of stay apart for a while and just let everything cool down. And that was the emphasis that I left them both with.
Sure. And did you ever have to be called out to this residence again for a dispute between the grandfather and JT?
No, sir, we did not.
And when JT was speaking with you, or during this whole call, was there ever the mention of the grandfather displaying a gun or possessing a gun or making a threat with a gun?
No, he did not.
And that was never raised either in a call or in any statement that was given to you. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you spoke to the mother. That's Latanya Allen on the phone. Is that right?
I did.
Was she even present at the residence?
No, she wasn't. She was at work.
But she was advised about the situation, and after that, you spoke to Mr. Taylor, and then felt comfortable leaving them both there at Lake Glad.
I did, and I assured her that I felt comfortable leaving JT in that situation because it calmed down drastically. So, and she shouldn't have to worry, but we were going to be close by in the area patrolling, and if anything did occur, that we would be right back there relatively quickly.
Right. But you never had to go back there for any reason.
No, I did not.
All right. Thank you very much, Deputy Edwards. Nothing further.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Hi, Deputy Edwards.
Morning.
So your understanding was that you were traveling to Lake Glad Road because a call had been placed, correct?
That's correct.
That would have been a call to 911?
It was a call from 911 to our operations center that dispatched us to that location.
Okay, and then 911 dispatches an officer to the scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the call, your understanding, you before you travel to the scene, you have some understanding of what the call was to 911. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, you said that the original call to 911 was that a juvenile had been slapped. Is that right?
No, it didn't come out as a juvenile been slapped. The call came out just juvenile problem, which basically could mean a lot of things, but it was indication of no weapons or anything of that nature, or no one hurt.
Didn't you say in your direct examination that your initial understanding was that someone had been struck?
No, that was after I got there.
I see. So, okay. I think I misunderstood.
That's okay.
So you arrived and you spoke with someone you know now as Jeremy Taylor. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he informed you that he had been slapped?
He said he had been hit. So I checked to see if I could see any initial gashes, bruises, things of that nature. And I did not.
Okay.
And I shined the light on his face. And that's standard in anything to somebody that says that they've been assaulted to see if they actually have been, because it was dark outside, completely pitch black. So I shined the light on the side of his face where he said he was hit, but I didn't see any laceration or bruise of that nature at all.
Okay. But he said he'd been slapped.
He did.
And Jeremy was, at the point you spoke with him, he was far enough away from the Lake Glad residence that you needed to drive him there?
He was at another residence where he made the call because he didn't have a cell phone with him. I don't want to assume. I'm just going to say maybe he went to a friend's house or another relative and then made the call. I responded to that location, and then his grandfather was at the Lake Glad location.
I see. So when you met him, he was outside of a different residence.
He was.
And that residence was far enough away from that you had to drive to get to his grandfather's residence.
It wasn't that far, but yes, we had to drive.
Hold on just a second. Sorry about that little pause.
That's all
So you said that when you arrived at the Lake Glad residence, at the grandfather's residence,
Yeah,
you found the grandfather
I did.
at that point. Was he inside the house?
No, he wasn't. He was outside.
Okay. And you said that he was agitated. Is that right?
A little bit, yes.
And you decided to make that the best thing was for the grandfather and JT to stay away from each other for the rest of the evening?
That's correct.
And that's what you asked them to do, right?
I did.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and until 25 minutes till 12. Please recall all the instructions I've given you. Leave your notepads in your chairs. Bailiff, if you'd bring jurors, please.
Your Honor, if we may be.
Yes.
Hold
Hold
before
on
they
one
come
moment.
up.
Go ahead.
Kathy Sue Hall from Child Protective Services, our next witness, just as as part of their standard procedures, we have her reports. They have been turned over, but in terms of making a disclosure as to who made the initial report in a case such as this, there needs to be an order from the court. And if you'd like to address that with her now before the jury comes out, that's
I can do that now, or we can do it in the midst of her testimony, either way.
If we can go ahead and do it now,
That's fine. Miss Sudhall, if you'll go ahead and just take the seat up here. Yeah, no, she doesn't need to be sworn in first. All right, Ms. Sudhall, I understand that you, under state law, a disclosure has been made to you regarding potential abuse or neglect of a child. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And under state law, the identity of that individual who makes the disclosure is protected. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And I'm going to find that in the interest of justice, I'm going to order that the identity of the disclosing parties be revealed during your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Is that sufficient for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, very well.
Thank
You can keep your seat. We'll
Thank
just
you.
bring the jurors in.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state will call Ms. Kathy Sue Hall to the stand.
I solemnly swear the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Waller?
Thank you, sir. Ms. Sue Hall, good morning to you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Kathy Sudhall.
And can you spell your last name for us, please?
Sutehall.
Right. And thank you, ma'am. Ms. Sue Hall, how are you employed?
I am no longer employed. I retired in June.
All right. And congratulations on that.
Thank you.
You retired in June of 2016.
Yes, sir.
So prior to that, ma'am, how were you employed before you retired in June of 2016?
I was an assessment worker with Wake County Human Services, Child Protective Services.
Okay. And when you say an assessment worker, is that you know, in kind of very generic terms, would that be a social worker? Or?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your duties and responsibilities were as an assessment worker with Child Protective Services?
Reports would come in alleging that a child or children were abused, neglected, or dependent. It was my responsibility to respond to those reports and determine whether or not that had happened, and if any other abuse or neglect had happened, and make a determination as to what needed to happen with the family in order to make sure the children were safe.
And when you say you respond to an incident, tell us a little bit about what the different ways are that you can respond to an incident.
Our response time frame is anywhere from immediately, which means the children are in immediate
danger, critical danger, and we would go out immediately, to 24 hours, which is typically an abuse case or a case where there is some kind of physical injury to a child, often a bruise of some kind, so that we can see the bruise before it goes away. Or a 72-hour response would be a neglect response, where there's no actual injury to the child, but the circumstances therein require us to look into.
And when you say you go to different locations, do you actually go to homes, schools, or wherever you need to go to investigate?
Yes, sir.
And CPS, or Child Protective Services in general, that's a large agency, is that?
It is very large.
Tell us a little bit about what the duties Child Protective Services have in general.
The agency is a county agency. Each agency in North Carolina is run by the county with state oversight. Our responsibility, as I said, is to make sure that watch for the protection of children. If there's anyone who has any concern about a child, they either call in, sometimes they will write in, send a fax, stating what their concerns are. There is a state mandate. If those allegations meet a certain criteria, then a case is opened on that family. And again, it would start with an assessment worker. Our response would be anywhere from immediately to within 72 hours. If it's determined that there is abuse or neglect in the home that needs continued follow-up, in other words, it may require parents to take a parenting class or to get a child into therapy or to work with the family in getting their home repaired. It could be just about anything. Then it goes to what's called an in-home service worker, and she or he would provide ongoing services. If the situation is critical enough, it's possible that we may file for temporary custody of the children, where they would come in our care and are either placed with family or in a foster care home.
And when did you start with CPS?
1990.
1990?
Yes, sir.
And were you an assessment worker your entire career with CPS, or did you have other jobs as well?
I did 4 years not quite 4 years as a foster care worker, but I went back to assessments.
Okay. And Ms. Holden, do me a little favor. If you just pull that microphone a little bit
Yes,
closer
sir.
to you. You're doing fine, but it's as we talk more, it may trail off on me. So just keep that close.
Okay.
Ms. Hall, let me ask you about this case in general and about how you got involved. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Tell us a little bit about how you got involved with the Holden and Taylor families back in 2014.
We received a neglect report on January 3rd of 2014 concerning Jeremy, which is what I call him, or JT, Amber Holden, Nautica Holden, and their parents, LaTanya and Nathan Holden.
And you said that is one of the neglect reports. So would that have fallen within that 72-hour window?
Yes, sir.
Of response time?
Yes, sir.
And how was CPS notified of the potential neglect?
We received a fax from the clerk of court's office after Ms. Holden requested a domestic violence protective order.
And tell us a little bit about that. Is that an automatic procedure that, in terms of how CPS is notified if a domestic violence protective order is asked for?
The clerks will review the request in the subsequent temporary order to determine if there's anything to do with children. They don't make the decision about whether or not it's abuse or neglect. They simply fax it to the agency, and then the intake workers determine whether or not there is concerns for abuse or neglect within the situation that the parent has described in applying for the restraining order.
So, and we saw an example, I believe, yesterday of the DVPO that was filed in this case, and there was a box that can be checked about potential issues with the children. I guess if that box is checked, it automatically goes to an intake worker with your agency.
Yes, it doesn't have to have the box check. If even in the narrative it expresses concerns, it would still come to us.
Okay. And were you the intake worker that reviewed the DVPO to start with, or was it passed on to you?
It was passed on to me.
And so did you have the opportunity to review the DVPO when it came to you?
I did, but the narrative in my report is essentially the narrative in the restraining order.
Okay. And what was the general nature of the claim that got your agency involved in assessing this situation?
Miss Allen had written that she had moved out of the house, and that her husband had continued to call her parents and to call her, that he was threatening to take her children, that he had attempted to come to her parents' home. Her father had called the police, that he had told her brother, which I believe is Sylvester Jr., that he was going to kill the children and himself, and that Mr. Holden threatened to punch Miss Allen and beat her son, and that he had actually beat her son with a broom.
And so there are several different.
Again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these statements that this witness are making are repeating statements made that were out of court, so you cannot accept them for the truth of what was said out of court and not under oath, but they are offered for the purposes of explaining what this witness did next. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Sue-Hall, there were several different allegations made in that claim, but there were several that particularly related to children. Is that right?
Correct.
And were there any of those claims that really were a priority to you as an agency in terms of you needing to get involved?
That Mr. Holden had beaten Jeremy with a broom, that he had made threats to kill himself and the children.
And would either one of those threats be a situation or a claim that would get CPS involved?
Most likely, yes.
After you reviewed that DVPO, what was your next step in terms of investigating these allegations?
When an assessment worker receives a call or a report from domestic court, which is where you file for the restraining order, there's a slightly different protocol in place. It's recognized that there may be danger to the family. There may be danger to the mother and the children if the family is interviewed together, which is what normally happens in a neglect report. We make a phone call, we go to the house, we interview everybody in the house together. But because the domestic violence protocol requires us to contact the person who filed for the restraining order, which was in this case Miss Allen, contact her first to schedule an appointment to meet with her and the children without Mr. Holden, so that we could make sure that there were safety plans in place to make sure the children and their mother was safe. So in this particular case, I contacted Miss Holden on the 3rd and explained to her why we had the report. She said that Jeremy was still in school. I asked for permission to see Jeremy at school, which she granted. And then we made arrangements for me to go to her parents' home, which is where she was staying, to interview her and the girls later in the afternoon.
And you said you try to do this within these interviews individually for safety concerns, but do you also find that if you do these interviews one-on-one that people are more candid in terms of the responses that they give?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Who did you meet with first, Ms. Sue-Hall?
I went to Roseville High School where I met with Jeremy.
And in general terms, what did Jeremy tell you about the situation he was involved with?
I explained who I was and why I was there and asked him how long his parents had been separated. And he said he thought it was sometime around Christmas. He said that his mom had left and that he had stayed with his father. I asked him about the incident with the broom, and he said that it had happened one time, but that it was his fault, which is always concerning when a child feels
overruled.
it's concerning when a child feels that discipline is their fault, and especially any kind of harsh discipline. He said that he had been disrespectful to his father and that his father had beaten him with a broom. So I asked him where on his body that was, and he said pretty much all over except for his head. He said that it happened a couple of months ago, and he denied that his father had hit him anywhere else. I asked him why he lived with his dad, and he said that his dad and he needed each other. I asked him if he felt safe with his dad, and he said he did. And I asked him if he sees his mother, and he said he saw his mother whenever he wanted to.
And this was the first time you'd ever met with Jeremy or JT.
That's correct.
And since January 3rd of 2014, have you had the opportunity to meet with him several times up until April 9th of 2014?
Yes, sir.
Or did you have the opportunity?
Yes, sir.
And this, he said in that statement, he mentioned wanting to be with his father, feeling like he needed to be with his father. Is that something that you observed about him the entire time you were meeting with Jeremy over this 4-month period?
Jeremy appeared to be very torn about his parents. He loved both of them very much. He felt very torn about living with his mom and living with his dad. I think he felt that his mom had her parents, so that she had support, and that if he lived with his father, then he would be the support for his father, which needs to be the other way around in a family. It needs to be the father supporting the child.
And you mentioned you had some concern about him saying that he blamed himself for the broom incident. Was that part of the emotions that you saw Jeremy displaying during this time period?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Suha, I think you said that conversation happened at the high school?
Yes, sir.
After having that conversation with him, did you have any concerns about Jeremy's safety at either one of his parents' house at that point?
My concern was that the domestic violence restraining order gave temporary custody to Ms. Holden, and yet she did not have all 3 of her children with her from the court order. So when I went to speak with her later that afternoon, I explained to her that because the court had ordered that the children stay with her during this time period, that she had to get Jeremy back.
And these domestic violence protective orders that are filed and grant custody to one party of the children, is it always that one party gets all the children, or can it be a situation where one party has the son and one party has the daughter?
It can be separate, but initially when a parent applies for the restraining order ex parte, then almost always, if she or he is granted custody, it is of all the children, almost always.
So when you found out through talking with Jeremy that he was still with his dad, that was a concern to you based on the order that was in place at that point?
Correct.
Okay. And so at that point, did you leave the high school, and I think you said you went and talked to LaTanya?
I did.
Where did you meet with her?
At her parents' home. And
besides LaTanya, were there any other people present at that point?
Her girls, Amber and Nautica, her mother, Angelia Taylor, was there. And I don't believe her father was there, if I recall.
Let's start with her mother, Angelia Taylor. Did you interview her at that point, or find any need to interview her at that point?
I didn't. She introduced herself to me, and I believe she stayed in a back room while I interviewed the girls and their mother.
In the brief period of time that you met with Angelia, was it pleasant conversation, or? She was very pleasant. And then the girls, did you interview them before or after you talked to LaTanya?
Before.
Okay. And I don't want you to tell me anything directly that they said, but the general nature of that conversation, did they appear to be happy and well taken care of?
They were.
All right, let's go to your conversation with LaTanya at that point. Can you tell us a little bit about what issues you addressed with her on January 3rd of 2014?
When I have a case that comes in through the clerk of courts, I explain what my role is in terms of child protective services, and also try to explain a little bit about the court process. I am not a lawyer. I make sure that folks know that I'm not a lawyer, but I'm old. I've been around a long time. I'm in court a lot. So I kind of explained to her what to expect when she went to court. We are required to go to court in case the judge has any questions about the children.
Let me ask you about that, Ms. Suhal. You mentioned ex parte domestic violence protective orders, and Latanya explained that a little bit to us yesterday. But that's just when one of the people involved goes into court and goes in front of a judge. Is that right?
That's correct.
And at that point, because it is the very beginning, your agency is not involved at that point.
Not when she applied. Sometimes that we are involved, and we will encourage a parent to apply for an ex parte order. But in this particular case, I was not involved at that time.
Okay. And you said you explained the process to Latanya, and was she aware that she was going to have to go back to court?
She was.
And on January 9th, I
correct.
believe, and apply for a more permanent
correct.
restraining order.
That would be a hearing on the issues.
And is that the type of hearing that you would go to, Ms. Suhal, or do you just go to custody issues?
I go to the 10-day hearing for a restraining order. In this case, it was the January 9th court hearing. Sometimes I do go to custody court, especially if the safety of the children are involved.
So it's a fairly standard practice for you and your agency for assessment workers to be involved in court proceedings.
Correct.
And we're going to talk about some of the more proceedings in this case that you were present at, and that's pretty standard.
Yes, sir.
Or is standard.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I interrupted you there talking about, you were explaining to Latanya about the different court proceedings, and go from there.
I told her is basically what to expect. I often will tell, especially women who apply for restraining orders, that sometimes they can call Interact, which is the domestic violence program in Raleigh. Sometimes there is a attorney available to help them through that court. So I explained that, and then we talked a little bit more about what had happened to before she decided to get the restraining order.
And did she tell you about what had led up to January 2nd, I guess?
She did.
What'd she tell you?
She said that, first of all, she said that Jeremy really didn't want to live with his dad, and that Mr. Holden had threatened to put him in a group home. However, she also said he didn't want his dad to be mad at him, which was very clear throughout my contact with this family, that Jeremy was so torn. She said that she got the restraining order the day before, after Mr. Holden had showed up at the school to try to get the girls out of school, and she was worried about that. She said that she went and picked up the girls and took them to her parents' house, and then went downtown to get the restraining order. Then she said that while she was at the courthouse, Mr. Holden texted her and told her that she could have the children, but then asked, "What floor are you on?" And she said that made it clear to her that he had followed her and knew that she was in the courthouse. She said that she left the courthouse immediately. She went to her car in the parking deck and then realized he had followed her there as well. So when she left the parking deck, she parked somewhere on the street and went into the sheriff's office, which is the building next door. She said that Mr. Holden caught up with her and threatened to punch her. I asked her if he had ever physically hurt her in the past, and she said he had not. She also said that on Wednesday, the Wednesday prior to my visit, that Mr. Holden had called and threatened to come and get the children, which concerned her.
And let me interrupt you there, Ms. Suhal. So that the Wednesday prior to, so on Wednesday, would that have been January 1st?
I believe it was.
Okay, and then, so January 2nd would have been Thursday, the day that she went and got the DVPO, and then Friday is the day you're having this conversation.
Correct.
So what I anticipate you're about to tell us about is our activities that would have happened on January 1st of 2014.
Yes, sir.
Based on that timeline. Okay, thank you.
She said that he had fussed at her father, Sylvester Taylor, and her father had told him, if you come onto my property, I'm going to shoot you. And then her father called the police. She said that when she was talking to her husband at the sheriff's office, she finally told him she was tired of talking on the street and let's just go to a restaurant. And he agreed to do that. So she went to her car, and then a police officer called her and asked her where she was. She said
What police officer that was at that time, Ms. Hall?
I don't have in my notes that she indicated. She just said a police officer had called her.
Okay, but it was clearly someone involved in law enforcement.
Correct. She said that the officer told her that Mr. Holden had contacted her brother Sylvester and was threatening to kill her and the children and then himself. So she said that the police officer told her to go to the nearest police station. So she returned to the sheriff's office, and she said an officer escorted her to get the restraining order. She also said that the police had apparently gone to her parents' house to let them know of the threat and then notified the school.
And you mentioned that her brother, Sylvester Taylor, is the one that had, I guess, let this information be known. Is that right?
Correct.
And did you follow up with Sylvester Taylor Jr. at any point and talk with him about this?
I don't believe I did. Things were kind of happening quickly with court, and we made sure that the children were safe and that she was safe. They knew how to get assistance immediately if they needed it. So I did not follow up with him right away.
Is he someone that you've known to be involved in this situation from January 2014, pretty much on until today?
Yes, sir.
Been actively involved with this
Yes,
family?
sir.
After she told that information to you, did you have a discussion with her about her getting custody of Jeremy based on the domestic violence protective order?
Yes, I explained to her that that Jeremy had said that his father had beaten him with this broom until the broom actually broke, and that because she had temporary custody, she needed to get him back to her with her. So I explained to her the way to do it is to go to a road that was nearby the home that Mr. Holden and Jeremy were staying in, then call 911 to request a sheriff to come and escort them, have the court order, have the sheriff escort them to Mr. Holden's house in order to retrieve Jeremy, that she was not to go alone.
And did Ms. Holden, or excuse me, LaTanya, say that she would follow those directives and try to get Jeremy back that way?
She did.
So it was the plan at that point to have law enforcement assist with returning Jeremy from the start.
That's correct.
And did you become aware that she did contact law enforcement to get Jeremy back, and that she eventually did get Jeremy back after having to have some law enforcement assistance?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll move on to January 9th, and I believe that's when the domestic violence court hearing occurred. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And were you present for the hearing at that time?
Yes, sir.
And based on what LaTanya told us yesterday, the hearing didn't happen that day, but
Correct.
Was continued.
Correct.
And is that your recollection as well?
Yes, sir.
Let's move to January 21st, and is that when the actual hearing on the domestic violence order took place?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you present for that case as well?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Hall, based on that hearing, is that the point where all children were to stay with LaTanya for the course of until permanent custody could be established?
Yes, sir.
And it was your understanding that the three children would be with LaTanya during the week, and that the defendant would have visitation, I believe, every other weekend.
Yes, sir.
And was that something that you as your agency were comfortable with at that point and supported that position?
It was. I still hadn't had a chance to really interview Mr. Holden. I talked to him very briefly on the 9th. But the court ordered that there was to be no physical discipline of the children, so that made me a little bit more comfortable.
And you bring up a good point there, Ms. Sue Hall. Let me ask you about that. And, we talked about LaTanya being involved in filing the order or restraining order to start with, and your follow-up with her. But is it also your agency's duty to follow up with the defendant in this case and the defendant in any situation where you're involved with?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're not necessarily advocating for one side or the other. It's more about the safety of the children.
Correct.
Okay. The January 9th attempt to talk with Mr. Holden, was that in court?
Yes.
Okay. And so you didn't have a very long conversation with him there at that point at all?
Correct.
All right. Moving on to January 27th, did you become aware that on January 27th, some things had happened that caused some issues with the custody arrangement?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell us about that, Ms. Sewell.
I had received a call from Miss Allen, who said that her father had gone to pick up the children after their weekend visit with their father, and that she said half his family showed up with them and confronted Mr. Taylor, accusing, actually his father confronted Mr. Taylor, accusing him of trying to turn Jeremy against him and their family, and that now Jeremy was more confused than ever. Again, this going back and forth between his parents. She also said her father was afraid that the men that had come with Mr. Holden may have been carrying guns.
Sustained. The jury's to disregard.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. And so at that point, she outlined the what had happened between Jeremy and I guess her father, Sylvester Taylor.
She did.
Okay. And based on that, did you give a recommendation to her as to some help that Jeremy could get?
I did.
What did you tell her that he could do?
There's a therapist that we often refer children to in Wendell called, her name is Sharon Hartzog. And I encouraged her to call Ms. Hartzog and see if she would be able to see Jeremy to help him with his feelings of being torn between his parents.
So you had that continuing concern at this point? That
Yes, sir.
He was torn between his parents?
Yes, sir.
Now, after you learned about the incident through LaTanya as to what had happened between Jeremy and Sylvester Taylor, was it your, I guess, duty to follow up with JT?
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact follow up with JT?
I did. I went to the school after I spoke with Ms. Holden.
Okay. And what did JT tell you at that point it had happened?
I asked him what had happened over the weekend, particularly when his grandfather had come to pick him up. And he said that when his dad went to drop him off, his grandfather, he told his grandfather that this was all bull. I'm not sure quite what that meant. He said that his dad, his uncle, and his paternal grandfather kind of surrounded Mr. Taylor. So that after that happened, Mr. Taylor told all the children to get in the car, and he sped off. And I asked Jeremy if it was possible that his grandfather, Mr. Taylor, felt intimidated by his father's family. And he said he thought that was possible, but that his father's family didn't mean anything by it. He said once they got to his grandfather's house, his grandfather told the girls to go inside and told Jeremy to stay in the car. Then he said his grandfather grabbed his phone and slapped him and said, quote, "You set me up, nigger," unquote, over and over again. He said Jeremy sat in the car. His grandfather called a couple of people and said, "Your buddy set me up." He said Jeremy said that he didn't know what his grandfather was talking about, or what any of that meant. He said that his grandfather kept cussing at him, and finally Jeremy got out of the car, went to the house to try to use the house phone. He said that he was trying to call his dad to tell him what had happened, but when his grandfather, he was trying to tell his dad what had happened, and he said that he also called the police and went outside. When he was outside, he said his grandfather had come out with a gun and a belt. He said that his mom came home a few hours later and he told her what had happened, but Mr. Taylor kept talking over him, that he wasn't allowing Jeremy to say what had happened.
So this is when you talked to JT and Ms. Suthall. Was this the first time you had heard about a gun being potentially involved in this incident?
Yes, sir.
And when you talked to LaTanya earlier that day, that she had not mentioned anything about a gun by being used by her father.
Correct.
All right. And what else did JT tell you at that point?
He said that he had been telling his mom over and over again that he wanted to stay with his dad because his dad teaches him things. I asked him what kind of things that his dad taught him, and he said he teaches me about finance and how to run a business.
And at that point, did you, because of the drop-offs, advise him that maybe have someone?
Yes, sir.
And also talk to him about maybe seeing Ms. Hartzog or another counselor to
I did.
help with some of these feelings.
Yes, sir.
Was JT receptive to that?
Yes, but I also order in place that nobody could violate, that it had been ordered that he remain, that this was the way things were going to work, figure out a way to live with it. And maybe a good way to do that was with Ms. Hartzog.
And Ms. Suthall, did JT seem with his mom? In other words, was he scared of staying with his mom? And
not in any way.
Okay, he was dad because of being the young man that he was and feeling torn like he was.
Yes, sir.
But he had about staying with his mom, or that he didn't love his mom.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to, I guess, January. Following up on January 20th, did you talk to Ms. Holden, LaTanya, about what you'd learned from JT?
I did.
Okay. And what was her response to that?
I told her what Jeremy had told me to visit at the school, and that she said that her father was the one, Jeremy, and she said that she did anything to get. She said that he was even being aggressive towards her.
Okay. Yeah. And did she also say she was trying to keep him as active as possible?
She did. She said that she had gotten him into an after-school program with Zach, and that she was also getting him involved with the Boys and Girls Club.
Now, at that point, Ms. opportunity to contact the defendant or contact with the defendant about this case.
On the 9th in court, and talked a little bit about Jeremy being hit with a broom. And then I talked to him again by phone on January 27th.
And on January, the incident with him. Yeah. I'm sorry, the January 26th incident.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. What were you telling Mr. Holden or the defendant that you needed to do at this point?
I told him that I would need to meet with him and I needed to come to his home.
And would Mr. Holden or the defendant allow you to meet with him at this point and come to his home?
Every time I talked to him, he kind of talked over me, so it was very difficult, but I never did get to meet with him in person and sit down and have a conversation with him.
And as part of your duties as a assessment worker, is that what you try to do, is go to someone's home and get a full view of the situation?
Correct.
Did you make any specific appointments to go to the defendant's home?
No.
At that point, after you had this conversation with him, did you then follow up with Taylor?
I did.
Okay, and how did did you follow up with Sylvester Taylor?
I called him on the 27th, Miss Holden, his cell phone number. So I called him and told him what Jeremy and what Mr. Holden had said. And he had a gun in the car for protection, but that obviously he wasn't going to use it. And he also admitted to asking Jeremy to set him up with having so many family at the time when he was going to pick up the children. So I told him that I needed to come to the house to make sure that the children were, and we agreed that I would call him first thing in the morning to arrange a time to come over.
Right off the bat, this was the first time you'd ever talked to Sylvester Taylor, either in person or over the phone.
That's correct.
And he readily admitted that there was a gun in the car when he went to pick up Jeremy and the girls.
Correct.
But did he tell you that he brandished it in any way or showed it in any way there that afternoon?
He told me there was no way anyone could have seen it.
Okay. And I think he said it was in a bag.
Correct.
Or I'm sorry, that it was not in a bag, but it was between his seats.
It was down on the driver's side, on the left hand, almost under the seat.
And so based on, his admission to there being, at least being a gun in the car, what did you feel like it was necessary for you and your agency to do?
We are required to make sure that guns are secure in a house where there's children. So I asked him if I could come and make sure that, and he readily agreed.
And so this may sound like a silly question, but there's no law for having guns in a house if children are present. Is that
correct?
Right? But as part of, especially if a case is open with your agency, you want to make sure that they're safe and that they're locked up properly and whatnot.
Correct.
And is that what you were going to do with Mr. Taylor and his family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to do that there on the you do it on a later date?
I called him on the morning of the 28th, which was, and he agreed for me to come right over. It was in the morning. So I went there on the 28th.
Did he have any resistance to you coming to the house or asked to put it off to a later date?
Absolutely not.
And I see here that you have noted that you visited on January, even what time of the morning it was?
Pretty early, maybe around 8:30, I think.
Okay. All right. And then when you went over there to the Taylor residence, what did you find?
Mr. Taylor came out of the home and greeted me, and he immediately agreed to show me his guns. He said that he had one hand and he showed it to me. It was in a black zippered bag down, like I said, on the side of the driver's seat. It was a silver automatic. I don't know guns, but he showed me the clip was out of it, which means the bullets were out of it, and that he also showed me that there was not a bullet in the chamber. And he also said that the keys are always on his body. He doesn't leave them out for children to be able to get to. And then he showed me 3 shotgun rifles. Again, I don't know guns, that were in a cabinet in a locked shed property. So I told him that guns around the children, and he agreed.
Okay. And you said that he showed you where these keys to the cabinets that the gun was in?
Yes, sir. And to the car.
And to the car?
Yes, sir.
And the gun that you saw there in the car, you said you're not really familiar with firearms, but
yes, sir.
And in terms of Mr. Taylor's interactions around the gun, did he seem to be fairly familiar with guns to you?
I would say.
Okay. Knew the different parts, knew how to take them apart, obviously with the magazine out and that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, based on again seeing that there were some guns there in the house, what did you, Mr. Taylor, to do?
We signed a safety plan that said that there would not be.
And when you say not any weapons around the children, does that mean that they have to be off the off the premises completely, or could they be on the premises just in a safe location?
It could be on the premises, but had to be in a safe location and secure.
And based on what did you already have a feeling as to whether or not these guns were secured safely as they were?
I was a little concerned about the handgun at the side of his car. So we talked about him locking that up as well. But those in the shotguns in the shed in the back of the property were properly secured.
The gun out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what else did you do on that home visit day there on January 28th?
We talked a little bit about what had happened when he had gone to pick up the children and what happened once they got home. And he said that Jeremy was calling his dad the whole time he was in the car, but he denied slapping him. He said that Jeremy then went into the house and got the house phone, so Mr. Taylor unplugged it because he felt that it would just stir up trouble, I think. Then Jeremy left the house. Mr. Taylor said that he had gone outside with a flashlight trying to find Jeremy, but he couldn't find him, so he called the police. And an officer, J.R. Edwards, had responded and had found Jeremy and essentially told him they just needed to stay away from each other.
So at that point, Ms. Suit Hall, you talked to Jeremy and he had alleged that a gun was present. Did you confront Mr. Taylor about that day?
I did, and again, he denied that he had slapped him or denied that he had any weapon.
So on January 28th, at that point, I believe you said you agreed to sign a safety plan with the family?
Yes, sir.
And as a part of that safety plan, the guns would be kept in a safe location away from the children?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Suit Hall, I'm approaching you with what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 70. If you'll take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is that, ma'am?
It's a North Carolina safety assessment. A safety assessment is something we do with every family that we meet. We have to indicate if there is any concern that we have about the safety of the children and indicate what it specifically is the concern and how is the family going to take steps to make sure that that concern is alleviated.
And is this document, the one I've showed you, State's Exhibit 70, is it the assessment plan for the Taylor family?
It's a copy of it, yes.
Copy of it. And this document, was it executed or signed by you and then also members of the Taylor family?
Yes, sir.
And taking a look at that document, do there appear to be any changes or alterations to it other than it being a copy?
No, sir.
And is this type of document kept in the regular course of business there with the Child Protective Service?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 70 into evidence.
Any objection? It's allowed.
Now, in looking at this document, Ms. Suit Hall, it appears that the date report received is indicated as January 3rd of 2014. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that's the date in which this case became active with your agency.
Yes, sir.
And then the date itself for this plan, and it has kind of faded a little bit, but appears to be January 28th of 2014.
Yes, sir.
So that's the date in which you had the home visit with Mr. Sylvester Taylor. And was Anglia present as well?
Yes, she was.
And how about Latanya?
Yes, she was.
In going through this safety assessment, I think you mentioned that you're looking to see if there are any physical or emotional concerns regarding the family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And before we start talking about the gun issue itself,
Just starting here with number one, when you say caregiver in any situation, who are you referring to specifically in regards to this plan?
In this particular plan, it was Miss Allen, who was then known as Miss Holden, and Sylvester and Anglia Taylor.
So the Taylor, well, Latanya and the Taylor grandparents are the caregivers in this situation.
Yes, sir.
And under this situation, were there any indications in section 1 of this safety assessment that there were any physical concerns or safety concerns for the children?
No, I did indicate that I referred to a separate section, which is Part B, safety factor description.
Okay. But in section 1, where it's dealing with caregivers' current behavior is violent or out of control, you said no to that.
That's correct.
And then all other caregiver has caused serious harm to the child, you said no to that.
Correct.
Everything in the first section regarding the safety and welfare of the children at that point is checked as no.
Correct.
So you had no safety concerns.
Right.
And then, as you said, in section 2 or Part B of the safety plan, you did make a note regarding the allegation regarding the gun. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in Part B there, if you'll just read there for the members of the jury what your concern was or what factor you described.
My concern was that Sylvester Taylor had been accused of pointing a gun at Jeremy.
And at that point, you used the word accused. Was there a reason why you chose that specific word?
I was a little uncertain as to whether it had actually happened.
Overruled. She can explain why she used the word accused.
If you'll explain why you used the word accused.
I still needed to talk more with the family about what was going on with Jeremy. He was clearly becoming more and more agitated about the separation and whether or not he stayed with his dad or his mom. His mom had said that he had started being more aggressive, that he had been lying a little bit, that she didn't think. Most people in the family denied that there had been a gun except for Jeremy. So, but that did not mean that I didn't pay attention to what Jeremy said. So because of what Jeremy said, we did do the safety plan that said that Mr. Taylor had been accused of pointing a gun at him.
And at that point, have you had the opportunity to review the police record from the Wake County Sheriff's Office?
I had not. I did request it later in the day and got a copy of it and called Ms. Holden about it. I may be wrong, but I think I got it that same day.
So to the best of your recollection, you weren't even aware of the Wake County Sheriff's Office Deputy Edwards report at that point?
Other than what Ms. Allen had told me.
And then in section 2 of this document, that's entitled the safety response. What was the safety agreed upon?
That Mr. Taylor agreed not to have any weapons around the children.
And Leah Taylor and Latanya all signed this document as well as yourself.
They did.
And is that provide where it's dated January 28th, 2014 for you, Sylvester, and Anglia, and then it appears Latanya signed on January 29th.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. After the safety plan with the Taylor family, did you make Mr. Holden, the defendant, aware of that?
I did. I called him later that afternoon to tell him that a safety plan was in place.
And at that point, what did Mr. Holden tell you in regards to the safety plan?
I told him what the safety plan said and that was standard for any child in this particular situation. Good enough. to do whatever he thought was necessary if he felt that his children were not safe in the Taylor home, but that the county had deemed them safe. He said that wasn't good enough. He initially said that he had already filed an emergency custody order, but then said he would call me back. He hung up, and I never heard from him again.
And then it appears, Ms. Hall, that your next involvement in the case is that you were made aware that Mr. Holden, the defendant, had filed an emergency custody order. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And how did you learn about that?
I received a message from Miss Allen on January 31st telling me that he had gotten the emergency custody order.
So that was just a message, and then were you actually able to talk to Miss Allen?
I talked with her. I had been on vacation, and I talked to her on February 3rd.
And at that point, did she make aware that the children had been taken from her custody?
Yes.
And do you remember kind of what her demeanor was or emotions was?
She was very upset, very upset.
At that point, Ms. Hall, were you also made of another, I guess, concern with Jeremy?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that? What was that concern?
Miss Allen told me that Jeremy had gone to see Sharon Hartzog, the therapist, and had told her that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need to take up this matter. There's another matter I need to take up with counsel. I'll ask you to stay in the deliberation room for a few moments while we address these matters. Please leave your notepads in the chairs. Don't talk about the case among yourselves. All right. Outside the presence of the jury, we're going to take up your issue, but there's another matter that I just wanted to bring to your attention and that we may need to take up as well at this time. We received a report from someone not involved in the trial, who's actually in the back of the courtroom now, that during the last break, a spectator who was in the courtroom, who's not in the courtroom now, approached a juror, perhaps in the snack bar area, and attempted to speak with that juror. And I don't know whether there was any contact at all or anything inappropriate occurred other than a spectator attempting to approach a juror. But I wanted to bring that to your attention that we received that report. I have the gentleman seated in the back here if we need to inquire further about that. And I'll be happy to bring him up and find out more about what was involved if I think that's probably appropriate. So, sir, would you mind coming forward?
No.
And then you can step down, please. I'll ask you to come have a seat in the witness box.
Yes, sir.
Just that's so that way everybody can see you and ask questions if need be. Yes, sir. Would you mind just telling us what your name is, sir?
Yes, my name is Evan Crossgrove.
Yes, sir. And would you mind just telling us what you saw, sir?
Yes, downstairs in the snack bar during recess, there's a gentleman who has been here since the beginning this morning, approached two members of the family and a juror downstairs while she was getting coffee. I did not hear the context of the conversation, but he was trying to talk to her. And I had asked the members of the family if he was making them uncomfortable, and they said that he had made some remarks to them, saying something to the effect of, this was really boring. How could you stay awake? And after speaking to the members of the family, I asked, would you like me to say something to a deputy or to bring it to the attention of the court? And they seemed to think that was a good idea. So that's what I did.
And with respect to the juror, were you able to see whether the juror actually engaged in a conversation with this individual?
It did not appear so, but I was standing far enough away where I couldn't hear, but it appeared as though she had her back turned towards him.
All right. Okay. And can you describe the juror? Do you know which number or where this juror is seated?
She was sitting in the back row, I believe the third seat from the right. She's wearing a green jacket and has purple hair.
Okay. All right. I think we can figure that out.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And you couldn't hear what he may have been trying to say to her. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And is this the gentleman? I think I know who you're talking about. He was wearing I think a black suit, had a backpack with him. Is that?
Yeah, it was either a dark blue or black suit. He was also had a backpack and a hat.
Right. Right. And I believe the bailiff engaged in some conversation with him this morning that he apparently came in this morning to observe the trial and is no longer here, but stayed, I think, until the first break. But that's, I've not seen him any other time in the courtroom. All right. Very good. Thank you so much for reporting this to us, sir. We certainly appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Yes, sir. Are you involved? What can you tell us how you're involved?
Sure. I'm an intern for Judge Griffin. I'm a student at Campbell Law. And today he said that he didn't really have anything for me to see, but suggested that I go to another courtroom to observe proceedings.
Very good.
And if I could ask a question.
Yes.
Your Honor. So are the family members that were approached by this person, are they in the courtroom now?
Yes, sir. They are.
And which, are they family members of the victims or the defendant?
Can you just point generally to people that you're
Yes.
referring to?
Right here behind the woman in the purple jacket, and then on the left side, the woman with the scarf.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much, sir. We certainly
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, counsel. I certainly could bring out juror number 4, I believe is the juror that's being referred to, and make an inquiry whether there's anything about that encounter that she even heard or anything that might impair her ability to continue to evaluate this case solely on what she hears in this courtroom. And I'm happy to do that out of abundance of caution.
I don't have a problem with that, but I would not want to say that constituted the opening of voir dire.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it's a participant in the trial, but I guess if they spectated even a part of the proceedings, that you'd need to make that inquiry over. So I think that's fine.
All right.
We have no objection to making the inquiry.
I think out of abundance of caution, I'll make the inquiry. It sounded like, again, I'm not overly concerned about the nature of the communication. If it was the same thing that the witness just described, he heard said to the family, but if there's something more, then we at least ought to know about it so that we can evaluate it. So, bailiff, would you bring juror number 4 in, please?
Campbell will not.
That's correct. Any further with the jurors? It would be my inclination that there need not be anything done with respect to this jury. No further action taken with respect to them. I certainly would be interested in speaking with Nicholas again if he happens to come by. But as far as any further disruption for us, I think we probably have that under control. Mr. Brown.
Thought occurs to me, and I don't know if it's necessary, whether to say that it appears that he is not associated with either party. I don't know whether telling the jurors that would be helpful or not. I just throw that out as a suggestion.
All right. I'll be glad to mention that, and perhaps I'm going to bring them back in briefly and then send them to lunch, and I'll just when I recite the rule about reminding them not to let anybody talk about this case with them, I'll urge them to report any possible violations of that rule to us right away so we can deal with it, and also just inform the jurors that as best that the individual who we've had some concern about is not associated with any party. That's fine. All right.
Your Honor, one more matter before
Yes.
I come back out. Ms. Sudol's still on direct. We've got another witness that has some pretty significant medical issues, and so we would ask to take him out of order and interrupt her testimony at 2:30. We'll have him here right at 2:30, I believe, and we can put him, he's one of those 10, 15-minute witnesses. We can get him on and off, and then we'd ask Ms. Sudol could then come back on.
Any objection?
And that's Carl Staten.
Okay. All right. And we can take up the issue, the objection. We can either take that up right at 2:30 before we resume, or we can take it up right when before Ms. Sudol resumes her seat. But we will take it up.
I don't know how long it's going to take. I'd like to hear Mr. Brown's objection on it, and
Okay.
that may be dispositive of how we
All right.
proceed on it. So
Why
it may
don't you-
not take very long.
All right. Why don't you tell me the basis of the objection?
Believe, if I am correct, she's about to testify about allegations that Mr. Holden smoked marijuana with Jeremy. And our basis is, unlike other things that she's testified, this is something that neither JT or Ms. Allen talked about at all. And yeah, okay.
All right, that's why I didn't think it would take very long.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Well, let's bring the jurors back in and we'll go ahead and send them to lunch.